The beauty of the World League is that we get to witness teams from across the globe battling out to, well, be crowned the kings of the world. Now, before I talk about our next team, let me just give you a little insight on the organization. Now, this organization has their fingers in many pies, bringing home accolades in a myriad of games before venturing into PUBG Mobile. The team is Brazilian and usually 4 will play the game at any time, but I have all 5 members on my screen. It is B4 Esports and I'm joined by Mixera, Pedro, Levi, Maxin and Burgizes. First of all, gentlemen, congratulations for making it to the biggest stage of PUBG Mobile. And just to make sure that we are not lost in translation, we have their manager, Knight, who's going to help us out. So again, a heartiest congratulations to you all. And Mixera, my first question is going to go to you, of course. Now, this isn't your first rodeo. You have been on this stage before. How does it feel like being back?
Cara, é uma experiência incrível. Me sinto muito bem por estar com esse time. A gente vem se esforçando bastante. Eu acho que a gente tem muito a demonstrar ainda nesse Mundial.
Well, that's what it's all about, self-improvement. Now, since we did brush up on your past experience, Pedro, this next question is going to go out to you. Now, in the PMCO fall split, you managed to finish 24th, after which we had the PUBG Mobile Start Challenge World Cup, where you all finished 6th, and of course, the PMPL Americas, you guys made it to a top 3 finish. Now, what is your secret for this exponential growth?
Acho que com certeza nunca desistir, velho. Treinar bastante, ter foco.
Well, short and sweet, the secret over here, ladies and gentlemen, is never, ever give up. And of course, you can always reach the stars. Brilliant. Now, Levi, let me ask you a little bit of a candid question. Of course, you guys are one of the top dogs in this tournament. But is there a team that you are looking out for? Is there any competition out there for B4 Esports?
Sim, eu acho que o time que está do nosso nível é a LPS e a Tinqueso, somente.
Well, there you have it. As far as competition go, B4 are only looking out for a few teams, but of course, they are bringing their A game forward. Now, Maxin, let me come with a question to you. Now, geographically, North and South America are divided by the Isthmus of Panama. In PUBG Mobile, do you think there's anything differentiating North America and South America as far as gameplay goes?
Acredito eu que não.
Well, that's PUBG Mobile for you. You only have one aim, to wipe out the enemy and make sure you walk away with that chicken dinner. Now, Burgizes, let me come with a question to you. Now, recently, you finished 18th in the PMWL scrims. Did that dampen your spirits, or was that by design as to not let your secrets out?
I think the same happens in PUBG Mobile Pro League scrims. And in the championship, we will show everything.
So it was a calculated move. I guess if you want to see what B4 Esports is going to be doing in this World League, we are going to have to wait and find out. Now, Mixera, let me come back to you. You, of course, are the IGL, and you have that daunting pressure of leading your team into the battlefield and hopefully walking away with the chicken dinner. So what's your secret? What is it that you are going to do different?
Eu acredito que o segredo é eu conseguir controlar as armas do time, que é o nosso frente e o nosso suporte. Então, com esse controle dentro de campo, acredito que vai ser difícil parar a gente.
Well, I guess versatility is going to be the word for the day. Now, this is a team which is confident on aggression and at times staying back and holding down the fort. Now, Levi, let me come to you. I do have an idea that you all are obviously sitting together, so you are at boot camp. So I've got to ask this question. Who amongst all the players gets up to the most amount of shenanigans? Who is the problem child in the group?
O player que mais dá trabalho no time, com certeza, é o Pedro.
Well, at least this team is owning up to their shenanigans. B4 Esports, once again, thank you so much for dropping by the studio, and we wish you all the luck in this World League, and hopefully you bring in those chicken dinners.
Down 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Seeing split out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome everyone to our third and final Super Weekend here for the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. I'm Jason Kaplan and I'm still here, so you know what that means. I'm not the only one sticking around here for the show. I have two lovely people to help break down all the matches that'll be coming your way over these next 3 days where we find our 16 teams to move through into the finals. We have Seven Worlds Gaming and we have Glitter Explosion going to be joining me here to talk about everything going on PUBG Mobile related and of course West League related, because we know Seven West is the best.
That's right. Maybe even the show too. No, you know what? No, not even maybe. We are the best too. Tell them, Jason.
I mean, I will say
this.
I will say this. The East opening today was fantastic. They had Frost come out and intro the show, and then James like, no, that's my job. I think James is a little bit too afraid to analyze the games. But Glitter, you're not too afraid to analyze the games. And we got to talk about what's coming on the line here. Next 3 days will determine which teams get through to the finals.
Yeah, and these are definitely going to be a wild next 3 days, to say the least. There were definitely some shakeups this week during league play, so I am excited to get into these games.
100%. I can't wait till we jump into it as well, but we have to do the dirty work here to explain what we're doing for you in this tournament. If you missed out on everything before this, I still wonder, what have you been doing? Hopefully you have a good excuse, but you know what? I'll let your excuse slide this time, even if it's not great, because we're into that third Super Weekend. What we had happen was our opening matches, which determined seeding going into our league play, which spans across 2 days a week. Now, the top 16 teams from those games moved into the Super Weekend, where points accumulate each weekend and each weekend and each weekend until we have our top 16 teams, which will conclude finally at the end of this week. However, you can see the other league plays. The points were reset back to 0. Teams had to re-qualify into the Super Weekends, and now they have their chance to get through into our league finals, spanning across 4 days with 6 matches a day. Tons of PUBG Mobile action to come your way. We have to see how they can even get into the finals as well. We got to talk about the points, right? That's what it's all about. How can they get themselves that placing? And it's all about the kills. But then again, a lot of it's about placings here, Seven.
And it is. If you end up getting a chicken dinner, it's going to go ahead and give you some cool 20 points. And if you're able to back it up with a bunch of kills, guess what? You're going to get a point per each kill that you get in the game. And we've seen some teams just take full advantage of that, just being able to get a win, getting a chicken dinner, and on top of that, backing it up with a lot of kills, they're able to just go ahead and propel themselves up that leaderboard.
Yeah, propel themselves up. That's what a lot of teams did in particular, thinking back to Footballists and how well they really did in league play. But what are they playing for here, Glitter? $425,000, and we got to see the breakdown of what you could earn from where, because one team in particular will be saying goodbye to their chances of taking home that 50 grand.
Oh,
Damn.
man, rubbing it in already. That is rough. I mean, like you were saying, $50,000 is on the line right now for the league play portion of PMWL West. And then, of course, moving into the finals, there's a $100,000 grand prize for that first place spot. But don't forget, there have been weekly prize bonuses. There's a $1,000 participation bonus. And, of course, there's the $10,000 MVP award. And I'm actually really excited to see who that ends up going to after everything is all said and done.
I mean, if we're to take bets, it's probably Carrillo at this rate. I mean, come on. He took it for the first 2 Super Weekends.
People stepping up, though.
That is true. That is definitely true. I'm just curious to see if they can maintain that kind of play. Footballists in particular really outshine every other team out there. But let's take a look at the standings from our last week of league play so you get an idea of what we've been talking about with Footballists and, of course, what 16 teams did make it through here. And right off the bat, you can see 68 kills, 69 placement points for Footballists. They made a killing here in league play.
Yeah, and most of those were honestly on the first day of league play, because they ended up getting, I think it was 2 wins with 19 kills total, and it was just astonishing what they were able to do. But another team that we kind of wanted to talk about even more was Nova Esports. With that roster change, they were able to get second place, definitely their best finish so far in league play. And then Team Queso, one of the teams that has been super quiet, well, guess what? They were able to step it up too and get themselves 48 kills and 98 total points there. As we do go down the leaderboard here, some of the other teams, Pittsburgh Knights, I know we're going to be talking about a certain fight there with Pittsburgh Knights probably calling call it the $45,000 fight because they did end up knocking out Cloud9. And you'll see why I mentioned that, because Cloud9 is currently not here on the first page. So wait until we go to the second page. And just some honorable mentions there with Headquarters. Headquarters is going to be qualifying to their first ever Super Weekend. So I'm hoping they come out with just that bang. And now, as we see here, the second page, Glitter, Cloud9 in 18th place means that they're not going to be able to play here on this Super Weekend.
Yeah, and I think everybody was a little bit shocked, to say the least, to see Cloud9 there in that 18th position, but also not seeing Alpha Legends in the Super Weekend, and they've qualified through twice before, not seeing KHK, and this was their final opportunity to make it into a Super Weekend, and not seeing SWAT69 after we saw them qualify through last week. I mean, but even some of the teams that did make it through, we have yet to see Frag Machines, so that's going to be really excited for them, and you'd already called out Headquarters as another team we haven't seen. And then, we're going to really be looking at UDR Killers as one of those, as the team that was at the very bottom and is going to have some of the newer teams kind of fighting for that position.
See, I feel bad for one team. Well, I feel bad for a couple different teams, I'm going to be honest. But for SWAT69 in particular, because like you said, Glitter, they did play last week. They came within 34 points of UDR Killers. And now if we think about, the overall scope of things, right? Frag Machines and Headquarters on the chase for those 93 points UDR Killers are sitting at, SWAT69 had a really good chance of closing that gap. But as we are talking about UDR Killers, we are talking about Frag Machines, and we are talking about Headquarters, we need to dive into these three teams in particular, because honestly, these are the three teams in contention for that 16th place, Glitter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's going to be something we're definitely going to be paying attention to throughout the entire weekend. So now if you guys missed kind of what happened, both Headquarters and Frag Machines are actually coming into their very first Super Weekend here in our final Super Weekend. UDR Killers is coming into their second Super Weekend, having qualified in the first one and then missing out on the second. So now UDR Killers, like Jason, by 1 point, exactly. And like Jason also mentioned earlier, UDR Killers have that 93-point lead currently over Headquarters and Frag Machines because, they haven't gotten any points up on the board yet. So this is going to be a hectic weekend for those teams, because if they want to be able to secure themselves a spot in the finals, they have a lot of heavy lifting to do ahead of them, because not only do they have to surpass that 93-point mark, but they also have to be able to make up for whatever potential points UDR Killers will get this weekend. And we saw them during League Play 7, and they were almost a different team with how strong they were this week.
They were a different team, and I think with UDR Killers, they kind of knew. Right? They kind of knew that they needed to go ahead and step it up. They needed to qualify for this Super Weekend because teams could pass them. And one of the teams that definitely stepped up in my eyes with Headquarters. Headquarters, for the last game of League Play, they ended up winning the game. And also, on top of that, getting 7 kills. Now, something I do want to go ahead and mention here is that Headquarters in the last week of League Play, during those 8 matches, they were averaging about 9.3 points per game. Now, if you go towards UDR Killers, they were actually averaging about 11.8. So you can tell that UDR Killers has definitely changed the pace here, and I'm hoping with teams like Frag Machines that was averaging a 7.25 points per game, I'm hoping that they kind of outperform UDR Killers every single match, because if they want to make it into that top 16, that's something that they're going to have to be doing here. Just outperforming UDR Killer, and not just by a little bit, they're going to have to outperform them by a lot, because if they're not able to, guess what? UDR Killers can just kind of play it safe here, and depending on how the first day is going to go, they could just kind of secure that 16th place, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, we've been talking about this and we'll keep talking about the entire Super Weekend long. UDR Killers 93 points in the lead. So not only do Frag Machines and Headquarters have to catch up on that 93 points, they also have to catch up on any extra points UDR Killers get throughout these 15 matches, which is already going to be tough. However, at the same kind of note, Cloud9's not there. So the question comes, can teams start to excel with C9 not playing? Will Loops maybe come in to dominate the entire thing without having a challenger? And we can see kind of a breakdown here of Frag Machines across the 3 weeks of League Play. As you were already, scoffing at or surprised at here at Glitter, we can see some, pretty consistencies across the board in general. However, it seems to have been enough, at least in this third and final weekend.
See, and that's kind of actually blowing my mind a little bit, because it's showing that Frag Machines didn't have like a crazy standout week or anything, right? That they were actually almost very, very consistent across the board. But that means, was Cloud9 having a bad week that big of a change to the overall lobby for the players. Like I said, we saw even Alpha Legends, who's previously qualified twice, didn't make it through to this week either. All of those changes what allowed, kind of like opened up the door for Frag Machines to qualify through, because I was prepared for maybe dramatically different numbers, and they're not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big point here, Seven, is that the fact Frag Machines didn't get drastically better, as Glitter was saying here in our third and final week of league play. And what they were doing before in the first 2 weeks was enough to even qualify for the Super Weekend. So will it be enough for them to now close that distance against UDR Killers and then still surpass them later on?
I don't want to be a dream killer, but if they go ahead and continue those consistent performances, it's not going to be enough. Especially on the kills alone, you're going to have to take more advantage of the kills. And I think with these teams, that consistency just leads me to believe that even though their game plan wasn't really working, if they wanted to go ahead and be in the top 5 teams, they stuck to it. And I would have loved to see some kind of change there from that team. Maybe they are just very consistent, but that's just not going to be good enough, as we're going to be looking at headquarters information coming up. And that's one team that I do want to go ahead and see a difference. You got to be able to see it right there on the damage alone. 6,000, almost 7,000 damage on the last week of a league play. They had to heal a lot more because they were getting into more fights, kind of staying a little bit later towards the end of the game as well. And the kills, they stepped it up by a big time, by 10 kills. That's 10 points alone. So love seeing the more aggressive, in a way, headquarters here by being able to go ahead and pull up their stats. And this is what I want to see. Now, in my eyes, headquarters has a bigger chance of actually catching up to UDR Killers, just based on what I've seen and based on the performances here. They have been consistent, Jason and Glitter, but they have also stepped it up at the end.
Yeah, and Glitter, what a difference, right? As you were just talking about with Frag Machines, consistent the entire 3 weeks. We expected a big increase in performance, and we're at least seeing it here out of headquarters.
Yeah, see, and this is what I was expecting, right? Because when we talk about the teams that hadn't been able to qualify through and then did this week, you almost expect it to be because of some sort of a standout performance. And here you see like 4.8 from last week versus 6.9 total damage for headquarters. That's a massive difference. That's clearly them being more aggressive, getting into more engagements, and having them be more successful when you see a number like 29 kills versus 18 and 12. That's what I was hoping to see from these teams, because they're obviously very capable of that. I think I'm just kind of surprised with the first average for Frag Machines.
Well, I'm assuming as we go into now UDR Killers and their stats, we're going to see the same kind of increase we had for our last team for headquarters, if not even more, considering they placed themselves 4th overall. And yeah, you're seeing almost a 3K increase off the bat, kills as well. And for me, Seven, seeing an increase in kills is going to be so important, because you have teams like Loops, you have teams like Team Queso, Football, is a lot of teams you have to be able to frag out against if you want to be the best.
That's absolutely right, and I'm so glad you pointed that out. And it goes back to the point that you were trying to make with Cloud9 not being part of this Super Weekend. Maybe UDR Killers is going to be able to take advantage of that. Now with this team, something that I love from this graphic is just seeing their progression from week 1, week 2, and week 3. Look how they have gotten better every single time. It's not the likes of what we saw with Frag Machines, that everything was the same. It's not the likes of headquarters, where there was 2 weeks that was pretty much the same, and then they kind of had the outlier. So with UDR Killers being able to perform like this, it's starting to get hot. In a way, they were warming up, and now they're there. I love seeing that from them, and I think it's going to be very hard for those teams that are making it to their first Super Weekend. I think it's going to be very hard for them to catch up to UDR Killers, especially with the performances they have had. Now, out of UDR Killers, something that I would love to see is I would love to see them try to stay this whole weekend towards a top 5 or a top 7, because if you're able to get into that kind of form, guess what? Going into the league finals, if you do end up qualifying for that, that's going to be a great confidence booster for them. And not only that, it's going to go ahead and kind of make other teams think twice about challenging them. As we saw last week, whenever Cloud9 was doing pretty bad, everybody was trying to challenge them because they knew that they weren't going to go ahead and perform to what they expected them to. So UDR Killers is being very impressive so far for me.
So Glitter, there's something I want to mention and bring up here while we look at this graphic, is that week 2, so from week 1 to week 2, they got better, right? No one can argue against that.
Right.
They still didn't qualify, though, for the second Super Weekend, even when they played better in week 2 than week 1 in terms of their damage, in terms of their kills, in terms of their knockouts. And then they continued to get even better into week 3, where they did requalify for the Super Weekend. So this is what's kind of insane to me, is that UDR Killers, they've been getting better over time, pretty consistently. and yet they still failed to qualify when it came to week 2. Is this finally going to be their chance to break out and maintain that 16th position and potentially get themselves farther up that leaderboard for more money?
I honestly think it's going to be hard to catch UDR killers for those other two teams. I think that, like Seven said, not only have they consistently improved, but it's only been one day from league play until now. So it's not even like there's a lot of downtime. They could stay hot, and if they can keep up that momentum, there's already such a significant gap that we've seen one team try to close and not be able to do so already, that when you combine that with the potential points they're going to be getting over the next 3 days, it's going to be rough.
That was a team trying to catch up when UDR Kills wasn't even playing, and they still couldn't do it, right? And now that they are playing, can anyone really pull it off? And that actually leads me to ask a couple more questions as we get through the entire Super Weekend of, if you are at headquarters, if you are Frag Machines, do you play extra crazy? Seven, do you come into the first day and try to play out of your mind? I feel like you almost have to, maybe 1 or 2 games. All right, fine, play normal, see where you get. But from that point on, you're playing catch up no matter what, and you have to go big or go home.
I think it goes based on how UDR Killer is going to go ahead and perform in the first couple matches. If they are outperforming the teams like Headquarters and Frag Machine, then yes, Headquarters and Frag Machine, they're going to have to go ahead and do that crazy stuff. Now, if those the first 2 games, UDR Killers is only getting 1 point, and then Frag Machines and Headquarters is maybe going for those placement points to at least kind of start being comfortable, get themselves at least not have to worry about placement points. Then maybe later on, maybe in day 2, maybe in day 3, we'll go ahead and see crazier plays. So it's just for me, it's going to come down to how the teams perform within the first 2 games.
Well, we're talking about crazy plays, and one crazy play we have to talk about, as you of alluded to before, Seven, was the $45,000 shot coming in out of Pittsburgh Knights.
I was actually thinking about it as we are going to go ahead and start showing the play here. It can be actually more than $45,000 for certain players. Remember, Adder was in contention there for that MVP, and the MVP was going to be $10,000. He could go ahead and lose that. Now, this year, the start of the fight, the reason why we wanted to go ahead and highlight Raven is because we actually got to see J7's perspective here on his Twitter. If you don't follow him, make sure you do. And this man, as soon as Raven died, he switched his whole persona. He said, oh, it's Cloud9, it's Cloud9. And he told the team, and by the way, that amazing shot right there that he was able to get in uneven, that is so hard to do. And something that my boy Hot Jukes actually pointed out very great is that it was the beginning of the match and they didn't really have armor. So shots like that were a little bit more easier to do, even though the shot itself was just super hard here, Glitter, as we go into the next section. And I think this one right here, also Jason was saying that it was going to be the $45,000 shot, $45,000 fight, Glitter. Him being able to knock Beowulf was huge.
It was massive, and you can see right here too with this overview just how far away Carnage and Jagger are right now in this situation. And after Raven got knocked, J7 was just by himself in this battle the entire time, and you can even see his health there as he's able to finish the squad wipe on Cloud9 completely alone. That was not only huge for PK points-wise, for the day, but huge for literally every other team, because that was the final chance that Cloud9 had to make any sort of points, and they took them out first in that entire game and completely took Cloud9 out of the Super Weekend.
So something I wanted to say real quick in regards to J7, I think him being the IGL, and it was just one moment, not only just the fights that he won, but him being able to rotate with that buggy and get an off angle and kind of throw off Cloud9 with him shooting at them, knowing that Pittsburgh Knights is going to be coming from the other side. I think that right there was just so much bigger than him knocking everybody else, because he just gave his team a chance of hope, and then him getting those knocks were even better. So J7, that by far has been one of my best highlights so far this season.
Well, the reason we've been saying it's a $45,000 shot is why you're going to see right here on the overall standings. Currently in first place for Cloud9. Yeah. If we took the averages that the teams have been getting throughout the Super Weekends and say they're going to play average coming into this third and final one, then Cloud9 could potentially drop down to 7th place. So they go from making 50K to making only 5. That's a lot of money they're going to be losing out on. But now, like you said before, Seven, like Pittsburgh Knights, not only are they super happy that they knocked out Cloud9, every team in the entire lobby playing through these next 3 days are happy because they have a chance to get further up on the leaderboards to earn some extra points as well.
And one of the things that they're going to be looking at is towards the end of the game. Because remember, we always mention it. If Cloud9 has all of their 4 players and it is a top 7 situation, top 5 situation, they're more than likely going to be those teams that end up winning. So
they have 5 chicken dinners.
About that. Not having to worry about that is huge for them. Not having to worry about a team that can get 146 kills so far on the Super Weekends, that's even better. And teams like, I'm actually going to be looking at teams like Tempo Storm, teams like Wildcard Gaming. If they are able to go ahead and put themselves in situations where they're end game, those are teams that can actually go ahead and frag out too. Those are teams that can get those skills and get those wins. So those are the teams that I'm going to be looking at very closely here as we go towards the second page. And I know one team, we even mentioned it, one team that really stepped it up in week 3 was Team Queso. They're going to be looking to kind of move up the rankings too, because remember, if they move up the rankings, Glitter, they're going to be able to take more money home.
Oh, 100%. They actually had probably one of the strongest showings we've finally seen out of them in a while now. And same thing with Nova Esports. You know, after the end of our last past Super Weekend, they've just continued to kind of steamroll their performances, and they've been doing very well for themselves. I'm actually excited to see the type of jumps the likes of Team Queso or Nova or even Konina Power can do as far as kind of climbing the leaderboards here during our final Super Weekend.
Well, speaking of the final Super Weekend, let's take a look at the schedule that's coming up, and you can see what the order of the maps will be. Starting things off on Erangel as we head over to Vikendi 2nd, Miramar 3rd, Sanhok 4th, and of course, Erangel as our 5th and final map. But one thing we're always going to be talking about now is the Cloud9 effect. That's what we've been alluding to this entire time. With them not in the lobby, how many points can you potentially grab? I'm also really curious, as I said before too, is anyone going to be able to challenge Loops? Because Cloud9 and Loops fought so many times pretty early on and later on. Will they feel like they have no challenge now and they can just take the entire lobby themselves?
Nah, they have a challenge. They have a challenge in Footballers. Remember, week 3, that league play, Footballers was absolutely destroying everybody. We saw a different kind of aggressiveness from Footballers. It wasn't just that kind of blind aggressiveness that we've seen out of them. It was more of a tactical aggressiveness, not only with utility. I think at one time we saw, I forgot the name of the player, but he had 21 kills just alone with grenades. Yeah, Lutz. So overall, I think Footballers is now challenging that aggressiveness that we're so used to them with actual tactical plays behind them, and I think that's going to be huge just going into this
So 7, does that mean your prediction is going to be Footballers as we go into our first match? Is that what you're going to say?
I'm actually going to surprise you with this one. It's not going to be Footballers. I am going to be picking them, but not for this match. It's going to be
Cloud9
for a different map. Imagine. Now, for this one, I'm actually going to be going with Nova Esports. We've seen just such a huge performance boost from Nova Esports. I'm hoping they actually go ahead and continue that trend going into the league finals, because that's going to be, it's so good for a team like that was just struggling so much to have such a rapid change after being able to add Cat to their roster as a sub. I'm hoping to go ahead and start off with the win here.
All right, Glitter. I mean, he made some pretty good observations there. It's kind of making me want to repick to Nova, to be honest. What about you?
See, the thing is, I already did pick Nova for the first game. I picked them first in our last day of league play, and they did well for me, so I am going with them again. And like he said, you know, they have been picking it up. I agree, and I'm actually really excited to see how they do in our first Super Weekend match.
Well, my condolences to you two, because I picked Loops Esports, because they're going to decimate the entire lobby and come out with like 23 kills or something ridiculous. But on the flip side of that, this is actually, for me, is a really important match for Loops, right? We saw Cloud9. We had a couple of like rocky games in the last Super Weekend, but then they had a very rocky league play in week 3. If Loops continues to underperform from what we've seen before, I'm worried they're going the same route as Cloud9, and they might be falling off towards the end of the tournament. But you know what? Time will tell, and we'll check in with you guys. We break down that match when you guys get back here on the screen after we're done with the first match. And you guys at home, you still have chances to get lucky. Yes, I mean the lucky draw going on within the game. You can win a limited time outfit if you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. If you're not doing it now, make sure you do it. You can also watch on YouTube, on Twitch, and you still have the entirety rest here of the World League to win one of those limited time outfits. And of course, you guys can also tweet to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL and let us know your thoughts on, well, not only the matches, maybe on us. Maybe you want to give us some nice little words of encouragement. Maybe you want to talk about how Cameron Davis is looking fantastic. Maybe you want to talk about how Viram is from Canada, and that's a great thing. I don't know where I was going with that. I just think about what we're talking about in rehearsals. But let's start things off, guys. Okay, so we talked about a lot here. Headquarters, UDR Killers, frag machines. These 3 teams are in our eyes, just like the top of the leaderboards currently chasing that #1 position. How do you feel like the bottom half here of this whole tournament's going to go, starting with you, Inverum?
I think this Super Weekend is going to be very, very telling to our finals weekend for these teams that can make it here, because I feel like a vacuum was kind of created. When Cloud9 left the server, I feel like the energy was transferred elsewhere. I think Seven touched on it a little bit in the start, the idea that as C9 fell off, other teams sort of picked up the slack. And now that they're, C9's not here and these other teams have that opportunity, I think this is great. This is such a good opportunity for them. And I think that even teams that we thought were safe before who've made it into multiple Super Weekends, I don't think they're necessarily safe. 15 games. Anything can happen in 15 games.
You sound like a physicist here. I mean, talking about a finite amount of energy in the universe. And obviously, when one team comes out, the energy's got to go somewhere and into the other teams, unless you're Goku and you steal it all for a Spirit Bomb. Cameron, what's your thoughts, though, going into this? I don't know if you guys watch anime at all. The bottom 3 teams.
I dabble. I just hope to see the tempo of this lobby continue to increase. We've started to see it a little bit last week as well. Wildcard and Nova are the 2 biggest examples of teams that started slow and have started to ramp it up a little more. And because this is the final weekend, this is the final chance, I just need these bottom teams, or in fact the entire lobby, to actually make these dynamic plays instead of trying to just be safe in the game.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's like 50K on the line now with Cloud9 not here playing, but I think it's time now for us to get into our predictions, which we also have 50K on the line. It's just imaginary money, obviously. And Viram, starting off with you as your prediction here in match 1. Who do you got?
Excited there for a second. Got me excited there for a second, Jason. No, both our analysts made some excellent points going into the day. Nova's a team that starts off well. They do well on Erangel, so I'm going with Nova.
Okay, so we have 3 Novas, 3 out of 4. Cameron, are we going to have 4 out of 5?
No, actually. I am going to be going with a different team. Cloud9's not here, and they've been really struggling even before the obvious lack of qualification for the weekend. So instead, I'm going to go with Loops. They're usually they've fallen off their Vikendi path, and they just start off really strong, I think. So I hope to get a lot of points out of them in the very first game.
I hope to as well. Thank you very much, Cameron, for siding with me on this one. Why don't you gentlemen take us into our first match here of our final Super Weekend.
Thank you so much, Jason. The plane is in the air. The players are ready to drop, starting things off for our 3rd and final Super Weekend for the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. I'm excited to get this day started. I know the players are as well. Cameron, we've had our caffeinated beverages to start the day. We feeling hype? We feeling energized?
I haven't been that caffeinated to be going off the deep end there, but yes, I am ready to go. But what is also ready to go is, I hope, the engines and the tires on these vehicles, because this is an awful plane path, and I expect to see a lot of teams have to make a little more lengthy of a rotation to their initial drop spot. You know what would make this worse? A military island circle.
Ooh. That would be a little rough. I feel like we start the day a lot with this plane path. Am I crazy? Am I a crazy person, Cameron? But I feel like we always start down here, and always we see sloppy mid-games because of it.
It's not always at the bottom. Sometimes it's on the east side, but I feel that the first couple of plane paths, confirmation bias, I haven't actually looked back and tallied the numbers, but it generally does start off in a pretty bad time. The second time we hit Erangel, that's when it's a little more even of one.
Yeah, and I'm already noticing something interesting. Footballists, so they had the option to potentially go for their standard Novo drop. They're actually just playing outside of Prim here on the west, which is interesting to me.
Did someone call it? Who called that? Who called it?
Did you call it?
Oh,
did you call it?
That was me.
Did you call it?
That was me. I did it.
That was you. That was you. You were the one. Who would have thought?
Not me.
Look at us.
Look at us.
Look at us. That is like a hard melee. That is like a hard melee circle. Okay. Now, what does Wildcard do here? Can we ask the question into the ether? Do they still go Severny? Is this still the play? I think it is.
Yeah, I think so as well, because they should have noticed during their initial parachuting that there was a number of teams going up around their area. We can see that there's Umbra, Loops, Udyr Killers, and Nova here. I was curious about this, actually getting the first initial kill. But that's not against the team that I expected it to be. We can... Oh well.
What a time to be alive. You drop, you immediately find a scar and a vehicle and a player with nothing. I mean, HCL's just got to be like real happy to start the day. Like that's a good omen, right?
Yeah, that's like actually a very, very sloppy start by Gonzo from Canino Power, because they drop in Milta. They have the entirety of Milta. Sure, Milta is not crates. Milta is not the military base itself. It's not Novo, but you don't need to stretch that far. You don't need to go to Sharkfin, those double warehouses there, past like south of Farm. I'm not to victim blame, but he was asking for it.
And it's funny because Gonzo's one of these players who is really like, especially over the last week or so, I feel like his game has really started to step up. Like I felt like we constantly talked about like, oh, Pixie, and like, you know, we were still sort of resting on the idea of, you know, all the way back in the first opening week of how good Tixie is playing. But I feel like Gonzo's one of these players that he's where you least expect him to be. And not that this play wasn't that, but it wasn't a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I suppose it's on brand.
It is on brand.
Yeah. But B4 here, who routinely loot up on military base, the actual base itself. Mixed results playing on this island. It's actually been very interesting contrasting them with Wildcard, because those are the two teams that play the most extreme sides of the map. But for right now, Nova, they're actually trying to go big, trying to go for more, going very aggressive onto Queso while they can.
Oh, so close. Oh, but he gets the 360. Hang on. Hey, but they're being chased. Wait. Who? Wait.
Tempo.
What? So the team that is chasing Team Queso is also, go up on the two wheels, come up, land it. Okay, we are just witnessing Demolition Derby, like Evel Knievel style stunt racing right now. What is going on, Cameron?
Very, very active circumstance, I want to say. We did see Tempo Storm leave Pachinki very, very early, and that's because a lot of teams are banking on it going towards Sosnovka Island. I don't know if it's what the percent chance is. I'm going to call it more like a 50-50, but I guess a lot of these teams would rather get on the island rather than have to come onto it later if it does swing towards the south. I don't know. Maybe it's like 60% Sosnovka, 40% main island. But yeah, this is going to be a weird circle to play around with. No engagement, no real damage coming out between those three teams, Queso, Tempo, and Nova. But they're at least making their presences? Is presence plural? Can you pluralize presence?
Definitely not presence-I. That's all I know.
Presence-I.
Definitely not that.
Prezi?
Prezi? Their presence.
Cool. Yeah, they know they're there.
Whoa, okay. The vehicle usage today has been, I mean, Bandar's still dead, but that was sick. That 360 to pop behind the rock used as cover, like that could have been dope. Do we wander into the Fast and the Furious? Like, this is like Erangel Drift? Is that what's going on today, Cameron? Is it gonna be that kind of day?
This is what I'm saying, though. You gotta, these teams are starting to get their engagement up a lot faster, and especially because there's a real chance of this ending on the military island. We've seen what happens when engagements wait until that point, or when teams try and wait to engage, they just get in the worst situations. And so if you have a spot to take a fight, and it's a favorable one, go ahead and take it now while you can, especially there's no chance of third partying coming in. Fortunately, J7, low ground, Jamma's trying to hit him with those grenades. They're not exactly going to land. And HQ with already one player lost, do they want to commit to this? They do have the high ground, but it's against a wide spread of Knights players. And Raven here, I don't know if he's noticed. He has a really good angle.
Yeah, I think the high ground pretty much gets negated by the spread, and you can see the minimap as well. Carnage on the flank. This seems to be a position he's getting really comfortable with, playing scout, playing flanker for Pittsburgh Knights. And if J7 can continue to hit the shots like he did in that last game of the regular season, our league play up against C9, HQ's in a rough position as the kill feed continues to light up this circle, evoking a lot of early fights, Cameron.
Yeah, that was, I believe, Nova and Tempo that are still fighting each other. Nova is chasing Tempo. And I think Football's involved as well, but we can go back down there once this fight concludes. And it might take a while. Yep, yeah. So that fight's just pretty much a standstill at the moment. This is a three-way tussle. Nova chased Tempo Storm, met up with Footballist, who took a boat from Primorse, which is a move that they all generally do every single game. But I don't know if they expected to come into this.
Yeah, and I loved, you talked about it. Jason was like, what do you want to see in the idea? You talked about aggression, and I knew, and tempo. And we're talking about tempo, Storm Cameron, but I knew what you were talking about. You're talking about idea of teams pushing the pace, continuing to press forward, playing more aggressive. We saw Wildcard do it. We've seen Nova do it, and now we're seeing Pittsburgh Knights doing it as they're pushing up into HQ, who got the vehicle and almost drove into the grenade. Not the start they want. They did get the one down, but ID7 is trying to find the angles, but Raven is here. Can he get the spray? Yes, he does. And now HQ have got to run.
This is really, really bad. This fight's taking a little longer than I think Knights would have wanted, but because they're coming out on top with so much success, not losing a single player just yet, I think that's okay. Maybe not. Loka there off a side angle. Got an SMG and maybe prepping a grenade as well. This could be huge. He's waiting for the revive to start to happen.
Nice.
I don't know how well it's cooked, but it goes a little too far. Yeah, landing the grenade on the side of that ridge like that, very, very difficult to do.
Yeah, that's a really, really tough angle to try and find because the way the roll works, you have to have it perfectly cooked. It needs to be just, crispy on the outside, soft and tender on the inside, and also a grenade. As we're seeing Pittsburgh Knights continuing to push in now onto HQ. Jam is the last man standing, and he's just going to try and run for the hills, and that is going to be the end of HQ, the first team knocked out in game number 1.
He should have. I know he had a teammate left standing behind that rock who even got that first initial down, but Jamma should have just continued on the escape. He should have bailed.
Yeah.
It was a rough situation. You don't want to opt into a 2v4, no matter how good your position that you're in. But yeah, over
rough
here,
situations.
Nova losing 3 players in that engagement, so trying to fight early, they overextended, and I don't know how involved footballers were in that, but it's the circle shift. It's officially Sosnovka at this point. Novo, dead center. Unique, dead center. And there's still a lot of teams that have yet to make their way over.
Yeah, this is going to get very crowded around the bridges, especially on this eastern bridge. Unique, Kunina Power. Kunina Power playing Gatekeep on the eastern bridge. Cameron, I've never seen that before. Heavy sarcasm.
Yeah,
this is their spot.
Heavy sarcasm, yeah.
Heavy sarcasm, if that wasn't very obvious. Unfortunately, though, they actually don't get a lot of kills doing this.
No.
It seems. They play really far back, where they're just getting a lot of intel, but they don't actually gatekeep very hard. But we'll see as Frag Machines is moving in now, if they're going to be able to do that. And we'll see this continued. I can't believe Tempo was the one who kind of came out on top during all this in footballs as well. I thought Nova was in a primo position, but Tempo only losing 1 member for this fight is kind of mind-boggling to me.
I mean, we know how good Tempo can play, but of course Nova as well, being the aggressors in that situation, really is so much a coin flip, and that does show you the risk of taking these early fights if you don't have a significant, severe advantage that we saw the Knights have up against HQ. This is sort of the opposite side to that same coin. Sometimes you just end up putting yourself in position to go out 16th place, but Loops. Federal
water
is Federal is not in the water just yet because he's protecting his teammates, but I think he might have accidentally fallen off. I don't think that was on purpose because he was in a good position to protect his teammates, but at this point the angle that he has can't really do too much with that, and so he might want to start swimming as well to at least make landfall faster.
Yeah, it's time to Finding Nemo at this point. Just keep swimming. As the rest of the team is across, he has done his job. They have not been shot at quite yet, but I agree 100%. He was playing as the man back, but Spring.
Yep.
And if there's any player on the side of Wildcard who can hit these long-range shots, it's gonna be Springs. Look, he's up there as well. Oh my goodness. Kayowski pokes his head out of the water to have it summarily chopped off. Oh boy.
Well, Dadine and Hario, I think both landed just a little bit sooner, and so might not be exactly within range. They're taking shots that direction, so not exactly clear on what they're able to recognize from this distance, but Federal, that's the real danger. If Loops lose a second, it could be a really rough situation because they're coming into a circle with no vehicles. That's the biggest downside, outside, of course, being shot from the coast as what just happened. Biggest downside of crossing by swimming is that you have no vehicles for your next rotation, and it is still early enough in the game that you want to have that option.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Having vehicles for these later circles, we've seen it time and again. The ability to deploy mobile cover, to react to hard shifts in the circle is key. giving up those vehicles to make this crossing is, and especially losing a player, is going to put Loops at a huge disadvantage. But I remember I talked about how far back Konina Power plays, the idea that they really don't actually play Bridge Troll. I mean, because we're seeing this right now. I talked about a potential fight with Frag Machines. They haven't taken that fight. Frag Machines just took this area completely for free, and Konina Power is playing this hyper passive. At least they're still in the circle, but I think, like you said, this is going to be a Sosnovka circle. Like, they're going to have to move, and now Frags is between them and the circle.
Oh, that's big. That is huge for B4, and it is negative huge for everyone else. Like, it's huge, but it's not in the way that they wanted it to be. This is going to be an interesting one because the shape of the terrain at this part of the island is essentially one big, giant, open ramp coming down from the radio tower on that mountain down towards the coast. There is so much, like, little area to play, and I'm not even just talking about the fact that water is covering 60% of this circle.
Yeah, I cannot believe it that we after all this, the final shift, we got so much in water.
These teams do not want to fight, they just want to move.
Oh!
Alternatively, fight now, get your points now, because you know you're going to have a very slim chance of it. You have to pick one. Either try and play macro or try and play micro. There is no in between.
Yep, you've got to try and take these early fights, and Analyst is doing that with the jump shot around the tree. Multiple members of Frag Machines going down, whether it be by vehicle explosion or straight out gunning. But this time, Analyst is not going to be able to continue on. A Salmon is able to get that kill. Only 2 members of Frag Machines still left alive. As we're seeing another fight breaking out between Tempo Storm and Team Queso. Team Queso, a team that really stepped up over the last 2 days of league play and picked themselves up a chicken dinner. Now fighting up against Tempo Storm. Tensa, Big Daddy Tensa, looking for the grenade. Can't quite find it. Cannot put that one through the uprights, but that second one may have been good. It is, as Team Queso is now forced out completely. Tensa is keeping up the pressure.
But he's not getting any knocks. And the other pair of Queso is coming in from the opposite side. Footballers do go out in the meantime, out in 15th place, second team out, and it's early on in the game to see that happen. But I mean, come on, what do you expect when you get a military circle? However, Tempo, Spec, that backstab was going to be huge for Queso, and it just got completely deleted.
It did indeed, and Footballists and Nova going out in the kill feed as well while this fight's going on. So all the teams that fought going on to Military Island to start this off, it is Tempo Storm that is surviving and thriving, especially with Tensa able to hit nades like that, but they may end up getting third-partied here by Yala Esports. 3 members of Tempo Storm still up. Ayala in position, lobbing nades. Can he get the shots through the door? Goes in with the Uzi, gets the shots. That is Tempo Storm eliminating Team Queso.
They've taken a bit of damage themselves, though, and it's just over a shack. But them putting that much emphasis on a single shack shows how little area there is to play. And so that is still a pretty big pickup for them. And the fact that it wasn't a full commitment. I was worried about Tensa going in by himself, but they didn't want to give up this full map control that they have. Spec still needs to get back behind cover now that Yala has arrived, but they have a spread. They have area to play around with. But where is the next circle shift going to go? They're actually backing off of this. They don't want to be in engagement when they have to move. And yes, good thing they're in their vehicles because they're going to have to move continually east.
Yeah, I call this area the steps because there's just these tiers and tiers of hills going up and down. Yeah, and, you know, I think making sure you're on the right step, you're in the right position, you're not too high up so that you have to make these crazy rotations down, but you're not so far down that you're going to get caught out by teams who are further above you. It's you talked about the idea of a coin flip. You just have to make a call and hope you get a little bit lucky.
Listen, I think Loops are in a great position right now. We know how comfortable they are pushing and being aggressive, and this is the perfect terrain for that. They already deal some heavy damage to Wildcard. They're going to need to continue to move into the circle, but over here, the Tensa Yala standoff, I'm a little worried for Tempo right now, if I'm being honest. Yala are getting a complete spread around them. Tensa needs to go huge on the high ground, on the upper step, as you called it. But the grenades coming out from Yala, if they find their mark, if they get an initial knock, a bit of damage under rain, is a little scary, but no full knock just yet. But at some point, the smokes are going to dissipate. And who's going to get the knock? And is anyone going third party? That's some tracers in the minimap. Someone is shooting at them.
It is. As we can also see Spec getting full info on this. Sees a wildcard rotation coming around as well. What began as a third party may end as a block party as all of these teams are rotating. And look at this. All of the UDR Killers here, Tempo Storm, Yala Esports, Wildcard, all of these teams have the potential to get involved as Zana is actually going right into Ulysses. This is the exact moment the Spectre is choosing to strike, the second that they opted to reposition. And this is actually huge, but I don't think they're expecting to find somebody here. UDR Killers, though, is not going to be able to win that at all. Zana, despite taking some damage on the retreat from Tempo Storm, was able to win that fight, and Yala Esports is still in this.
For now, the blue is coming in, and there's a couple of positions that they play on the south side, but I feel that Zero especially, almost finds an angle onto Spec there. Is wanting to play aggro with their position. You see that there's a compound. They're not going towards it because they know that it's likely not going to be in the next circle. But they might want to consider that for plan B. Spec does go down. Tempo is going to have to put some resources into getting that revive if they want to stay in this fight, if they want to stay confident in this game. But Zero just continued to put on the pressure.
Yeah, Zero continuing to be sort of the anchor for his team, allowing them to rotate around him, and they are actually going to opt for that compound just to stay safe a little bit longer. As you mentioned, I think there's a very good chance that it will not be in this next circle, or definitely not the circle after that. It looks like it's going to be just wide out in the open, maybe a tree, maybe a little bit of a rise. That's really all you've got in terms of cover. And you're going to have to play it, well, like a pro. Which makes sense here in the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. The final Super Weekend, the top 16 teams. Matic is still alive. The last hope for Dream Eater here on the flank. Bucanina Power are aware of it, and they're trying to take him out.
Oh, you see his tracing. He knew where Matic was running. Good game sense there. The nade doesn't hit, doesn't go far enough. His arm's not that strong. He's not exactly a Tier 1 baseball player. He's just a Tier 1 PUBG Mobile player.
Yeah.
But Matic able to make his way inside the circle, crawling in, trying to not get spotted, but he's out of meds. He has a single drink left. And no more life, and that's gonna be Loops. That's Loops all the way at distance, but this circle shift, another hard shift, fully towards the east.
Oh my goodness, Cameron, these circles have not been kind.
No.
In game number 1, we are putting our players to the test. They say, hey, you qualified for the Super Weekend, welcome to the server. Game number 1, one of 15 matches they will play, a marathon this weekend. Over the next 3 days, you're going to see the best that the West has to offer. And whoever can put their stamp on game number 1 will certainly be starting off the weekend right. And you're looking at Loops Esports. Despite losing one player early, they are now in a pretty fantastic position up on the high ground, but they have a lot of teams to work their way through to make it to this next circle.
That's the problem. The advantage is that they have opportunities for kills. Disadvantage is if they don't find those kills, and if they don't find them quickly, they're just going to have to run down this open hill that we're looking at right now into what is almost certain death. The Knights, however, they are in a great position. That is, you see a member of Frag Machines right below them. If they aren't aware of that position, then they could get shot in the back. We've seen multiple times what can happen if you don't properly scout out every single potential rat, but before holding the line against the push, an ambitious push. Just a wild out in the open push by Yala.
I mean, Zero driving face first into the spray from Levi. My goodness, he'll be cleaning that one up, no problem. As the nade goes through, Zero is out. Pedro to help secure that one. Great nades from Pedro, also connecting on Zana as well. As Tempo Storm and Wildcard are trading back and forth. All the action is breaking out now. We can see it in the bottom right, the pitcher in pitcher as Tempo is just pushing in and summarily destroying Wildcard as they go out in 10th place. The aggression that Wildcard has been so known for over this last week used against them as Tempo Storm is stepping them up, one-upping them here in the first game of the day.
That's honestly one of the biggest weaknesses of those shacks, is that it's just there's one direction to push from. It's one direction to hold, but at that point it's just who has the better manpower. And Wildcard already lost 2. Tempo, they grab a little bit of a lifeline. We'll see how well it keeps them safe for now.
Wow.
B4 holding Yala out with ease, not even breaking a sweat. But over here on the west side is Loops. They're pushing down. They've picked up a couple of kills in the meantime, but it's just Milky Way for a Unique. Only 3 kills for his squad. They tried to go a little big, tried to be a little active, but they're getting punished for that right now.
Yeah, and Dadine is sending it. Is he going to get it with a vehicle? Yes, he is. They know he's in the smoke somewhere. Look, a bullet is very small, but a buggy, it's a lot bigger. Much higher % chance of connecting with the target in the smoke, as Erangel is experiencing right now. But I love it. This is the Loops we've come to know and love. This is the send we like to see. But they put themselves in a bit of a rough spot. Not a whole lot of cover to work with, but at least Okay, well, no, that's another hard shift. PK! Yo, PK, you're having a time right now.
Ooh, B4 as well. You can see the line of sight they have from this compound, but they're going to need to move. The circle isn't very friendly for them either. And yeah, it's just all on PK at this moment. Loops want to get these revives. Kunita Power, do they want to stick around and make sure that Loops are dead before they move? Or do they want to just focus on getting into the circle and dealing and picking up the scraps later on?
I think they're going to opt to rotate. I think they're seeing the kill feed. They're seeing how many people are shooting at Loops right now. I think they're thinking that, we have a lot of other targets. We have other priorities, and one of the biggest priorities is getting into this next circle. Tempo Storm is taking out Erangel as well, so only 2 members of Loose Esports are up. Ramdini is going to rotate in with the rest of the team, and for some reason, no one's shooting at them. It's a big, wide open field, but the way the hill works, the way this terrain works, they have a surprising amount of room to work with, and they're creating a little barricade here with these vehicles as Frag Machines and Pittsburgh Knights are fighting it out.
Okay. The fight happens, but another send by Loops. They don't go in the direction of Kunita Power. They go in the direction of, well, B4. And they're going to be at least attempting to backfill where B4 are leaving from. Surely B4 heard those vehicles. Surely B4 know that there's more kills to pick up on this side, but they're just having to move forward because the pressure of the blue, they don't want to be stuck out in it.
Is that 12 kills for Tempo Storm? My goodness.
Wow.
My goodness. What a game number 1 for them. I talked about Tempo Storm being good in first games. We've seen them win multiple chicken dinners, game number 1 of the day, but it's been a couple of weeks. That trend had kind of fallen off a little bit, but I feel like the trend is back up, even if they don't necessarily win here. They have as many kills as the rest of the server combined, pretty much. I mean, they have been taking fight after fight, and yeah, they've taken a single casualty, but they're in a good spot right now. The problem is, of course, they're facing down all 4 members of B4 and 2 members of Loops.
They're not in a good spot because that shack is just barely not in the circle.
Oh, no.
Sorry to break it to you.
Oh, no.
They have nowhere to run to right now. Look how prone everyone is. Tempo prepping a vehicle. I think Spec was the one that got in the UAZ. But there's so many questions on where it's even safe to go, if it's safe to move at all. I mean, it's still too early. There's still 16 players alive. You don't want to give yourself up to the blue to deny points just yet. But, that grenade might make them think twice. Mixera and Levi, specifically from B4, are just grenade masters, but another one comes in from Loose. If they don't know that there's someone behind them, surely they do now.
Yeah, they must. They absolutely must. They've seen those nades go in. Spectre going to continue to lay down the wall of smokes, but multiple downs. It's Loops moving in. They're downing B4, but then Tempo Storm is taking it to Loops. Hang on a second. Loops may have just inadvertently helped out Tempo Storm so much here. They've broken the line of B4, and now there's just one man standing for Loops as the play zone's going to take out Carrillo. There's just one man standing. This has created so much of an opportunity as Loops goes down. Hang on.
That's another team out, but as you mentioned, the damage onto B4 might be a little bit too much for them to correct. Tempo Storm using smokes and their vehicles, able to make a little bit of a barricade here.
Levi?
He's trying to go aggressive, but that might be just to get a revive. Tempo Storm could capitalize on this, find their way into the circle, because finally the circle does not favor the Knights, nor does it favor Frag Machines.
Oh my goodness.
I don't see Salmon on Freak really being able to climb up that just basically big giant rock wall.
No, PK is still in a great spot, despite the fact that they only have 2 members up and remaining. B4 still has all 4. Levi was able to go over and get the revives. They were able to chain those revives off, able to get the heals up, so the damage that Loops did is now totally negated. As Frag Machines going out in the blue down on the other side of the cliff. They would not be able to make their way back up there, I don't think, regardless, especially not fighting into all the teams, as Levi is going to go down once again. I cannot believe how long Tempo Storm has held on here, but there's still a lot of raid bosses to deal with. Kunita Power, 3 members up. B4, 4 members alive. One of these 2 teams, I think, probably has the best claim, especially as Spec goes down.
A lot of damage on the Tempo Storm. But what exactly are B4 going to do? Mixera is just trying to keep the pressure up, keep them from moving, because neither team is in the circle, and the blue is almost on them. And when they do push into the circle, Kunita Power are there waiting. The Knights are there waiting. They have been engaging, but no, they've actually been engaging with each other. Jacker getting a drop and a full kill, but look, Tempo are taking a lot of damage from nades from B4. Who would have thought?
Yeah, those nades continuing to rain in, and I'm not just talking about Rain, who is down, of course. How many grenades do these players have? As Tensta is the last man standing. Nice little shimmy, but that is finally going to be it. Pedro sealing the deal on Tempo Storm, who survived for so long, get a 4th place finish. They're going to be happy about that, but there goes the send. Mixera taking a lot of damage, though. PK and Konita Power are there, but the fight is going back and forth. This is absolute chaos. All three of these teams are fighting simultaneously. B4 trying to get the best advantage of the camp. Jagger is in the back, trying to leverage the angle as Maxon able to confirm the kill onto Raven, but it gets down for good measure. Thirsting it is the last member of Pittsburgh Knights. Konita Power in a bit of a rough spot, but Axer is still full HP. They're all going prone. The snakes in the grass. Who can confirm the kills? That is the question.
B4 should not be alive at this point. They were silhouetting all over the place, middle of essentially a crossfire between the Knights and Konita Power, but those two squads respected each other too much to be able to just focus 100% on B4, and B4, they just fragged out. Rob's down. There's only one member remaining for both teams, outside of B4, who still have 2 up.
Yeah, a 2v1v1 right now. Konita Power, Pittsburgh Knights, and B4 Esports. Jagger has almost no more meds. I think he was actually able to loot up there and grab some. He was fully out of meds, but I think he was able to loot some up. That was the small breath of life the Pittsburgh Knights needed. But look at this circle, Cameron. No one, I mean no one is in it. Everybody is going to have to move. And B4, they're going to have a target on their back. Their communication, they need to pick left or right. Who can find the shots? It's Jagger to start this off. Levi is there. He gets them both. Jagger going clutch. Can Axer find the shots? He can. Axer comes in. Third party's the final fight to get the win for Konita Power in game number 1.
There is no way that B4 should have let that happen. They should have known. Maybe I misread something. Maybe there was some information that I thought that B4 would have onto Jagger's position, because the way that if they knew where Jagger was, they should not have let that happen. But Jagger finds an opportune moment. He's forced to peek up, but it ends up being great timing for him. Gets a double spray down. Unfortunately, isn't able to clutch out the win because of Axer's position, but still finding a clutch second place after that amazing B4 first is going to do great for the Knights standing.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, especially considering their placement overall in the Super Weekends. They had about 100 or so points they needed to make up to fight for that first place spot. And that's definitely going to help them along the way, and I 100% agree. B4 knew he was there. They blew up the vehicle. That gave him the bit of permanent cover, which helped him survive a little bit longer. He was able to, I think, loot up one last first aid, put himself in a better spot, but not a chance. They knew. They knew he was there. I said it's 50-50. It's left or right. Do you look at Konita Power or do you look at PK? I thought they had the intel, but clearly not able to get the communication there like I talked about. But still, congrats to Konita Power for capitalizing on the chaos that was those final few circles and walking away with the chicken dinner. Let's send it back over to our analysts to break down game number 1.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
I finally figured it out. We've been asking this question. Why are you laughing? I haven't said anything funny yet. What's going on? We've been asking the question of, is it the second day of opening weekend that makes Konita Power play well? Is it maybe the second week of league play they'll do well? Is it the second super weekend? No. Maybe it's the final sections they do well. The final day of the opening weekend, the final super weekend, and they showed up and take themselves the first chicken dinner here of our very last super weekend. Let's take a look at the standings overall so we can see how many points they did accumulate from this one, and of course the points other teams got as well. And even though they got themselves a chicken dinner here at Glitter, they didn't get themselves first place overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and Seven and I were both surprised when we realized that they only had 2 kills with that chicken dinner. So it just was not going to be enough points to get them to first place overall, with Pittsburgh Knights coming in with 9 points and that second place finish that Jagger was able to pull out there at the end, which was just impressive. But B4 and Tempo Storm, 13 kills onto Tempo Storm, 11 kills onto B4. That is a strong first game. coming out of both those teams. Very surprised that B4 actually didn't end up with the win there at the end, because they were the only squad with 2 people up against 2 solo players. You know, just didn't have the right angles that they needed. But then moving on down the list, Loops coming in 5th. Frag Machine's actually doing well for themselves, able to secure 9 points here in the first game, which will definitely help them out a little bit. And then Y'all and Unique in 7th and 8th place, respectively.
I'm happy seeing this first page. I'm so happy.
Are you?
Tempo Storm, one of the teams that I was saying, they've been so quiet, but they kind of been there. And I feel like with Cloud9 not being here towards the end of the game, they're going to be able to get more kills. Well, guess what? They were able to get so many kills. It makes me happy. And then Wildcard Gaming was one of the other teams that I also mentioned. They weren't able to go ahead and do what Tempo was, but at least they were able to go ahead and collect some points there. And Nova Esports, I know our pick there. Oh man, Glitter, we definitely jinxed them here, as they were only able to get 4 points. And now with the ones that we kind of saw, UDR Killers, Headquarters, and Frag Machine. Frag Machine performing the best out of all of them. And keep in mind, Frag Machine was one of those that actually wasn't performing the best once we saw the kind of breakdown earlier. So interesting stuff so far.
I'll say this for you though, Seven. I don't think you guys jinxed the pick, I don't know, but I think we just didn't really know what to expect out of them, because even Loops didn't play well, Footballers didn't play well. Like without Cloud on here, we expected the top dogs to continue to reign supreme, but it seems like things are being thrown all completely wild as we're going to take a look at Kanina Power stats from that last match. You can see here, not much damage, but then again, not many kills, and at the same time, it's not really a big deal they didn't get too much damage or kills, because I still think winning the game alone and getting those 20 points helps shoot them up the leaderboards even further, Glitter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and especially because we've seen them struggle now in the Super Weekends period, and overall they were on the second page and have kind of been there since the very first Super Weekend. So this is going to be a very strong start for them. It's definitely going to jump them up in some placements, I think. And I think that's just also the boost that they need going into a 3 days worth of games. That's going to be very good for them.
They were last place.
It goes back to something, yeah, I was going to say, this goes back to something that we mentioned in the last show match in League Play, is that Kanina Power seems to be focusing more on placement right now and not being as aggressive as we have seen them be. So, and they're showing that right now. So I cannot wait to see how this is going to go ahead and progress as the days go on, and they start adding that aggressiveness that they know that we have. They start adding that fragging power that we know that they're capable of. It's going to be a scary team if they continue to do this.
They were last place at the end of the first Super Weekend. I think they had 73 points. I think UDR Killers had 93. And then obviously they played in the second Super Weekend, so they kept building up points ahead of them. So we can't forget how they started off things not doing too well. And well, kind of the opposite of that. Let's see who was doing well in our top players from that last match. I'm assuming we're going to see a mix here between Tempo and, of course, Pittsburgh Knights. And I mean, off the bat, you know, Tenza, he's been playing well the entire tournament. But for me, Seven, Jagger, having to fill in the shoes of Sixless for PK, did a phenomenal job.
I'm so glad you mentioned him. He deserves all the credit here. Being able to get 5 kills, and keep in mind, this is one player that was almost subbed out again.
Yeah, right?
With a different player from North America with Juicy. So for him to be able to do this is kind of telling his team, hey, slow down. Let me go ahead and just play a little bit. Let me go ahead and showcase what I'm capable of. So congratulations, Jagger, there, being able to go ahead and get those 5 important kills for his team. And then another player that we've seen consistency out of, it's Raven. He has been consistent over and over again. He's always been one of those top players for Pittsburgh Knights, so I love seeing that. And then with Tensa, I mean, we kind of been talking about him since the first day of the tournament. We saw what he was capable of. He's always been in the top 10 in regards to players overall. And then Spec, I know you like this one, Glitter. Seeing another player there from Tempo Storm and Spec having 4 kills, that's big.
I think that's also just in general good for Tempo, because we've said a few times now how Tempo has just been kind of quiet. They have certainly not done poorly. They just haven't done fantastically. So I think this is a very strong start for them with 13 kills and already 2 of their players as part of the top 4 best for that match. This has definitely helped Tempo with their momentum.
I want to jump back to Jagger just really quickly, because just imagine the moral fiber he has, not as a player, but as a person, right? To kind of, you know, sub out for his team, let Sixless play throughout the entire tournament, then come in when they need him, and then be told, okay, well, we're gonna bring Juicy in for you. Can you sub back out again? It's like, yeah, sure, go ahead. And that doesn't work out. So he comes back to playing. Like, for him, massive respect to him as a player and a person in general to really put forward his best energy and his best competition he possibly can here in the PMWL. Let's take a look now at our do the do moments though from that last match. I'm assuming we're going to see probably Headquarters getting stomped right off the bat, as we talked about, you know, welcome to Super Weekend, as we heard in Veerman Cameron talking about. And then even Kanina Power having a little bit of a rough start here, as you see Gonzo just turning tail and just, well, not for too long.
Yeah, and I think this is the reason maybe why they didn't end up getting that many kills, because they were getting into fights early on in the match that they just didn't want to go ahead and take, and it maybe go ahead and made them be just more passive overall. But Pittsburgh Knights has been so aggressive, and this is one team that I was wondering how they were going to react after they lost 6-less to the ban, and this team has react perfectly, in my opinion. For them to be able to have the performances that they have had so far, for Jagger to be able to also show up in a way, step up to the spot that he needed to be on to support his team the way he needed to do. I think that's huge for him, as we do see here Tenza, the man himself, just destroying people from that roof. And then Headquarters, I know we talked about this one. We talked about how Headquarters needed to go ahead and outperform UDR Killers. Well, guess what? They didn't. They only ended up getting 1 point this whole match, and that's just not gonna go ahead and help you, as we do see there Spring shooting at Loops, Glitter.
Yeah, and this was actually, Spring was able to take Kayowski out very early on, which was definitely a blow to Loops, but good for Wildcard. They needed at least some points, because that ends up being the only kill that they do get throughout the rest of the game, which was kind of surprising because we saw them start to pick up that momentum there towards the end of league play, as we're jumping back on board with tempo into some of their later game fights. But one thing I did want to point out about Konita Power, you had said earlier too, Seven, that Konita Power played probably a little bit safer because we saw Gonzo go out really early, right? And we've seen them kind of switch their play style a little bit to play more for placement points, but we actually saw Gonzo go out early during league play as well, and they did the exact same thing, played very safe, and ended up having a very strong game because of it. So maybe this is what they're starting to switch to. Maybe it's working for them. Obviously, you don't want Gonzo to go out, early in the game every time, because that's definitely not what you have to rely on, but it is starting to become a little bit of a trend that they are just playing more conservatively.
I was wondering where you were going with that. I was wondering if you were gonna say maybe they need Gonzo to start going out at the beginning of the match for them to perform better. No, but it's good. It's good to see those adjustments, right? We want to see teams be able to just adjust to whatever the game gives them. If they, for some reason, don't have the full squad towards the end, if they lose somebody earlier, at least adjust to it and maybe perform even better. I think that's something we love, and something that a lot of champion teams are able to do. And as we're seeing right here, Carrillo, Loops Esports just going on the full attack, being that aggressive, but being outside the zone is so hard to be, it's so hard to be aggressive there. And then Jagger, once again, just knocking people left and right there with the AKM. B4, I think B4 had a great match as well. They ended up with 11 kills themselves, being very aggressive. And to be fair, they did end up getting most of the zone.
Oh, yeah.
Which kind of allowed them to go ahead and frag out a little bit more, Jason.
That was exactly what I was going to bring up here, is that they had the zone so many times. I'm actually more surprised that they didn't win the game actually here, because of the positions they had it, right? Like, some of the first zones are going towards military, towards the east side of the island, and they were just sitting there like, all right, well, we don't have to move. We can kind of gatekeep teams. I was really hoping and expecting them to get more done, but still, the kills they picked up, the points they placed overall, that's not a bad start here if you're B4, Glitter.
Yeah, no, and I'm a big fan of B4, so I'm glad they are able to start with their momentum early on in the game, because hopefully they can just continue to do so. They've sat, in that top 5 position pretty much the entire league so far for PMWL.
They have 0 chicken dinners, if I'm mistaken, too, right?
Yeah, and while they did get 1 during league play.
Right. But in Super
None
Weekend,
during
they're
Super
struggling.
Weekend, yeah.
Well, let's actually take a look at our total
it'd be really
damage.
nice if they could do that.
I mean, maybe this is their time, right? Cloud9's not here. Maybe they can really step up and build some extra points for themselves. But like you're saying, I mean, it's important to show that they have like no chicken dinners in Super Weekend, and yet they're still placing extremely high. And well, speaking of extremely high here, Seven, Tempo Storm in the stratosphere with their damage.
Listen, you can't see me right now, but I'm kind of dancing, all right? I'm kind of happy for this.
Is it the glitter dance?
Teams that needed to step up. No, different. But teams that needed to go ahead and step up are doing so. Tempo Storm, we talked about it so many times, saying that, hey, they're one of those teams that just has a lot of potential. They're currently just staying there within the top 7, within the top 8, just within striking distance. And for them to go ahead and show up and have this performance here, I cannot wait to see what they're going to be able to do in the next matches. And hopefully they can continue that, because guess what? Teams like Footballers didn't even get a single kill there. I think they only ended up with 1 point themselves. So this is big for them. And then Loops Esports also didn't really have one of the greatest matches that we're kind of used to seeing out of Loops. If more teams are going to be able to take advantage, they're going to be able to move up that leaderboard even more. And guess what? There is a prize pool for the Super Weekend stuff, so they can take even more money home.
I'm glad you mentioned Loops. I'm so glad you mentioned Loops, because I said before we started the first match, for me, this has been an indicator of how well they're going to do not only in the Super Weekend, but potentially the finals, because they have started to drop off as well. Them and Cloud9, if we think back, were 19th and 20th at the end of the first day of league play. And Loops was only able to come back off the back of it like a nice chicken dinner. So maybe they're falling off. Maybe they peaked too early on in the tournament, as we've been talking about time and time again. But we need to see some more life out of them because they need to carry that momentum over into the finals and pretty much hold on to their crown as being the PMPL America's champion. But I want to see now maybe how these standings have changed up, because as you said before, we had Frag Machines, really good game. They got 9 points. UDR Killers got 3 points, and Headquarters got 1. And it's all about that chase for 16th place. But before we get to that, we're going to take a look at our first page here. Again, Cloud9 and Alpha Legends not going to be playing here this week. But Glitter, we have seen Tempo Storm go up to 5th place.
And I'm not surprised by that. That is definitely going to be a good boost for them. And the reason this first page is going to start mattering so much is because, like we've mentioned before, these final overall rankings are going to start determining who wins that $50,000 first place prize. So anytime these teams can jump up, they're making more money for themselves. So the fact that Tempo is starting that early, that's huge for them. And it's definitely going to be a morale boost.
And yeah, for me, it's going to be the second pitch because guess what? Alpha Legends is not playing this weekend. So that means some of the other teams that are currently below 10th place can actually go ahead and move up in the ranking even more. So I cannot wait to see here the second page coming up. And yeah, Tempo Storm, I think we hit that on the nail. I think it's huge for them to go ahead and have those performances moving up on the leaderboard. They're going to be happy about that. And then Karina Power also moving up on the leaderboard after getting that win with 2 kills. Now that's 2 chicken dinners so far this on the super weekends that we have played. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if the team continues to perform the way they have, even in league play, if maybe we could go ahead and see some more chicken dinners out of them. And then Nova Esports going down. That's one team that we're kind of hoping they would use this whole week of play to just test out new stuff with their new player Cat. It seems like things are sometimes go their way and sometimes doesn't, but now to the 16th, it's not close. It's not close, and if UDR continues to at least get
now. It's not close now. I was expecting them to get 90 points in the first match. I don't think that's really, really possible there. But what is important to see is that Frag Machines, they got 7 placement points and 2 kill points. Now, it's not bad for first match. I want to see more kills out of them if they really hope to close that gap up against UDR Killers. But then Headquarters, we talked about this before, 7. If you start to have a bad first couple of games, do you just say, screw it, play all out and try to pick up kills? I mean, obviously the first one, you can't really put too much emphasis on that. But they are going to have to look to change things up as this day goes further and further on, because they're going to be running out of matches here to close that distance.
I said the first 2 matches is going to be able to tell the story. First match is done. They didn't perform to what we kind of needed to see them perform. The second match is going to be the big one. If they're not able to get within the top 5 situation here, and on top of that get a lot of kills, then we might see maybe some hunting down along the likes of what we saw before with Cloud9. We saw teams hunting them down because they knew they needed to do that early on. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some point, especially if the second match didn't perform well, we could probably see that, just Headquarters hunting people down and changing their whole strat.
I'm also curious on the other note of that. Does UDR Killers do the same thing? I mean, they don't really need to play their own game right now, but if, they start to get close, maybe that's a challenge they could go for. I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking a little bit too far ahead. Maybe I just really want to see some bloody battles. You can see our predictions coming in here as well. And, oh, yeah, Nova not working out too well for you, but I'm not even going to hate on you for the pick. I respect it. I think that was a legitimate pick. It just didn't go their way that time. And then Loops even only getting 10 points for us as well, having a little bit of a rough match. So pretty much everyone out there, I think, in the talent pool had a really rough first game. Really hard to get an idea of who's going to be reigning supreme without Cloud9 playing currently here in the Super Weekend. But either way, we're going to have to move on into the next game, right? We still have 4 more matches to go today, and we have our second one going over to Vikendi. And of course, you can see here on the schedule, we have more matches to come up later on with Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel to end things off with yet again. This will be the exact same schedule for the next 2 days, and then going into the finals, we'll have 6 matches played a day, but I'm not going to tell you what the maps will be, because honestly, I just don't remember. I'm completely focused on this Super Weekend and this Super Weekend only. But let's now start to talk about here our second match. We have to go into our predictions, because the game is coming up very, very shortly. Vikendi, it's been a while since we've seen it. I don't want to be the first one to predict this time, so I'm going to throw it over to 7 since he's asking for it. Okay. You're asking, you receive.
Bring it. Yeah. I'm actually going to go with Loops Esports. Something that you were pretty much basing it off what you were saying, Jason. We really haven't seen that loops that we're kind of used to. I want them to go ahead and start performing better. They need to go ahead and collect more points because anything can happen in the future in regards to points. And I feel like they need to have that fragging power again. They need to have those big wins again, because I feel like that's one team that also feeds up that kind of energy, having those wins and having those skills. That's when they perform the best. So Loops Esports is my pick.
Okay, Glitter, you want to go next? You want me to go next?
You know, you're the host. You can choose.
You go next.
Okay. All right. So I'm okay. I respect the Loops pick, and I think it's a great pick, 7. However,
but
kind of bummed.
But
I'm actually kind of worried now because I ended up picking Konina Power for this game, but I didn't know they were going to win the first one, and I don't know in the Super Weekend with how some of these teams are performing that back-to-back wins are going to be possible. So I don't know. I think they'll still be good though.
7, you can't hate on her for picking it, because when was the last time you picked Konina Power?
I think it was like the first week.
Yeah, exactly. I think the same for me, so I can't even make fun of you. My prediction going into this is a team who didn't do well in the last match either. Footballists, actually. I think they got out with 1 point, but you know what? I have high expectations for them. I want to see the same footballists we saw in the league play this last week, because that was a footballist that could easily take home the $100,000 as we get into the league finals. And like always, we have to shoo you guys out of here. We'll check in with you guys after our second match. Don't be so sad, 7. I'll miss you. I'll miss him. Anyways, you guys at home who are watching, you can still be earning points as well as we're earning it with our predictions. You can earn it while watching within the game, within the Esports Center, and the top 100 viewers will be getting themselves exclusive rewards. We're not eligible for it, unfortunately. I checked in, and because we're working on the show, we're not allowed to win any of these giveaways. I know, I'm upset, but it gives you guys better chances at home. And you guys can obviously still tweet to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMWL. Give us some feedback on the show. Maybe support your favorite team out there. Maybe what they're missing is your support, so make sure to throw that in there when you guys can. And we'll bring in our commentators for our second match now. We got Cameron Davis and Envirum joining me another time here on the show, both looking happy, both looking fantastic, and we're finally seeing a new teams take some chicken dinners here. Cameron, let's start off with you. Konina Power, they pulled it off after losing Gonza early on, but hey, even with only getting 2 kills, they still won.
Yeah, it is still a victory, which is of course good to have in any base of the game, but only 2 kills, and it was honestly just a couple of scraps that they had to pick up at the very end there. So I'm not 100% sold still on Konina Power being back. I still think that they're still looking like the inconsistent Konina Power that we've come to expect. But who knows? Maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe this is going to be that's the head start that they needed of having a week similar to opening weekend.
And I do actually want to follow up on that too, because I'm pretty sure that Konina Power actually broke 2 records with that game. Not only did they break our lowest kill chicken dinner record, going from 3 to 2, and I'm pretty sure they also were the first team ever to have the first player knocked out of a lobby and still win. That just goes to show that a team is never counted out. They lost the first player, and then they went all the way through and were able to win the game.
Just because this horse broke its leg, don't shoot it. It still can live to run again. I don't know, that was a little grim there. Yeah, let's talk maybe about Pittsburgh Knights and Tempo Storm. We talked about you're not 100% sold necessarily on them. Cameron and Virum, as we talk about these 2 in particular, I'm kind of sold on them because they made some big plays, and we talked about Jagger as well, having a massive amount of kills for the team.
Yeah, I think Jagger especially coming into the team is going to make this... who knows? Maybe it's going to give the team a little bit of extra life that they were wanting. I personally would want to see them play a little more aggressively like they did when Jagger was on the team originally. And so who knows? Maybe that's going to little feed back in.
Okay, well, prediction time. Your favorite time here of the day? I mean, besides obviously getting to talk to me. And Virum, starting with you off the bat, what's your prediction as we go into Vikendi?
I'm going old school. I'm going Loops. We've seen them. I still, think back to that 4v4 against Cloud9, that epic finale finish they had on Vikendi. I know they can do it. They've been a little hit or miss, but I'm going to hope for a hit here in game number 2.
Okay, Mr. Davis.
I've fallen off the Loops train. I'm not confident in their Vikendi anymore, but now that Cloud9's out, the next team I feel that's going to fill that void is going to be Footballists.
Oh, no. Actually, no. Hey, I'm keeping proud. We both picked the same team last time. We're picking it yet again. Let's get some more points for us, Cameron. I would be happy to see it. And I'm also happy to see you 2 gentlemen take us into our second match.
Thank you so much. Game number 2. Game number 1, I think just by virtue of the circles, brought us a lot of action. Map number 2, by virtue of being Vikendi, is gonna bring us a lot of action. Therefore, I am very excited to get into this second game because the analysts, they touched on it. The idea that every single point matters so much more, not only for the teams that are fighting for the top 16, but for the teams that are fighting for that $50,000 first place prize. In terms of the scope of competitive PUBG Mobile, I mean, that's one of the single biggest prizes, especially for the teams competing here from North America, that they've ever had the potential of winning.
Yeah. And I think coming into the rest of the day after that shocker of a first game, I hope that these teams are experienced enough to be able to give themselves a mental reset, because not only was it a military island for the very first game, the hardship, so much water in play until the very, very end. This circle is so much more fair. Yes, the river cuts in between. It could be impactful, especially if it goes down around Castle, but at least until that point, there's a lot of playable area, and you don't have to cross over from one island to the next.
Yeah, and of course, those rotations, the timing of those rotations, how proactive you're able to be are so critical in a game like PUBG Mobile. We've seen time and again teams who rotated late get punished for it or just dropped, and Cat decides to slaughter you. You know, good times either way. Wildcard, good times. Cat just been such a force, obviously, you know, coming on in as a substitute for this team. And really, not just in terms of gun skill, but in terms of leadership, Nova really stepped up. There's a reason that I picked them to win in game number 1. But we'll see what they're going to be able to do here up against, I would say, even a new and improved Wildcard. I love this aggressive play style from them.
I am going to give it a little time before I do agree and say improved, but it is definitely a new play style. The problem with these aggressive play styles that we see coming out from both Nova and Wildcard, Stam giving a couple of shots, is that they're inconsistent. Placements are still so impactful in terms of points that you get that you really need to be able to recognize winnable fights. And Sam here, he's recognizing at least a little bit of damage. Wildcard, I think losing Spring, they're not going to make their way all over to Volnova if that was the initial plan. And so, this is the first time that we are seeing no one in Volnova because Kunita Power aren't there as well.
Yep. I think that actually gave a little bit of surprise to Nova Esports as we're going to look back at that first kill. Cat just able to drop a Divine to the gun. Oh my goodness. And Spring, oh, there it is. Actually, Cat was able to just clean it up.
Oh, he stole the kill. It was AZ.
Yeah. It was
Here
I was
AZ.
typing up
We
Cat,
know
and
it's you now.
AZ's going to watch back into the VOD, but it was me. I did it. Yes, you did, AZ. It was all you, buddy. You crushed it. Absolutely stellar. But again, sort of back to the point about Wildcard, they were finishing a lot of these Super Weekends in like 16th place. Anything is better than that at this point. They have certainly, I think they just needed a change. And if the change is just full send salmon 100% of the time, yeah, maybe we lose a couple of members, but we're going to wipe a squad. Maybe that's the way you got to play.
Wildcard are actually, surprisingly enough, in 5th place on the overall Super Weekend standings. I know I didn't expect it to be that high either, but I think at this point they know that they're going to qualify. And so if they use these games as a way to push this play style, I actually talked to Acer the other day asking about the inspiration for this more aggressive maneuvers. And he says that they know that on the team, they've been playing too complacent, it hasn't working out for them, and they have such good fraggers on the team, why not utilize it? And it is going to take them a little bit of time to understand where exactly that sort of line is, how much is too much, how far is too far. But with the observation by both of us that the entire lobby was also speeding up, also getting more aggressive, whether it's inspired by loops or inspired by the fact that these teams are really trying to climb up the leaderboard, being able to fight more consistently is going to be a strength coming into the grand finals.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons that I have so many misconceptions, and I went back and looked at that stats, and I'm like, you're right, they are performing on the Super Weekends. Why do I have this perception that they're not playing that well sometimes? It's because in terms of league play, they're down in like 12th, 11th place, but they're in like 5th and 6th. When it comes on the Super Weekends, when the pressure is on, they step up. And that's a very cool thing to see. We talk about this idea of the clutch or kick. You know, when your back is against the wall, do you step up or do you choke? And when it comes to these more intense Super Weekend style formats, clearly, Wildcard knows how to go clutch. So we'll definitely keep an eye on them. But another team that certainly stepped up, it was Umbra. oh my goodness, the performance they were able to bring out in the league play for week number 3, finishing in 8th place. They had 4 third-place finishes and a second-place finish. They were so close to a chicken dinner so many times. Speaking of close, HH24 has some company.
Oh, he wasn't expecting them to actually make their way up the stairs. The molly is going to be perfect as well. It's going to be actually shots from Solke to finish him off, but very good clear of the top floor. We didn't see how exactly Footballers got the information, but they obviously had that information. Go in, clear that player out, and take this compound away. It's a really good 2-2 what they have, but that's Queso arriving on the other pair. Is this duo in position to give assistance?
Oh my, yeah, that's the question. The other members of the team are on the other side of the road, are potentially going to be in a position to help this out, but that is all 4 members of Team Queso. The cheese has landed, but Solke and crew, now with Lutz here as well, they're going to have the intel on this. However, I love the position on these roofs. Cameron, I'm like, I should have been a roofer? Is there a specific term for people who make roofs? I like the roofs on Vikendi,
I think,
okay?
yeah,
it's a roofer?
I think it is a specific job in terms of construction, but here, good follow-up by the Footballers. They all group up. They, of course, heard the vehicles arrive, but Queso, they didn't attack fast enough, and that's because the duo of Footballers on this west side didn't give them the opportunity and waited for their teammates to arrive. And the timing worked out very well for them. And now it's going to be a 4v4 if either team does want to take this fight. I could definitely see a reality where they both just hang out and wave at each other. Maybe a little aggressively. Maybe there's more fingers up on than others and some fingers down while they wave, but it's still different than actually shooting.
It is indeed. You get the go button. That's the big question.
I lied. I'm totally lying. Lutz is prepping a grenade. They want this fight.
Here we go. As the nades are going to go through. Lutz, of course, the player with the most grenade kills. We always hype up Solke's nades, but actually looked at the stats. Lutz, I think it was last time we checked, 21 grenade kills was the number for him, which is a hilarious. That's more than, I think Jason made the comment, that's more than some players have kills here in the PUBG Mobile World League West. If there's any man who I believe knows how to properly toast a grenade, not just cook a grenade, toast a grenade.
Toast it to
toast
perfection.
the opponent. Exactly.
Yeah, it's got to be a little bit crispy, but it can't be like totally black and useless.
No.
You still want it to be edible.
Just
you
a
know
little
what's
bit.
perfect on toasted bread? Melted cheese. Let's go.
Oh!
Okay, they're not. Okay, I was hoping that I hope that the timing would work out, that the fight would happen then, but that would have been great. But hey, it's fine. We tried. We tried, but we can't be 100% in the heads of these teams. But speaking of which, this is a very, very interesting crossbar that Ayala has. There's actually no. It's another team on the north side, but Football is still sticking their toe out a little bit too much. But yeah, there's that Queso player way far to the north.
Yep.
That is trying to surround Footballers, and I hope they recognize this. Footballers play this a little bit too slow. Are they going to stay here? Are they going to cross the road again and go back to the previous compound that they took from Tempo? There are a couple of options here, and I think they're going to retreat.
Part of the problem is they're dead center of the circle. There's nowhere safe to go. And there's also kind of no reason to shift, because if you're going to shift someplace, you've now waited too long. You mentioned the point. They've waited so long that where are they going to go that's not already taken? Yeah. They are right off the river. They are literally dead center. It is 50-50, right in the middle of this circle. So their incentive to move is very low. And in fact, if Team Queso keeps shooting like this, there's actually maybe, they're kind of hoping that maybe the third party comes in and gives them an opportunity to capitalize on Queso. We'll see if that happens, as we're seeing a bit of a standoff here between Pittsburgh Knights and Loops Esports.
Nope, we're back.
Where is Loops Esports? Because I only
got it down. More nades coming in. That might be good too.
Starting this off, one member, like you mentioned, Solke. Is the push going to come in from Team Queso? They do not want to overextend. No, they traded downs. Yeah. So a full reset from both of these teams, playing this very, very smart. Realm not quite able to hit those shots on the Mystic.
Yeah, a little bit of a spot there, and things have quieted down again for a second time. A smoke actually to help Ayala cross into the vehicle, and they're just going to leave. They don't want to take this fight at all. Their teammate on to the north is calling out info. Are they coming back? What's happening? What's going on?
They're totally shifting.
Speed? Oh, that's okay. And we see what happens there. Rom, with a sliver of an angle, gets a second knock. And Queso can get this revived, but it does slow down whatever move they were hoping to do. And look at the push from Footballers. They see that the space has cleared, the space has opened up. But Axial, can he protect his teammates?
You talked about this off angle being held earlier, being the lifeline for Team Queso as Footballers is pushing up the hill. Mystic's going to have the angle. Can they find it? Ayala is up and is healed. Mystic taking a lot of damage. Marco's going to try and leverage the flank as well, but Realm steps too far forward. Mystic prone. Can he land the shots? That's the big question. Soulca's got to back up and reset. They were just barely able to get their teammate back up and in the fight, and Team Queso weather the storm, and now Footballists have to totally rethink this push, and now they've actually put themselves in a worse position, thirsting for it, tunnel visioning for it. Soulca is going to have to land some 6 shots.
Luckily, he has good vision over that ridge line. In Queso, they're backing off. They don't want to push into this engagement at all. There's a reason that they left in the first place, even if that exit did slow down. But I'm still really, really worried about Axel's angle. Luckily, Footballists are putting a player to pay attention to that side, both using a player as a resource to sort of counter each other out. But the engagement has stalled away. It's backed off. And it's because the next circle has spawned. It's gone a little bit towards the east. Phase 2 of Vikendi doesn't shrink too much. So I don't think either team is really going to move, but they are going to want to start to focus on the eastern side of the map. Dream Eaters out so early.
My goodness, of course, Dream Eater, the team we hype up on. Miramar does pretty well on Erangel as well. Traditionally not been the strongest Vikendi team, and going out first in this second game of the day. There's so much fighting happening between Footballists and Mystic that I completely missed. I believe it was Umbra that did end up taking them down, but Dream Eaters out in 16th place. Not ideal for them. They're definitely one of these teams that is sort of fighting for the spots. They kind of just snuck in 60 points to make it into this Super Weekend. Not the best for them overall. And definitely not looking back to that second Miramar week of league play. Boy, were they looking so solid. So they definitely have a bit of a mountain to climb in our overall leaderboards here. As they're in 8th place right now. Not out of the money by any means.
Ooh. Not out of danger is Nova. They're crossing through, and Yala are hiding, being very, very sneaky. They don't want to give a position away, and they might have a really good opportunity because these 2 players of Nova on the hillside, we could see if Lord just peeks around the angle just a little bit. The rest of Yala don't really have a good angle to assist, so he'd be engaging in a 1vx situation, and that might not be the preferred fight despite having the high ground. And so instead, he's just going to give it up, fall back, hop into a vehicle. I think Nova might be aware of this, might have heard the vehicle arrive as well.
Nova don't want to have a repeat of last game where taking early fights cost them dearly. They are going to play this a little bit safer. HQ as well. We saw Bandar get picked off very early, despite some sick driving skills in game number 1. But they're going up against Frag Machines. These teams, they've all been fighting around the bottom, fighting just to even make it into this Super Weekend. Frag Machines, 18th overall on the leaderboards. HQ 9th, look coming into the overall standings in terms of, just the Super Weekends. So they need to step up in these games. They need to start to rack up the kills and being able to take out the other teams at the bottom that you're vying with, that you're competing with, vying for the spots. That's actually huge. If one of those teams could take the other one out, that would be massive for their morale.
Looking back over to Umbra real quick, we did see confirmation in their score that they did get all 4 kills against Dream Eaters. As I'm assuming what that 4 means. It's pretty close. The circle shift, going to center a little bit towards the south, but again, Phase 3 doesn't shrink too much, but we are seeing more teams that are outside of this next zone, and now, as I mentioned, the river, especially around Castle, so much water there. How is this going to affect teams' decisions? How is it going to affect Loops? Federal, he's kind of coming in over to Castle as well. Wait, is that okay? Where's the rest of Loops?
Yeah, this is literally every single time we've been out of action. I've been trying to figure this out. Loops is up by just north of Podvosta, and Federal still dropped southwest. He's down by Castle. They split drop. Whether he had to go to the bathroom and missed the plane. I don't know what happened, but he is not with the team at all. They are completely split. So for those of us who picked Loops this game, definitely a little bit of concern there because they're not going to have all 4 members together, at least for now. They've got a little bit of space. The team that's trying to create some space, though, of course, is a B4, who let that last game slip through their grasp, but the team that doesn't want us to let anything slip away, of course, it is HQ. As multiple members of Frag are here pushing in. Hamudi, 1 player down, trading up with Bandar in terms of downs, though. So we are seeing the nades come out. ID7, nice nade to pick up that kill. Oh my goodness. We're talking about a golden brown cooked to perfection, but thirsting to kill, gets punished for it. The player further up the hill is able to get that. So now multiple members of HQ are still down. 2v2 situation in terms of they're getting third party in the distance. Who is that shooting at them? Wait a second. That's the opportunity that Freak and crew needed. What is this? Actually, this is terrible. HQ, it's falling apart. Frag Machine's pushing in on this opportunity. Can they find the shots? But the third party potential is still here. Can Freak get this? They're going back and forth. Loka, can they find the shots? Trying to find the angle. Freak, can he get them? Yes, he does. Oh my goodness, able to confirm that as one member of HQ is still alive.
Gemma's mollying the stairway below him so the push can't happen, giving him enough time to pop a first aid kit. It was a little bit slow of a push by Frag Machines. HQ almost survived that onslaught. But no, the third party, as you mentioned, from Unique across the river, just did just enough damage to allow the surviving remaining members of Frag Machines to push down. ID7 is still alive, though he is bleeding out. Jamas wasn't able to complete the revive. And now it's going to be a 2v1 push. Another molly comes out to stop it. And Frag Machines, they're pulling away. They're finding a different building. They want to try and find an angle into that top floor. But will Jamas find the spot for the revive? No!
Jamas holds on a little bit longer, doesn't thirst for it, needs to get the revive though, is able to play this out a little bit slower. Here's the nades potentially coming on through. He's trying to make the decision. Oh, nice reset room actually, making sure that the nades go up. They're totally going to be throwing the other team for a loop. But he is opting to go for the revive, trading revives right now, but the third party comes in. No! HQ just cannot catch a break. Unique is being a thorn in their side. Let me go, let me die. This is ID7. As Jamaz is needing to reset here. They're pushing in. They know where he has to be, and they just delete him. Oh my goodness, that looks so good for Unique. It was a comedy of errors. It started with ID7 trying to thirst to kill. The third party came in, and then Frag Machines took full advantage. And the way the shots came through, it seemed like Unique was only shooting at HQ as Frozen and Milky Way, the player stepping on in for the team today, able to do so much work to help take down one of their competitors.
I think Frozen even crossed the river just to find an angle to third party on that. And basically won that for Frag Machines, but Tempo in another fight against Footballists again. This time Tempo's gonna come out on top.
Not a grenade. Lutz doesn't win that fight. As Tempo Storm carrying over the momentum of game number 1, the 13 kills they were able to muster for themselves in that game, now being leveraged against Footballists. So we're gonna need some fancy feet in these close range fights if they want to take down Tempo Storm in what I believe is a 4v3 situation. Close range, you can hear the shots coming on through. But Solke, watch him as he plays around these corners. He goes for these really unique jump shot angles. He's not afraid to throw his body into the problem, quite literally. Sometimes he gets punished for it, but sometimes he's just able to go clutch.
Okay, they're able to secure this building for themselves. Tempo in one, Footballists in the other. But these are really hard buildings to hold, and both these teams only have 3. In fact, Tempo is only playing 2 inside those buildings. There are so many windows, not just to get third-party shot from, but also access points on the ground floor. But Podvosto, at least the west side, is a dead center. This might be another Podvosto finish. We saw what happened last week on the east side. What's going to happen on the west? There's a lot more buildings on this side. That's, I suppose, something to consider. Quick replay here of the initial fight of HQ versus Freaks. And such a great grenade, but we might see...
it was this thirst. It was this thirst, and then he gets knocked. Boom. That headshot to take him down was massive. And then Freak was able to pick up that. That was really the linchpin in this for Frag Machines. If Freak had not won that fight, would have been disaster. You can see the shots coming in from Unique, but really they just ended up just doing so much damage to HQ. Frag Machines able to just, dip, dive, and dodge their way around those shots coming in. I also want to, speaking of dip diving and dodging, Federal he's traversing the river. He is making his way all the way in from the southwest, all the way up the river. Sorry for your eardrums, everybody. Up to Loops, and they are now still in this. If he could actually meet up with the rest of his team, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the film Saving Private Ryan. If you're old enough, I recommend it. That's basically what Federal is doing right now.
Wait. But he's saving himself, though. Isn't Saving Private Ryan, they send people in to go retrieve him? He's just escaping on... It's more like The Great Escape, which is an even older movie.
Or The Rock, which is another fantastic movie starring Sean Connery.
He's doing it. He's making it.
He's actually doing it. He's actually doing it.
And how much information is he gathering by walking this direction? Oh, no, they might not know about Walkart. Okay, he's running now. Footsteps, and he might get spotted up a Yali. Yeah, he's in a rough situation at this point. Gonna want to hide and play just solo rat, perhaps dealing a little bit of damage over towards Wildcard, which surely...
Those Acers here? Oh my goodness. Okay. We have a man inside. Unfortunately, he's inside. Oh, and he almost wins that fight. Oh my goodness. After all that, Federal, I may have jinxed you. I am so sorry. Oh.
Loops still have 3. Loops still have 3. And also a really, really good position in the circle. This is going to bring into question how good are Loops at playing center. They tend to do better when they have to force themselves in from the edge. However, they are not the only compound in the dead center. There's going to be a lot of chaos going around because this is essentially going to be a city finish. It's smaller than Yasnaya. It's smaller than Volnova, but I'm going to consider it a city finish nonetheless.
Yes, and this is the one, you can see the buildings that Yala have right now. That is where Cloud9 made their ridiculous final stand. I actually believe the wild card was basically in the building that they're in right now. They were able to hold on for quite a long time. Speaking of a team that's holding on, despite quite a few little fights here, it looks like, is B4, as they're going still toe-to-toe with Team Queso. And we've been seeing Team Queso fighting literally this entire game. Literally this entire game.
Yeah. They fall away from one team for falls and they run into another, but no, who's running into them? It's B4, but are they coming out on top?
Oh, that's the question. Marco, they actually get to look at the explosion on the card. Secure the kill. That's the second one down. Oh no, B4 Esports, that was a disaster. As they push in with 2, get instantly delayed at the explosion, picking up another one down, and now there's just one man standing as Levi up against the world. Can he slay the Titans that are Team Queso pushing in towards him? I don't know, that's gonna be the case, as he's just blind firing, desperate to try and connect, but no. All of Team Queso pushing, only a single player down, and B4 down and out.
Listen, B4, when they pushed into Queso, didn't realize that they'd be pushing into UDR Killers and Tempo Storm, both of which either got a knock or picked up a kill from that fight. So Queso, very fortunate to have a couple of other Guardian Angels overlooking them, but now with this space, what can they do? Because they're going to have to push into the circle. It's another hard shift, medium hard shift, towards the north, a little bit towards the west, north side of Podvosta, and this puts Loops in a good position to catch a number of teams traversing through the city. But teams on the north side, these rooftop positions could get countered. If anyone takes the north, I'm looking at Frag Machines, I'm looking at Unique, I'm even looking at Queso here.
I mean, and this is a time where you wish you had Federal still with the team. He's the player who sits back. He is their eagle eye. He's their Hawkeye who just looks out over the battlefield and sort of helps to make, I think, a lot of these calls with the team, with Dadine, as we're seeing Pittsburgh Knights. Yala Esports, I think, caught out a bunch in a vehicle there. Oh my goodness. But yes, looking towards the north, Loops is in a great position. But another team that could get in a great position if they can take out Tempo Storm, can take over this entire complex, of course, it is Umbra, who had such a fantastic week of season play. Those last 2 days looked oh so solid for them, and they now have eyes additionally on Yala Esports.
Smokes come out because they know they need to continue to push up and further, but Tempo Storm want to counter this out. Spec watching the exit, watching the push, gets one down. Can he get a second?
Oh my goodness. Oh, put them in the hot gates where their numbers count for nothing. Force them all in. Pro Lord finally falls. They just ran into a meat grinder. Oh my goodness. In an instant, they are down and out. Tempo Storm sitting back, holding every single angle, up the stairs, up to the side, and Uzi's out. They just mulched them.
Did you see Reigns run around flank? Yep, for the dealing, the final blow, holding it strong. They do get a player knock, but it should be an easy revive. But again, they're still not in the circle, and it is closing on them. So yes, they stopped the attack, but now it's going to be their turn to be on the aggressive.
Oh no, and a bit of a little comedy of errors there, I think, as Zero actually kills himself with a grenade. And now that gives the opportunity maybe that Nova needs to push on in. Anas is still there. Cat, the last man standing, jumps on over with the blue and cannot get it done as Nova Esports has eliminated Yala, despite some bit of a sloppy play there from them, able to take down multiple players, rack up a ton of kills for them as the damage that they did to PK finally does pay off. And Loops, a little bit of circle luck there for them. You talked about the angle that they have, looking up at all of the teams to the north, and I cannot believe it. Somehow, after all this time, Unique and Frag Machines still haven't killed each other.
I think there's been a couple of trading back and forth because Unique looks a little smaller of a team than it was earlier, but I don't know for sure if that was from Frag Machines. That's just a guess. It's just an estimation, but perhaps not. Who knows? But both teams do have, I want to say, priority in getting a northmost position. Is that a position that will give them priority in this game? I honestly don't know. I think it depends mostly on how active these teams in the South are going to be, how much chaos is going to occur. Because Tempo Storm, they're forced to push in now. More smokes come out. And Tensa here on the roof trying to get some information. But ultimately, Konina Power, they're waiting for the push to happen because they know that they can't let Tempo backfill behind them when they push into Wildcard.
And Wildcard, as all these teams just sort of pushing down the row here, they eventually will need to deal with Wildcard. Dixie goes in, finds it, the blender still happening this time though. Oh no, actually Spec able to clean that up. Nice, actually helping to steal that kill away, but like I said, you still have to get through Wildcard. This problem still has not been solved.
Yeah, that's exactly why they should have tried to take the fight against Tempo before Wildcard, because then he's got sandwiched like that. And just completely deleted, completely removed. But Tempo Storm, they're still not out of it just yet. Wildcard received 0 damage from that push by Konina Power, but a good grenade to start things off, and a smoke tunnel. The push is coming. The push is going in.
This is how you do it, Konina Power. Tempo Storm showing us how it's done. They've been the defenders. Now it's time to go on the attack. But Sam holding back from the second building. A little bit of the distance, the gap in between. His rain does go down as well. Wildcard still able to weather this. The one man standing for Tempo Storm here. 2 are down. It's all up to Tensa. Tensa, the hero for Tempo Storm. Time and again, no! Instantly deleted. They turned. They heard the footsteps. The perfect line. The perfect trace. The perfect execution from Wildcard. Dealing only aces this time around, but the ace is on Tempo Storm.
Circle still favors Loops in this shift. It's no longer going towards the north, it is towards the south, and giving Loops that itty-bitty building to play around with. But Yala actually able to cross the river, taking a bit of damage from the blue while they sneak up. It's like SEAL Team 6 level play from them right now. Slowly crawling up the coast. Perhaps undetected by both Wildcard and Loops.
I think they've been able to make it in as Loops deal with the team immediately to their left flank, taking down Queso. 4 teams up remaining. Wildcard now need to push into Loops, who are kind of split though. Dadine is up on the roof. Unique might actually be able to find an angle here. Frozen is able to poke his head up over top. Dadine is playing around these rooftop angles so well. Pans out, of course. Guys, if you're wondering why the player's doing that, it's because the pan can block that first shot if it comes your way. It gives you an extra second to react, to reposition. As Anas is pushing in, that's the footsteps though. Dadine's gonna know he's there. Wildcard's gonna know they're there. It's Lord and Anas. Lord in these close range fights, yeah, I'll take that. But up against Slicky and Sam, might be a tall order.
Spoke way too soon. Wildcard weren't even in the building and just had a great angle up that staircase. But ooh, is that a grenade that just came in?
Yep. I believe it was, as one member of Unique does go down. Loop's able to continue to hold this. Oh, Nas goes back in though from the blue. Hang on a second. And now they're probably just going to try and heal strat on through this. Anas, the last man standing, doing a bit of damage before he goes. Like he's doing it as well. Loops is in a great position. All these teams just trying to heal on out. Who will survive longer between Anas and Slicky? I wasn't able to get a full assessment on the meds, but just means it's Frozen out here against Loops, who were able to fight off all comers. They took this building so early, despite Federal unable to great escape it right on in. Loops was able to get the circle time and again fight off all challengers for the position. Frozen's not going to go out quietly though, able to pick himself up a kill and another placement point, but this is Loops' game to win in a 3v1 situation as Wildcard will eventually go down.
First molly from Frozen misses. The return molly from Dadine also just barely misses. Just an inch too far from Frozen. But you already know. You already see. Loops know exactly where these last 2 players are. Dadine heard the footsteps as well. Gonna peek over, trying to get more kills. Because it's a bit low of a kill win for Loops at the end of things, but if they can increase it to 9, and that seems to be the case with the push around onto Frozen.
And that's going to be GG. Game number 2 going to Loops Esports. Back on the board here on Vikendi. 9-kill game. Not the most we've seen from them, but definitely still solid. You talked about it, Cameron. You talked all the teams rotating in from the north. That's what we've got to watch out for. And that's where Loops was watching. Because basically what ended up happening there is Wildcard played bodyguard. All the teams that tried to push in, whether it be, I think it was Footballists, I think it was Tempo Storm. Everybody who tried to push into them just goes Konina Power. Everybody who tried to push into them, that's the one. They just got shut down. Wildcard was at Loops' back the whole time. The Dean was on the building as well to make sure that Wildcard couldn't get aggressive on them. And because of that, Loops was just given free reign. to just take over the entire north side of the circle, and they made it look easy. Congrats to Loops here, the win, the chicken dinner for game number 2 of the first day of our Super Weekend. Let's send it back over to the analyst to recap game number 2.
Where's that hot spring? It's right around the corner. And you can't miss the sea of flowers.
It looks really exciting.
Why not have a try?
Well, I guess all of my worries about Loops have been brushed aside to get themselves a chicken dinner here in match 2 of our first day of the final Super Weekend. There was a lot of questions, to be fair, about how will they be able to perform today, considering they didn't look too great coming up into the league play. But hey, they shut me up. I think they shut a lot of people up out there. And they get themselves a chicken dinner here, Glitter. That's got to be a good start for momentum and for confidence to be built back into the team.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be good for Loops. And, you know, we've seen them be pretty strong on Vikendi, so it's not too much of a surprise, but it is nice, especially kind of coming off of the back of a little bit slower game for them in our first match. So this was a good showing for Loops. And I'm sure Seven is also happy with this pick.
Heck yeah, I am.
I didn't think there was things worse than Glitter's Dance, but you proved it wrong, Seven, or proved me wrong on that one. Let's take a look at our standings from that last match before Seven hates me any more than this. And they do get themselves 29.7. Wildcard as well, though, getting 18. Even Unique, who is one of those teams that struggled to even barely qualify through into the Super Weekend, got themselves 18 points.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it. Wildcard was able to recover pretty well after that first game. Just going up with what I was saying with Temple Storm, those are two teams that really need to go ahead and perform really well this weekend and hopefully bring in that momentum into the league finals and kind of take advantage. We mentioned it over and over again, to kind of take advantage of the Cloud9 not being here. And another one too, Yalla Esports being able to get 7 kills. I don't remember quite well what was their stat. I think in the previous one they got 8th place if I'm not mistaken and 3 kills. So for them to go ahead and improve, that's huge. Now to the storyline that we kind of all been worried about, UDR Killers. Remember, they do have teams like Frag Machines and Headquarters trying to go ahead and pass them, but so far UDR Killers is doing what I expect them to do and just pretty much outperform those two teams. And if that continues to happen, Frag Machine and Headquarters, no matter what they do, they're just not going to be able to go ahead and catch them up. So I wouldn't be surprised now if to move it up to the third game and the rest of the weekend, if we see Frag Machines or Headquarters maybe trying to go ahead and hot drop them, or maybe kind of pushing the action a little bit more towards UDR Killers.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that. I'm kind of hoping it does happen because I think it'll make for some interesting games. But we are moving on to the second page here, and we see Kunina Power there in 10th. Headquarters at least getting a couple points for themselves. Definitely not going to be enough if they want to surpass UDR Killers right now, but they did pull down 3 points. Surprised to see B4 and Footballist at the bottom of the list here. I think this was just a bit of a rough map for them, but I feel like, and I think we've talked about it a little bit when we were watching the game, I feel like Dream Eaters are struggling a little bit today, Jason.
Yeah, they're having a little bit of a struggle. I think that's why looking forward to the rest of the day. I don't know if I can necessarily predict them to win a match, even though the next match would be over on Miramar. On that note, you were saying before, Seven, coming into Frag Machines up against UDR, we did have Frag Machines actually get ahead of them by 6 points in terms of earnings in the first match, but then they fell behind them in match number 2. And like you're saying, that's not enough, right? Even just going on par, even points isn't going to be enough. You need to surpass them by quite a large margin, just like the large margin of damage we're going to see out of Loops here as we take a look at their stats. And it's going to be in typical Loop style at 1,500. That's a little bit low for them, to be fair. But 7, they still get 9 kills.
And honestly, not surprised to see those stats there from them, especially with the healing, because I noticed they had the zone for most of the time, and they weren't really trying to find anybody. They were just gonna let everybody just play out their own, and hopefully third party some of that stuff. Something that I did mention though at the start of the game was how far away Federal ended up from his team, and this is something that was pointed out to Glitter. We saw 3 players of Loops Esports towards the north, and then for some reason Federal, I'm not sure what happened, he was towards southwest, I believe, by himself, just super far away from his team. So not sure what happened there. Something I will definitely go ahead and keep a close eye on, because if that does happen in the future, oh man, it could go a lot worse here for Loops.
Oh yeah, it definitely could, and considering they're on the chase right now for first place ahead of Cloud9, or trying to surpass Cloud9, I should say, who's not playing here in the Super Weekend. Let's take a look though at our do moments from this last match, and honestly, there were so many crazy moments throughout this entire game. We were looking at like B4 in particular trying to crash onto Queso, and that not working out well for them. We saw a lot of frags early on, even some like disengagements out of, was it Footballist and Queso? Yeah, right here off the bat here, Glitter. We were surprised to see neither team go for that full-on fight, but I think that's the pressure of the final Super Weekend getting to them.
I think that's definitely part of it, especially when, you know, we're so early on in the Super Weekend, right? We're only the second match in on the first day. These teams still have some time to get points under their belt, especially when you're a team that is kind of somewhere in the middle like Team Queso that's steadily having better games for themselves. They don't want to risk an early engagement against a team like Footballist and potentially lose out on a good chunk of points that could work, you know, to help them make a little bit more money. We're going to keep talking about that prize pool because that's what these players are now really kind of grinding out for. So definitely a little bit safer play from a lot of these teams, but we're actually seeing a couple kills coming in for headquarters going up against Frag Machines, and I believe we're going to be talking about this a little bit later on with 7, because that's definitely something that's playing into the storylines that we are talking about here, but also seeing some of these teams come up big. We saw Tempo with 6 kills and Yalo with 7 kills, and we just saw Tempo on the highlights here. Some of these teams are actually being very consistent today, 7.
They are. And another team that we kind of saw get lucky in some kind of way was Team Queso. We saw Footballers trying to go ahead and just fight them early on. Team Queso, luckily for them, they were able to go ahead and knock down a player from Footballers. And Footballers just look very different today. They don't seem as confident as what we're usually used to seeing them, especially after week 3 of league play. So not sure what's going on with that team, but as we're mentioning, Team Queso at least being able to cause some damage there, getting some knocks and try to finish that. It didn't end up working out their way, as we do see Rain, and then later on we're gonna go ahead and see Tensa just kind of get killed there. But Wildcard, I think this was one of my highlights for this match, and that's because I kind of talked about him at the beginning of the show. I said this is one team that can definitely take full advantage of just Cloud9. A team like Cloud9 not being here, that is so huge, and just less worried for some of these teams, and for them to be able to come back after not having the greatest performance, 10th place and 1 kill, and being able to get there, what was it? I think it was 4th place, if I'm not mistaken, or 3rd place, and 8 kills. This is huge for them.
Can I actually jump in on that?
Getting a lot more kills there. Go for it.
Yeah, so like I was saying before, in league play, like we talked to Beowulf, and he said like one team that is kind of being slept on, but he's also surprised at the same time with how well they're doing is Tempo Storm. This is a team you can't really underestimate. They've been slowly, you know, getting points on their belt. Maybe not necessarily getting like a lot of chicken dinners or stomping games like we've seen Loops do, but they're a team that's consistent, and they're consistently doing well, and that's definitely a team who are setting themselves up nicely going into the finals.
Exactly, and I think that's the main thing, right? You might not hear us talk about Tempo Storm because they're just not getting that many wins. But guess what? Even though we're not talking about them, they're still securing those 5th place, those 7th place. And even if they do end up going out early, more than likely it's because they're taking on those fights, and they're gonna go ahead and get some points of those skills that they're able to make. So even though they have been very quiet, I wouldn't be surprised if, especially this weekend and then on league finals, if they're one of those top teams that are probably gonna be gunning for that 1st place.
100%. And actually on that note, let's take a look at total damage and see how high maybe Tempo did stack up on this one. I know they had a couple players get into our top 10 overall in terms of damage and kills. Let's see if they can make it work when it comes to this. You can see here, Loops, yeah, about 1,500 damage. Tempo Storm still at least breaching the 1,000-point mark here, Glitter.
Yeah, but this is pretty impressive kind of as far as the entire damage goes, because there's not one massive outlier. See Wildcard with almost the same amount of damage as Loops did, and we saw them kind of gatekeeping that building for a long time, able to take out so many players as they were trying to make the rotations through. Queso with 1,300 damage. The fact that Yala has 7 kills with under 1k damage is super, super impressive. Even UDR Killers breaking the 1k damage mark, and then there's still more teams that went out super early on that are at the 1k damage mark as well. This was, I don't know if it was just a consistently aggressive game for everybody or just pretty fair across the board, but these are surprisingly decent numbers for almost everyone, 7.
Yeah, and for me, it's going to be teams like Konina Power, Pittsburgh Knights, and Nova. It's actually interesting seeing them all together right there, because those are teams that I feel like this week they're kind of using it to test out different stuff, especially with roster changes for Nova Esports and also Pittsburgh Knights. And then for Konina Power, we've seen kind of different play out of them. So it's interesting that they're all just grouped up with very little kills and very low damage there on Vikendi.
It kind of happens. I mean, we still have Sanhok to come up later. I'm curious to see if we can have teams really excel when it goes to that map in particular. But I hear we have a clip that you wanted to break down, 7, that we want to talk about here. Can you give us a little bit of a breadcrumb of what it's about?
I can definitely go ahead and tell you a little bit more about this one, as we're going to be pulling up the clip between Frag Machines and Headquarters. Now, the reason why this was so important is because, keep in mind, these are 2 teams that have made it into their first Super Weekend, and they're trying to go ahead and catch up to UDR Killers. UDR Killers so far has been outperforming them, but I wouldn't be surprised if we just kind of see more of this in the future as well. Frag Machines and Headquarters, by the way, the reason why there was 2 players knocked at the beginning of the fight between Headquarters and Frag Machines is because they were fighting before that, and it was actually Frag Machines that was a lot closer to them. As you're currently seeing, Frag Machines is missing out 2 players, and that's because Headquarters had caused that damage. Something that I did love that I didn't get a chance to highlight there is how one of the players from Headquarters was able to stop the push by just kind of throwing a Molotov there and stopping the Frag Machine push, allowing him to go ahead and heal up. And then from this, it's going to become more of a tactical play. And you see how actually even these teams are, because they're just slowed down. They're trying to figure out how they're going to go ahead and attack each other. They're trying to figure out what's going to go ahead and happen. And you see the Headquarters players also go ahead and just throw more Molotovs, stop the push. Something that I do love is this different angle that Frag Machine gets here to get a different perspective. They're like, well, hey, man, if you're going to go ahead and continue to throw Molotovs there, well, guess what? We're going to go ahead and try to flank you and just get you from a completely different angle. So I really love that from Headquarters, and from Frag Machine and Headquarters being able to knock a player there. That was huge as well. Something that I just didn't like here, and I definitely wanted to go ahead and point it out, is I'm not sure if maybe it was heat of the moment or what was going on, but Headquarters deciding to revive that player there when there's just so many windows that they can maybe go ahead and get their party on is something that I don't love to see. This is something that you kind of see people make mistakes, amateurs make mistakes, classics, because I do it myself. So it was interesting to see, and you're going to notice that it actually backfire for them, because they're going to start getting shot from a different angle, and he's going to have to stop that revive. He's not going to be able to finish up that revive, and I think that right there was when everything just kind of went downhill here, as you're going to see Frag Machines just push up and ended up destroying the player from Headquarters. Glitter, did you have any input into this fight?
Not anything crazy, but I do think, like you said, you mentioned at the very beginning, it's something that's important for us to be paying attention to, because if these teams, are going to start taking more engagements with each other, it's really going to be chipping away at one or the other team's points. And that's going to be huge if Frag Machines continues to win these engagements in that fight to try and overtake UDR Killers. It's also potentially could change up some of their playstyle, but it's going to be giving one team more confidence over the other. And we've seen how that can start snowballing for some of these teams when they have a good couple fights or a really strong game, how that kind of then bleeds into every other day and every other match. And if Frag Machines just starts becoming that dominant force consistently over Headquarters, it could be curtains for Headquarters.
I mean, I thought Headquarters actually should have won that fight, because I think it was I87 who was trying to thirst someone for Frag Machines. He was peeking out of a window, as like Environment Camera talking about, and he gets knocked because of that thirst instead of playing a little bit more safe and playing with his team. But you know what, who also thirsted in that last game is my boy 7 here. As we take a look at our talent predictions to see how many points he accumulated from that last match. 29. You and Enviram both coming up big. Only 5 for me, Glitter only 4, and Cameron only on 5 as well. A little bit of a rough game for us, but hey, you got the win. You got yourself a chicken dinner.
Oh,
Oh, what's up?
Not only do I want to go ahead and say that I picked the winner, but you're not able to see it there. Shout out to my boy Mustache Dave. He also picked Loops Esports for the last one. So a lot of people just kind of expected Loops to finally wake up, and it's good to see them doing so and taking advantage that they don't really have to worry about Cloud9 and Vikendi anymore.
Well, I mean, Dave was pulling Frag Machines or headquarters because remember he hit the double down. You know, if Cloud9 get the chicken dinner in the last match, he gets 0 points. Otherwise, he gets 0. So, yeah, I don't think he's going to have a chance to get anything other than last place here. But let's take a look at the overall standings now and see how everything has maybe shaken up from that last game. You can see Loop still closing in on that gap here up against Cloud9. But realistically, Glitter, I see no world where Loops doesn't pass Cloud9 and take that first place position away.
No, especially if Loops is able to really start kind of getting into their typical play style, if you will, where we see them just getting tons of kills and making these aggressive pushes onto these other teams. There's no reason that Cloud9 doesn't start dropping down those overall ranks, which will definitely hurt to watch that for them. That's going to be super upsetting. And then moving on down the list, we actually see Wildcard jumping back up over Tempo. I feel like we're going to be watching these two kind of battle it out for that position for quite a while today on the first day here. And then Unique actually also jumping up a little bit. But like you said, Jason, B4 is steadily holding on to that top 7 spot and is yet to get a chicken dinner. So if they manage to do so, I am concerned for some of these other teams.
What's crazy to me also, if you look at Frag Machines, I think it was SWAT 69 last Super Weekend. They had 13 points at the end of the first day, and they've already able to clear 17 here on their first 2 matches. If they continue this pace, maybe they could catch up UDR Killers, but unfortunately, headquarters, we need to see something change up for them because 4 points in 2 matches is not going to be enough to catch up and close that lead between them and our 16th place team. But either way, you guys at home who've been watching the show and have been playing PUBG Mobile, there is a new Royale Pass Season 14 out. If you haven't checked it out just yet, you're in luck. I'm going to show it to you another time here so you can see what you're potentially missing out on. Well, if you guys haven't picked that up now, make sure you do it right away. You're not going to want to miss out on all the fantastic things you can get within that pass. And now we're about to move our eyes and our attention over towards another game coming up here, our 3rd match of the day. It's going to be over on Miramar. Things are going to be heating up here on the server. And I do wonder who's going to take themselves a chicken dinner. One thing I did want to mention, guys, is that football is 2 matches now, as you saw in 3rd place. I think they've gotten like 6 points? Or they have 1 point in the first game and then 3 points in the last, 3 points in the last game, 4 points. This team, if they want to take second, the thing is, there is a realistic world where they don't catch up to Cloud9 and they stay 3rd, or potentially drop lower if other teams pass them.
I'm so happy you mentioned that because when I was seeing that first leaderboard page, all I kept thinking about was just how bad Footballers is performing so far today and how good some of the other teams that are kind of under them are performing. Temple Storm is right there, Wildcard Gaming is right there, and on top of that you have Pittsburgh Knights that's been able to go ahead and put up some points on the board as well. If this keeps going for Footballers, they're gonna have to start worrying about those teams maybe passing them, and them, their eyes are not pretty much on Cloud9 right now. They're gonna be just on the back looking out at what Pittsburgh Knights, Wildcard Gaming, and Temple Storm are gonna do.
Yeah, well, hopefully they can recover from this is what I will say, because that could be costing them a lot of money as well. Let's actually take a look at a brand new shiny graphic we have here to talk about our map damage scores that we've been seeing across all of this here between B4, Footballers, and Dream Eaters. We go into Miramar, and well, it's pretty even, at least between B4 and Footballers, but Dream Eaters, who did have, 2 chicken dinners in back-to-back days on this map, only 11k damage done, but B4 really showing that they're a team to mess with, to contend with here when we get to Miramar.
And I think this is one we've been expecting here, right, Glitter? We always tend to pick B4 for Miramar, and it's for a reason. They just perform so well here in comparison to Dream Eaters. And to kind of give you some insight too, those Dream Eater stats, and I think the first 2 wins, if I'm not mistaken, that was on the first Super Weekend. And then after that, they just haven't really performed to what we expect them to. Now, Football is one team that I'm actually surprised they don't have a win yet in Miramar, Glitter.
No, that's because B4 is going to be taking that win, 7, okay?
Hey.
I like seeing the concrete numbers just showing how strong B4 is on this map.
Not
it
happening.
makes me very happy going into predictions.
Not
I
happening
love those
today.
stats, by the way.
I don't think it's going to happen, Glitter. If you're so confident, let's get your prediction. Let's get it written down in paper and here on the show. Who's the team that's taking match 3?
It's set in stone. It's gonna be B4 all day
Hell yeah.
on this
Wait,
map.
wait.
This is their
This is what?
What?
this is their bread and butter. Okay, they're confident. They play this map very well, and the numbers just illustrated how strong they are on this map. So I feel good
Well,
about.
as you said, it is bread and butter. It's not gluten-free bread. So maybe you're not going to like this one. 7 going into this match. That's a little inside joke. What's the prediction?
My prediction is gonna go to B4 as well, man. Usually I would pick B4 for Sanhok because going back to an interview that we did with them, they were like, oh yeah, Sanhok is our best map, this is our favorite map. Well, guess what? You're not really performing so well in Sanhok, but you are performing really well in Miramar. So I'm gonna go with what the data says, and I'm picking B4.
Okay. All right. Well, I have to spoil the unity we have here on the desk. I actually going to be going, I changed it 3 times. I went B4 at first, and I was like, nah. Glitter and 7 are pick B4, and I want to be different. And then I went with Dream Meters, and then I saw their first 2 matches, and then I was like, yeah, no, not happening. So I'm actually going to go over to Team Queso, a team I haven't predicted in such a long time, but I have some high hopes. They've been playing a lot better today. Right?
Bro, you flip-flop more than LeBron James fans. Jeez, you need to stick with just one team.
We all know who the GOAT is. That's always going to be MJ. We'll check with you guys when we're done with our 3rd match here. And we'll talk a little bit more about MJ as well and how he'd be slam dunking all over these guys here in PUBG Mobile. You guys at home, you still have some chances to be lucky. If you are watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you can get a limited time outfit within our lucky draw. So make sure you guys are doing that. Also watching on YouTube and of course on Twitch as well. And beyond that, you guys can obviously get involved with the show here by tweeting to us at esportspubgm with the hashtag PMWL. You can tweet about how my outfit looks absolutely terrible today. Maybe you can tweet about how 7's predictions are wrong, or maybe you just want to ask us why I said it's not gluten-free bread. We can answer those for you guys if you do tag us all 3 into this one. Let's bring in our commentators though for our next match. Cameron Davis and Enviram will join us for a 3rd and final time today. Enviram, what's up?
Hello. Look, man. I don't know what you're talking about the outfit. I think the length of those jeans is perfect.
It
I
is
don't know what you're
definitely
saying.
short.
Don't sell
I did
yourself
not
short.
realize it when I tried them on at the mall.
I think you're fine. I think you're look because like we could be wearing shorts. You're up there. You have to look spiffy and put.
I will be
together all
happy
day,
if
every
you're at a
day.
minimum wearing shorts. To be honest, let's talk
Should have
about.
worn shorts. It's too hot in here. I'm being honest.
You have air
Sweatpants were a
conditioning. You're in
mistake.
Canada. How does it get hot in Canada? That's not a thing.
I am in LA, man. It is
You're in LA.
hot.
Oh, you're just
I am
Canadian.
from
LA.
Canada. Big
Okay.
difference.
Definitely understand that one. All right, so as we look forward now into our 3rd match, we've had Dream Eaters really start to fall apart. Footballist, this team that they had over 100 points the first day. What's up?
They always start slow. We can't count them out yet, dude. They always start slow.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm just saying. I have them picked for my last game of the day. I'll preempt all the predictions now. I have Footballist picked to win in our final Erangel, so we'll see if they are able to rally over the course of the day. You can't count any team yet, dude. Like, this has been so volatile. All these teams are fighting. Nobody is out.
But Cloud9's not here, and that was the team to soak up so many points, and yet we haven't seen that Footballist. We haven't seen anyone step up within the shoes that were missing from Cloud9 and be like, hey, we're the new #1 team.
Well, you're not just looking at 2 games, you're also looking at a game that is a extreme version of an already extreme military island circle on Erangel, and then you're seeing a city finish, which has chaos, a different type of chaos, but chaos in its own right. Those are the 2 games that you really, it's hard enough to look at that and use that as a benchmark. Like 2 of those in a row, I don't think we're going to know exactly what's going to happen.
I mean, you have a good point. We forgot to mention the 3rd Super Weekend's actually going to be played on hard mode. We forgot to actually tell you that in the settings. No, let's get into our predictions here. And Viram, I'm going to have you go first this time as we move into match 3. You're talking about footballs at the end of the day, but who are you talking about midday?
You showed that lovely graphic earlier talking about how well different teams are performing on said map, which is Miramar. And I'm going to go with the crowd on B4. With B4, the last time I picked them here, they did quite well for me. I believe I actually picked up a chicken dinner here.
You have like 7
days ago.
How do you even remember them all?
8 now.
Oh my.
8 now. With this last Loops game. Sorry, yeah, B4 Esports, they're always consistent. I feel like Miramar will be a good palate cleanser for all of us.
I mean, he brags about having 8, but he's also like in the middle of the pack in points. That's
weird.
I didn't hear that, guys. Cameron, who's your choice?
I'm also going to go B4. When you're looking at Miramar, we already saw the graphic. It's Football is B4 and Dream Meters. Dream Meters are way too consistent in general, not to mention the first 2 games that we've seen. And then I already picked Footballist, so B4 is my only option left.
Well, we'll see if B4 can get their first chicken dinner here of their Super Weekend, of the entire Super Weekends all combined. Gentlemen, take us into our 3rd match.
Thank you so much, Jason. I talked about it, Cameron, the idea that Miramar hopefully can be a bit of a reset from the chaos of game 1 and 2. Talk to us a little bit about like Miramar as a map and why it gives teams more options, especially when it comes to sort of these mid games, and why there tend to be at least a little bit less chaotic.
I mean, it ultimately comes down to the size. It's larger than Erangel, it's larger than Vikendi, and then it's also the fact that the compounds are more spread out compared to Vikendi. It just gives you so many more options. It's so much easier to play around natural terrain, what I call soft cover, even though you can't shoot through it, so it's not, it's not the same definition of soft cover as other games. But I call like natural terrain soft cover, and then a compound hard cover, because just the walls and the lines of sight are a lot more evenly defined and a lot more closed in. You can play around soft terrain a lot more as an individual, as a team, as a player, than you can when it's open field with scattered compounds, just because you're able to block lines of sight with rotations and the information that you can see and also give away. So that's all ultimately the biggest difference, and just there's no river that's cutting in between. There's no 2 islands. Okay. I was gonna say there is a reality. There is a reality that we see some extreme circles on Miramar. There is the East Islands, and then there is the Prison Island on the southwest. But no, we're staying even. Even though it is a southeast circle, there is a little bit of water. Unless we see hard shifts towards the south or the east, it's going to be pretty straightforward.
Yeah, comparatively. And I think that's a great point to make. It's just, how just the sheer size and the scale of the map and how important vehicles are. And obviously rotations are important on every single map, but they're so important here to not fall behind. You have those additional options like you mentioned, and I think teams are going to be certainly looking to play around this. And I think slow it down quite a bit more in Miramar, because Miramar, just because you have such a bigger distance, gap to close, unless you're fighting in a city, you really have to be very calculated about the fights that you take. Bandar, once again, the first player involved in a fight to start the day. Oh, and he actually finds the shot through the window. Oh my goodness, that was actually a beautiful trace under Abdini. Kunita Power to start this off. Okay, going down. Let's see if he can confirm the kill.
Hey, remember, the last time Kunita Power lost to the first player of the game, they won the game. So who knows? Maybe this was an intentional decision by Kunita Power to sacrifice a member up to the blood gods.
Blood for the blood god.
Not likely. It's going to be a secure kill. Kunita Power, I think they looted around this area pretty evenly. It's HQ that I was more curious about, once again being in a bit of an early game scuffle. They haven't had the greatest of successes on Erangel and Vikendi so far. But at least it's a single kill. That is, if they can confirm Rob. I think Rob was able to crawl into a position.
Did they lose Rob?
Yeah, I don't think Bandar is comfortable leaving that building just in case there is someone like Gonzo's position, but Jammaz is here for the counterflank.
And I want to point out something very interesting now that Axer is coming in, supporting this push from Kunita Power. Someone in chat made a very interesting point that I talked about, the idea that KP set the new record for lowest kill game, but they also have the record for highest kill win. They've done it all. I think it was a 19 kill chicken dinner and a 2 kill chicken dinner. Kunita Power has been a little bit all over the place, but I can't believe it. I actually think that Axer's gonna be able to...
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that was close.
And Bandar's also on the flank now that Jamma spotted out where the revive was happening. I like Axer. Oh, yep, there it is. Finds the angle. I like him moving the bus to block the line of sight to try and get the revive, but ultimately took way too long for the revive to happen. And that's actually now 2 knocks against Konina Power, if I am not mistaken. Yeah, so just Tixie and Gonzo left to retreat. It was a good initial play, but Jamma's there with the counter. Gonzo punching the air out of frustration.
Yeah, that was big. I kind of wish that maybe Gonzo had sort of ponied up a little bit. He had the angle that potentially could have contest Jamma's there with those two teammates down. I think if you're Konina Power, that's just a tough decision because you're basically faced with, okay, we totally bail, we grab our vehicles, we go, we reset. They had a vehicle, they just sent it in. Or we go and do what we just did and we try and revive our teammate. Problem is they didn't fully commit enough, I think, to trying to get the res onto Rob, which means that they just, not only did they lose their vehicle, they lost 2 players. So whatever early game they had is now in shambles. They should have gone in on one of the 2 decisions, but instead they kind of just sat in the middle and didn't fully commit either way.
I ultimately think they just didn't expect the high ground flank from HQ. Once the first initial player backed off, once Bandar backed off, maybe they just expected a full disengagement. But no, Jamma's up here. Great angle while Bandar was able to run around. Not only pick up a little bit of loot, but find a secondary angle like this one. Really good play coming out from them. And Gonzo ultimately, he actually should have had an angle onto Bandar here. Maybe looking the wrong direction for a quick moment. I think that's the reason why Gonzo didn't move those, because he was so stuck in on trying to keep Bandar from finding that secondary angle. Didn't work out. Could have been a mistake. Could have been timing issues. But either way, Konina Power losing 2. As inconsistent as ever.
Consistently inconsistent, as they say in the biz. It's Pittsburgh Knights now rotating along the coast. I believe it's Team Unique up there, frozen. Yep, unable to land a single shot onto J7. The vehicle is in shambles. J7, of course, going to take that down. Wouldn't actually mind him taking out a couple of these tires as well. Okay. To help reduce the angles, as Annalise is able to find the shot from the flank. That was a nice little thought process there from J7, creating this bit of mobile cover, but this is a bear trap. I mean, you go in and the jaws just close in. There was nowhere to go. They held this beautiful, Unique's position here. That's disgustingly good. That is so good.
And you can't even knock the Knights' rotation plan. They tried to take the low side so as they wouldn't get spotted from up on the actual road itself, but I don't know if Unique put themselves in this position specifically to counter out the Knights or anyone coming from the north side, but either way it works out. They get themselves, it's only 1 kill, but it also pushes the Knights away, and that could end up domino effect of a chaos that they can continue to capitalize upon because Nova are also coming in.
Yeah, and this is a potential pinch. Nova do this a lot, though. They go on these really long rotations. They're all spread out. But a team that's not spread out right now, it is HQ fighting. Well, actually, they're a little bit spread out. It's fighting up against Team Queso, who are all clumped up together. Jamaz, oh boy, went in to try and scout this compound on his own here. And now, Mystic with the nade. Can't quite find it. Back and forth. Happy feet. Serpentine. Got to try and stay alive. Nobody is nearby for him, but he's been able to draw them out so well that the rest of the team can find the angles. Look at them up on this ridge. They have this big angle onto Team K, so they've done enough damage to force them back and save their teammate. Actually get him out of that. That was a great hold. HQ! Where was this HQ in week number 1?
I mean, we still haven't seen them, either game number 1 or 2. They like to take these fights, and so far they've been a little less successful, but they shifted into a different gear, at least for now. It's not a full commitment onto Queso, but it's definitely a good play to get Jamaz out of trouble. Problem is, he doesn't have a vehicle. He lost that truck. It's still burning onto the right side of the screen, and he's having to move on foot, hoping that the line of sight stays broken. Wait, that's ID7. No, this is a surround. They actually do want to take this engagement.
Oh my goodness.
Axel calls it.
Axel. Who flanks the flanker? It is Axel there once again. We saw Axel doing this in this last game. They fought off Footballists. They fought off, I can't even remember who the second team was that they ended up taking down. It was B4 as well. And Axel on the flank is now actually getting punished himself, but the damage has already been done. ID7 going down for HQ. That's a disaster. And the headshot from Ayala. Bandar goes down, and that's the opening I think the Team Queso needs to maybe look for a send of their own.
Ooh, I don't know about that. They're in a compound. They're going to wait to see if they can't catch HQ out. It's already going to be a reposition to get the revive onto Bandar. But Jamaz, does Queso know that Jamaz is still in close position to them because of that vehicle situation? The circle shift is going to be towards the southeast. It's not going to put this engagement into question. but a couple of the teams still have to continue to move in. UDR Killers and B4 on the southwest side going to be coming in from the south. And then there's still that standoff in the northeast between Unique and the Knights.
Yeah, that's really one of my other places that I want to keep an eye on for sure, is that battle between Pittsburgh Knights and Team Unique. Wouldn't be surprised if Team Unique actually just backs up and just resets where the fight is happening, just further into the circle. Just right outside, like just sort of southeast of Minas Gerais. I think would be a decent spot for them. That's exactly what we're going to see them do. It's a really nice play there from Team Unique. They're going to just reset the fight, but keep it on their own terms. Keep them playing gatekeeper on the circles. Now we check in once again with Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm, who their close quarters fighting, when they're all able to play together, is so impressive. But they haven't traditionally done as well in these longer, sort of drawn-out sight lines, these different fights. So Cameron, we'll see if they're going to be able to switch that up a bit today.
We'll see. There seems to be making their way into Los Leones. It's an interesting decision for it being only phase 2. Are they just going to continue to hold this northern side? I'm not so confident in that decision, but either way, they're going to be fighting against Umbra because ProLord is here waiting.
The speed at which these players can ADS and shoot sometimes mind boggles me. The fact they're doing what they're like crazy to watch. The fact that these guys are playing on phones is mind boggling to me, watching them move sometimes. And it's moments like that. But you talked about it. This is a very early time to commit to a Los Leones fight because we know these can get long, drawn out, messy, sloppy. It's a great way to have your team caught out for so long that you just eventually die to the blue and are forced to shift in a bad position.
Spec here, he does get an initial knock against PRZ, and he seems to know where Halls is. A good nade. It's not going to land, but it's going to put pressure on Halls anyway. How is Halls going to retreat off of this? Or is he going to retreat? He's going to wrap around trying to find a separate angle. Who really knows? Because it's now onto Umbra to try and turn things back into their favor. ProLord is still up here, close and personal, but look on the minimap. Look how surrounded he is getting. He's inside a completely different building from Rain, but we know how aggressive Rain likes to be. Trying to peek in through the window, doesn't spot anything. I think he was just moments away from death, but this spot, he seems to know what's up. The door to open to get the bait, and also baiting out the shots, reclosing the door to save AC, but Rain's still gonna get the kill in the end.
Yeah, and I love that play from Rain, playing those angles perfectly while also simultaneously waiting for his teammate to come push in and help him out. Rain put himself in a win-win situation there, playing the angles with TPP, juggling the wall, juggling the angle, and then, of course, waiting for, I believe it was Spec to come in from the flank. They were going to pinch him no matter what. That was, well, exactly what I was talking about. When you get Tempo Storm in these close-range situations where they're able to just play their game, they look like that, and I can't wait to see more of that from them in this last Super Weekend.
Gala also picking up a good kill, starting kill for themselves. And Footballists, again, a game that doesn't start off the best for them, losing a player. The other members are on the north side, just to the north of Los Leones, on the rock face once you leave the buildings. And how are they going to regroup is, well, it's a question for a number of these teams because the phase is about to shift into phase 3, into third gear. Are we going towards Los Leones or are we going away? Ooh, it's a hard shift away towards the south by southwest. And there is almost no city left in this circle. B4 in such a great position. UDR Killers with a priority position to get into a really good position. And the terrain here is rough. Yep. It is so jagged. It is so, well, rough, physically rough as well, that it is you can find all these little nooks and crannies.
I was thinking the exact same thing. And it's funny, my eyes were naturally drawn to this bottom southwest corner. I said, where's this next circle going to be? I was like, well, it would be cool if it was around here because it's wide open. It's going to cause a lot of these rotations. Every single team that played north, and even the teams that are in the circle right now, are going to fight as Dadine and Loops are pushing in B4. I think we're actually considering repositioning, and they've backed themselves out. They're going to try and keep their vehicles safe. Oh, they gave up that compound and let Loops take up the hill. They let Loops cross that for free. Oh, no. I don't know.
I just don't think that they're in a position to take that fight confidently. And I don't mind the idea to come back and just hold all 4 members in that huge warehouse. It's difficult to hold with fewer members. But Loops, they have their eyes set on completely different players. Cat going out. That vehicle went up instantly. And that's the power of multiple guns firing at the same target.
I remember, the concept of team shooting is not unique to PUBG Mobile by any means. But when it happens in PUBG, I think they lost one member early, then Cat, and then G-Fan after he rotated in. I think Team Queso heard all of the commotion, and they were the ones there to help clean that up. Team Queso have been getting a lot more involved in the action, and I like to see that from them because they're one of these teams that's sort of on the cusp of greatness and needing to get more of those kill points to help shoot them up towards the top of the leaderboards. Cardio.
Oh, Maxon! Only gets a single point, only gets a single tag on that spray, and now Loops are aware that B4 aren't just next to them, but ready to take a fight, and so they can't tunnel vision on the vulnerable, very vulnerable teams on the north and the east of them. You already saw them get another kill against Unique, who, as you recall, were on the northeast part of the previous phase.
I cannot stress how important not getting that knock was. Yeah, there's not a huge chance that they confirm that kill where he was in the doorway unless they could have got him earlier. But the way Loops was moving suggests to me they did not know B4 was there.
Ooh.
And now that the goose is up, you know, the goose is cooked. What's the expression? The jig is up.
I don't know. The jig is up.
There's the one. The jig is up. They know B4 is there now. I'm not sure how much of a difference it's going to make because B4 have the edge of the circle. Loops might have to rotate down south, but Unique is going to be there to, again, continue to play gatekeep. They eventually did let Pittsburgh Knights in. And now they're taking shots at frag machines. So I cannot believe PK survived as well as they did despite losing that first player so early. They've just been playing cat and mouse with Unique this entire time.
Frag also, not an engagement, but a rotation on this side, and Lubes are trying to punish every single vehicle in the area, but they can't really find the line of sight. In fact, that bit of damage, that was running against a rock, I think, just judging the way that the car stopped. But Loops, they can't find the angle, and now they need to find their own way into the circle. B4 left immediately, and look at their position on this east side. Highest ground in their immediate area, overlooking everyone. However, it's soft cover, not hard cover. Will the vulnerability be against them as well? Freak already gets a little bit of damage, but doesn't find a knock.
That was huge, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's the exact same situation that B4 just did with Loops. They took the shots, they gave themselves away, but they didn't confirm the down. And now B4 knows another party. Player 3 has entered the game. It is Frag Machines. And they are still continuing to fight with Pittsburgh Knights. They are continuing to start the work that Unique, finish the work that Unique started. But now B4 finally getting a little bit of revenge onto Loops, but the position they put themselves in, they're going to be taking fights on all sides. But if they can play this smart, if they can play with the buddy system, they're going to be in a pretty good spot.
Levi, they got that first initial knock against a member of Loops. The grenade is not going to follow up. And I just worry now. That building, B4 might have to put too much resources of their attention towards that area and give Frag Machines an opportunity to climb up that hill, as well as, well, whatever remains of the Unites and perhaps Unique, but I think Unique have rotated away. More grenades come out from both sides. Kayowski doesn't overextend himself with that, but it seemed to be a good throw, doesn't get a knock.
Ooh, very, very close onto Levi, but I'm looking at Tempo Storm, I'm looking at Kunina Power, all these teams that could potentially come in, they have to push up, and they're finally, the grenade from Mixera confirms the kill onto Dadin Bacarillo. He's putting himself in an interesting position, pushing outside of the compound, trying to leverage an additional angle, but Pedro and Mixera are looking to potentially counter that. But I think you're right, Cameron. They need to not tunnel vision here. There are so many teams around them. The second they spend an instant too long looking at Loops Esports, someone will absolutely shoot them in the back.
Blue is pushing in Frag Machines. You can see them on the minimap. It could be big, but also Tempo Storm coming up the side. I didn't know if they'd be close enough and they have the angle, but actually they're getting taken out, and B4 running away, and this gives Carrillo an opportunity with that close position that he was holding to toss some more grenades in. Pedro takes only a little bit of damage.
Oh, and this is what I was worried about. Now B4 have spread themselves out a lot. Ooh, almost able to, actually, they were able to get the kill. They're almost downing HH24 in the process, but if you're B4 right now, if you're a fan of B4, you need to hope that they can continue to cluster together because they've been taking so many fights. The sound is a beacon. Everybody around them knows where they're at, and now they might actually start to get themselves a bit pinned down as everybody is looking their way, and Maxon is out on an island a little bit.
Shift goes away from them. And I want to think that this sort of alleviates the pressure from them a little bit, because a number of teams like Tempo Storm and the other ones on the west, well, now they're going to continue to push west, while Wildcard, they push themselves into another early grave, going out in 13th. Dream Eaters still alive. A much better start for them so far, and they have a good position for the circle, but Vindex, not the last remaining for Umbra, but he's the only one in the immediate area. I think Halls is all the way down on the south coast, just trying to stay alive.
Oh, Vindex. Oh, he had nowhere to go. I think they ended up, Yala actually ends up stealing that kill away from Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters, of course, who traditionally do so well here on Miramar. But we are seeing B4 trying to reposition. They're actually using the vehicles to get themselves back together. I like this decision from them. Not only do they keep the utility of the vehicles in hand, but they're making sure they're not biting off more than they can chew, trying to take fights with Loops and Tempo at the same time. However, because they have now given up the space on Loops, you talk about the idea of backfilling, Cameron. Loops can do that to them.
Loops can actually stab them in the back. That is, if B4 don't open up, don't use this crowbar to sort of open up the locked door that is Tempo Storm. So it is Gonzo from that distance, giving a little bit of help to B4 by taking out more members of Loops. Grenades roll past HH24. And I don't know if they know that he's there. I wasn't.
They're going to know now.
Yeah, they definitely. Oh, or will they? He peeks out, but he does get knocked immediately. Doesn't really deal enough damage to make that position worth it, I feel. And now Tensa and Rain got to be holding the line, but all the smokes that are in play.
Yeah, Pedro's pushing up with the additional vehicle. HH24 does get the scouting intel, but he does go down, trades out 1-for-1, which creates a little bit of time and space. HH24 is going to get thirsted. They do get the res onto Max, and they're pushing themselves into this little gully. They've got the smokes as well to try and limit the lines of fire, but Rain and Tensa have a great angle, and now the health bars of B4 are slowly starting to go down. I talked about it earlier. Tempo Storm in these close range combats do so much work. Rain with the M4 just keeps on chugging, going right on through the smoke, but can he find the shots? As Loops are going to come in on the flank as well. Max needs to be careful to get himself back to full HP, but no! Tempo Storm just shut it right on down with Loops in the back to continue to keep up the pressure. B4 is out in 9th place. Football is to follow.
The confidence that B4 must have had to even choose to take that fight, because there were rotation paths ahead of them to get into the circle and not having to push into a compound. But they felt confident. They want to take that fight. Tempo Storm, you can't count them out, despite having only 2 players up, and they're not done. Loops, they did one of those rotations, allowed them to get inside, but unfortunately, that rotation puts them in between Tempo and Udi, our killers. So, it's all about what fight you want to take, because you're going to have to fight eventually.
Pick your poison, as they say. Pick your poison. Who do you want to give your points to, or who do you want to take your points from? That's the question. As Sandro looking to try and confirm the kill on the Carrillo, he picked up with the down, he picked up with that grenade. But Tempo Storm, I complimented them earlier. I said they have a specific set of skills, Cameron, that make it impossible for people like you, I'm looking at you, B4 Esports, to push in those close range fights. And we've seen it there. No amount of utility, no amount of send will keep you safe, as Tempo Storm able to take that essentially 2v4, which was really solid.
So they're on a similar situation that they had to push, and it's going to be through Yala. Marco inside the building. Shots coming out from both sides. The reload is called, and Marco's going to go down, but immediately traded out by Axial, who gets traded in return. It's all back and forth. And Anas off the side angle.
I cannot believe Ayala is still alive, Cameron. The one member on the outside, Mystic goes down. Hang on a second. Anas is just going off. The last member of Yala. What?
That's it.
Takes him down. I cannot believe it. Zana, Anas, together, they just took them all out. Anas, the last man standing on the flank, just won like 3 gunfights back to back.
With almost very, very low health at the end of things, but does he have enough time to get his teammates revived, because they still have to push into the circle, into the next phase. And Dream Eaters heard this fight this entire time, and they are ready to punish. They are ready to capitalize on the wounded Yala. Anas trying to send it in, but he gets taken out by Meku.
Oh my goodness. You got to be feeling so good. You got to be feeling so hot. Your heart is pounding after just clutching up that fight. Basically a 2 or 3v1 situation for Anas, only to have Meku immediately put you in the ground. But luckily, because of the work you did, your teammates were able to keep up. They didn't actually get up 0 though. Oh, that's actually huge. I thought he was able to complete the res. Instead, he's prioritizing Zana, who's a little bit further in, but Dream Eaters are now in a great spot, Cameron. The other team we talk about doing so well on Miramar, they always keep their cool. They know how to play the angles. They know how to line up their shots, and they're showing it here again in the last Super Weekend.
Ralph still alive. Rain still alive from the northeast side. Both teams very, very wounded, and Rain waiting for the information from Loops. That is them out in 5th place. Rain is still alive, still keeping the Tempo Dreams alive. Dream Eaters ready to eat that. Of course, once they finish off Yala, who got in 4th place. Dream Eaters, only 4 kills, but they have 3 members up. Their position, though, I question how strong it is, but it's going to be the team members that's what's in their biggest advantage. That's a sentence. Let's just move on. Rain, prepping a grenade, ready to take out Ulysses.
Look, Cameron, I don't blame you for being a little bit flustered. I'm a little bit flustered just watching this game. I can't believe trying to play in it, and somehow Rain is able to keep this up. He did get one down onto Ulysses. He's trying to line himself up a smoke tunnel, but Pocus gonna try and make a little magic happen as Meku actually steals out the kill. Rain cannot be happy about that one, especially considering UDR Killers is still in the game. You didn't even get an additional place. Like, getting your kill stolen, but you get an extra couple placement points for it. Like, you can accept that. But Pocus is still in this, and Dream Eaters still up, involved with 3 members alive, 5 kills to their name, potential 2 more. A 7-kill chicken dinner. Cameron, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, seems pretty good. I honestly don't know what happens to Dream Eaters. Once they hit Miramar, they become a completely different beast. It doesn't matter where on the map that they are, they seem to find at least a little bit of success no matter how badly they perform on the other maps. I'm gonna say it, this is their game to lose. We've seen games like that stolen away, but this is definitely more in their favor than B4's Erangel game earlier today. So it'll be a much bigger shock if they lose this out.
I think the only way I see that happening is if Pocus is able to get it down, and then Rain is able to capitalize. And that's not going to happen. So I think this is very likely just going to be the win here for Dream Eaters. Congrats to Pocus from UDR Killers, staying alive, 4 kills, but he's going to get cleaned up in an instant. That's going to be the winner chicken dinner. Dream Eaters, another win here on Miramar. The Masters of the Desert back at it again, 7 kills to their name, and very happy to be back on the scoreboard here for the Super Weekend. Oh my goodness, 27 points? That's exactly what you need to continue to skyrocket your way up those leaderboards.
Yeah, and it's a very good game for them. We didn't see a lot of that action just because their action was a little less binary in the sense of like, we're on 100%, and then suddenly it's all quiet again. They were just sort of picking off teams throughout that entire match on the west side. And yes, that shift towards in their direction was very helpful, but you see what happens when you give yourself soft terrain, like soft cover to hang out in like they did on the west side compared to the sort of compound heavy, slightly heavier on the east.
Yeah, I think you sort of hit the nail on the head there, Cameron. They don't take these hard fights. They just play around the edges, around the outskirts, picks up kills where they can find them, and they stay alive long enough to get the chicken dinner there in game number 3. Congrats once again to Dream Eaters. Let's send it back over to our analysts, though, to break down game number 3.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, Glitter convinced me to not choose Dream Eaters, and I don't know why I listened to her. I should have stuck with my guns because the guns were blazing for Dream Eaters. They take themselves a chicken dinner. 7, why does Glitter do this to us? She constantly talks us out of picking the teams we want to pick.
I don't know, man. This is like, it's the second time for you, and earlier today, she raised my pick too. I think she's trying to rig it. I think she's
guys are
trying to
really
catch up
good
to our
at
first
placing
place.
blame on other people when you don't do well, huh?
I mean, it's 2 against 1.
Comment.
And clearly the numbers don't lie here. But either way, Dream Eaters, what a great game for them. They had such a really rough first 2 matches of the day, but they come up big here. Let's see how many points they got in total and see how many points other teams got as well according to our standings. And you can see the 27 points for them. But even Tempo Storm here, Glitter, even though they didn't get first place, they didn't get second place, but they still got 9 kills and overtook UDR Killers.
Definitely a huge game for Tempo Storm with those 9 kills. And this is kind of lending itself to what we've seen now quite a few times in the past. You know, they were so consistent. They just hadn't had a stellar performance that was making us talk about them, but they were by no means doing poorly. they finally are able to kind of start getting to the point where we are able to start talking about them, and they're doing so well without even needing that chicken dinner yet. This is very impressive by Tempo. If I'm being totally honest, I can't see anything past that right now.
Hey.
So
well,
as we go to the second pitch here, I'm just gonna go ahead and imagine what's going on. But guess what? My feet's crashing more than headquarters streams are right now.
Well, luckily
they were only able to go ahead and get 2 points.
There's someone here who can see all of the things because he's got a massive forehead and a massive nose. You got Football. It's 9th place with 6 points. Frag Machines do take themselves 6 points, but again, 6 points isn't gonna be enough when UDR Killers got themselves the 18. We see Headquarters in there with 3rd place. Kanina Power, who started off the day strong, unfortunately being knocked out in 14th, only 2 points in total. And Pittsburgh Knights and Nova Esports as well having some rough times here. So not really great games over the teams we've been kind of talking about here for Headquarters and Frag Machines. These are 2 of the teams who are in contention for that 16th place. But if UDR Killers keep performing like this, then I think we have our 16 almost locked in.
I think we do. I think it's safe to say that UDR Killers are going to make it into the league finals, especially with the way they're performing, unless they just start absolutely throwing, which I doubt it, because they're, by the progression that we have seen from that team, every single time they're playing, they're just getting better and better. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just keep putting out great performances this weekend.
Speaking of great performances, let's take a look at Dream Eater's stats here from that last match. 1,400 damage, only 300 healing needed. And of course, they got more kills than knockouts. I mean, a solid game. Actually, to be honest, to be perfectly blunt about it, an exceptional game for them considering the first 2 matches of the day, Glitter.
Yep.
That's true. We talked about how they had struggled. I mean, you even pointed out that they'd struggled the first 2 matches of today. So this is definitely a huge step up for them. But overall, I mean, we've seen them have really strong games, and 1,400 damages, you know, that's at this point, that's kind of like close to the average for just a solid match for a team.
I mean, we also have to remember, when we looked at the map stats for this match, we had B4, we had Footballists, and we had Dream Eaters, and Dream Eaters had 2 chicken dinners. But when they got those first 2 chicken dinners was in the very first Super Weekend on day 1 and day 2. So it's been a long time since they've been able to get themselves some chicken when it comes to Miramar. Let's take a look at our top players as well here. Our top 4 players from the last match. You can see Rain's going to be on there from Tempo Storm. We got Ferrisit coming in for Dream Eaters. Ayala even getting onto there where we had that crucial battle between Queso and Yala Esports, and then Tenza. I think that's why you're saying A, right, Seven?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I'm actually saying it because of the 2 Tempo Storm players, man. So far, Tempo Storm, they have stepped it up. I don't know if maybe they were watching the beginning of the show with us telling them that we expected more out of them, especially with C9 sitting out. Well, guess what? They're doing just that. Rain, I know that's one of Glitter's favorite players right there, being able to get 800 damage with 5 kills.
We're not biased.
Let's
What?
go.
No, we're not. We just have certain players. Hold on, let me go Kalaris high real quick. There you go. But there is some players that do really well, and I'm glad to see Tensa just continue to be in top players.
You don't quite got the ginger hair appeal, unfortunately, to be Kalaris.
As he's probably in chat watching. I got the height.
I mean, you're better looking though, which doesn't seem to be that hard. Ooh. Anyways, take a look at our do highlights from that last match. And it's gonna be a crazy one indeed because we saw how many fights breaking out across the board. And I'm hoping things are okay on your guys' side as you look to break this one down.
Yes, we actually can now, as we saw Headquarters killing some Kanina Power players to start the match.
Is it Gonzo?
Luckily for Kanina Power, it wasn't Gonzo. It was not Gonzo. I think Glitter was not able to go ahead and jinx him there for every single match today. But then Axel, another player from Team Queso, and I know Team Queso, Jason, was one of the teams that you were picking here after flip-flopping back and forth so many times. They were able to go in and have a player there as a top player, and I think it's good for that team. Remember, they have great performance in league play, and it's something that I'm going to go ahead and see out of them this weekend. Can they go ahead and continue to have a great performance as we are going to the league finals very soon? And then we're seeing some more fights here between Yala Esports. I think Yala Esports has become more than just a gatekeeper for me. Yala Esports has been very consistent today, especially in regards to just being able to acquire some kills. Usually we see them only acquiring 8 kills. Well, guess what? This last match, they were able to get 8 kills, Glitter.
Oh, absolutely. And this is now, you know, the second strong game in a row for Yala that they've had where we've seen them pick up their consistency, pick up their aggression, because they started off very slowly at the beginning of the league. But I don't know what they've, you know, changed about their squad, but it is definitely working for them because, like you said, they're no longer a bottom place team. They're no longer even just a gatekeeper team. They are fully sitting on the top end of these standings a lot of the times, and it's well deserved on their end. And then we're jumping on board with B4 actually here, and these were some of these fights that they were taking. They had started originally taking an engagement with Loops, and I think they were trying to take Loops out of the lobby early and just stayed on there for way too long, and Tempo was able to come up on the side and start putting a ton of damage into B4, and it did not work out in their favor in the long run. I mean, we had picked them 7. I know that I was kind of bummed about this fight when it happened.
Yeah, we were pretty bummed about this fight. And to be honest, one of the engagements there that actually surprised me was seeing a player in HH24 lose those close quarter fights, because something that I've heard before from that team is that HH24 from Tempo Storm is actually one of the best players for close quarter from that team as well. So it was very interesting to see him kind of get knocked there. But UDR Killers, what can we say about them? I mean, they have been so much more aggressive. They have been consistent in regards to placement. They have also been now consistent in regards to kills as well. And it's just something I love seeing from this team. They're not afraid to take a fight. If we go back and watch maybe the first week of actual play of this tournament, you would see that UDR Killers would not go ahead and try to take those fights. So not sure exactly what happened there with that team, but I'm just loving the improvement that we're seeing out of them. And then we're seeing as well why Rain was able to get so much damage. That man played that Snake right there, and it's so hard to play Snake, honestly, in Miramar, but he played that so well, and it's good to see not only Spec, not only Tensa playing well, not only HH24, but all of the team, all of the players there from Tempo Storm just starting to step it up. It's starting to become this scary team that we know that they can be.
Yeah, and again, we've had even players like Cloud9 talk about how good of a team they are, and that's actually going to lead us into our total damage from that last match and see where everyone ranks up against each other, because I'm imagining Tempo's going to be quite high up there considering what they did actually have in terms of kills. Let's take a look here on your screen in just a second. And, well, we are going to see them as number 1. And, well, not a clear number 1 necessarily. You got to give credit to Dream Eaters. Like, again, they've had very lackluster first 2 matches, but to be able to bounce back that drastically into the 3rd game of the day is really nice to see.
Yeah, this is definitely kind of proving that this is a map that they're incredibly comfortable on, as they have managed to be so consistent across the board, specifically on this one map. We even saw those solid stats about them on this map before we went into the match. But looking down the list, Jason, even your pick Queso put out a ton of damage, almost matching Dream Eater's damage, who came in first place. So like you said, Queso's becoming way more consistent. We see Yal up here with 8 kills and almost 1,300 damage himself. 7, I don't know about you, but I'm kind of surprised by PK there on that list.
Yes, I am too. Remember, in the last Miramar that we saw of league play during week 3 was Pittsburgh Knights being utterly aggressive. We even heard the comms from J7 saying, hey, it's Cloud9, attack them, just go for it. And not sure exactly what happened here. Maybe they were just playing a little bit more passive. Maybe they were trying a different strategy. Keep in mind, Pittsburgh Knights is one team that is already pretty much guaranteed to make it to the league finals. So this could be the time, the first day of the last Super Weekend. Maybe try out some different stuff that you haven't tried out before on other maps that you maybe didn't do so well in the past.
I mean, that's something we talked about with them, right? With obviously bringing Jagger back into the mix. Will they potentially just try to work on their synergy, go into the Super Weekends, and then try to bring it all out when it comes to league play for that $100,000 prize? But another team, another player in particular, who are trying to go for that 100K themselves is going to be UDR Killers, trying to make sure they are into the league finals. We have Pocus going to be joining us here for a quick interview, and honestly, we could probably spend about half an hour talking to him here. But first of all, just got to make sure, Pocus, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. So I'm just going to come out the gate swinging pretty hard on you guys right off the bat. I'm probably going to take one of these guys' questions. Second week of league play, you missed qualifying by 1 point. How did that affect you and your team?
That affect well, because we get angry about that, but we just realized that all our mistakes we did, and we didn't give up and just practice like we did, and yeah.
I mean, I think we can all tell you guys definitely practiced, because when you came into week 3 of league play, you destroyed so many teams out there. So obviously, congratulations to make it back in 7. I'm going to throw it over to you for a question.
Thank you.
Good to meet you, Pocus, and I'm actually not surprised of you saying that. I kind of lit a fire and just wanted for you guys to push even more with just being 1 point away to qualifying. Now, the question for me is, we have seen you guys do well so far every single week. Every week you are performing. What do you think has attributed to that? Has your game plan changed, or what do you think has happened here for you guys to just be able to do good every single week?
I think we didn't change our gameplay. Like, we changed a little bit, but we, like, before we played so nervous and didn't trust yourself, and like was playing so scared about the teams, about everything. But now we feel so comfortable. Yeah, we feel like comfortable pushing any teams and not feeling scared. Yeah, just.
Awesome, and I'm actually glad you mentioned that, because it's something we've been talking about, how much more confident you guys seem and how many more fights you guys are willing to take. I actually have one more question before we throw it over to Glitter. Was there a particular fight that kind of gave you guys more confidence? Was it maybe going up against Loops Esports and winning that fight? Or was it just pretty much confidence building through performances?
I would say that maybe the top 2. Like we are in Miramar, like against that boost a lot to our team. And yeah, like the game of Miramar, I think that boost us and feel comfortable and not feel scared anymore.
Awesome. Glitter?
Very nice to meet you, Pocus. I'm just wondering, for you guys now in this final Super Weekend, you technically have 2 teams that are trying to chase down your score. Do you feel any added pressure that there's those teams trying to kind of match you?
I think it's lag here. Nice.
Okay, try one more time, Glitter.
Can you hear me, Pocus?
It's lagging. It's lagging.
A little bit lagging?
Yeah, but it's lagging. It's lagging a lot.
I think we're doing better, but go re-ask it one more time, Glitter.
Okay, just quickly, now that you guys are in the final Super Weekend and we have these 2 teams that are kind of trying to chase your overall point score down, do you feel any added pressure having them in the current group of teams?
We don't feel pressure, to be honest. Like, we feel comfortable, and we just we don't feel pressure for the moment.
Okay, I'm going to ask you one last question, then we'll let you go, obviously, because you want to get ready for your next match. My last question is going to be this. What is your goal in this Super Weekend? Is it to maintain that 16th place so you can get in, or are you guys still trying to grind out for a higher prize earning from this Super Weekend?
The Super Weekend, the main goal will be the top 1 to get the bonus prize. So that's our main goal for the moment.
Okay. Well, Pocus, thank you very much for joining us here on the show, and obviously
Thanks.
wish you guys the best of luck going into the rest of your matches.
Thank you.
I like that.
Thank you.
Instead of going for the safe answer of, I just want to make sure we maintain our 16th place, like, nah, we want the money. We want more money. I love it.
Yeah, and I think that's what it's all about for these players. Listen, this is one of the best opportunities for them to make any money, and I think that's why we always mention Cloud9 by them not being here, because they just lost out on so much. But from teams like UDR Killers, you heard it here. Their confidence are currently at an all-time high, and if they go ahead and continue to keep performing well and put up performances like they have so far, it's going to be amazing what they're going to be able to do here in comparison to what they did in Week 1. This is a very promising team.
Okay, well, on that note, let's take a look at how promising our predictions were in that last match. And I kind of kicking myself that I didn't go for Dream Meters, but I still come out on top, albeit by 4 points. So B4, I mean, it didn't really work out for you guys. It's all good. I mean, to be honest, B4 was a smart pick, but I went with the cheesy IQ play and went with Queso.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
You did great, Jason.
Glitter, can I get a congratulations from you?
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
For picking, a different pick than your standard.
I appreciate that. I haven't heard someone saying they're proud of me in honestly a long time. So thank you very much for that.
Oh, God.
Let's take a look at our overall standings now after that last match has finished. And again, see if anything has changed up here. And, well, indeed we are. We're going to see Tempo Storm and Dream Eaters go up, albeit a couple of ranks.
Yeah, no surprise there. They have been performing so well today. They have had very... going even to the first game, remember, they ended up getting 13 kills. And slowly but surely, football is not having the day we kind of expected them to. Guess what? Tempo Storm is starting to pass people. And if they go ahead and continue this trend, I'm going to keep on repeating it. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we go ahead and end up seeing them towards first or second place at the end of the weekend.
I mean, imagine that would be kind of epic too, especially if they can leapfrog footballists and loops by taking advantage of their games when they're kind of a little bit off. And then moving on to our second page here, we're actually going to be seeing Yala jumping up a little bit in the rankings and Queso going up. And do not forget, guys, every time these teams hop up the standings, they're increasing their chance at higher prize pool, more money, and that's what they're all playing for right now. A lot of these teams are pretty sick. This is it. This is what they're playing for. So we know we're going to see in the finals, but the money, we just heard Poca saying they're playing for that right now. It's not about staying safe against frag machines and headquarters. It's about playing for some extra cash. I love to hear that coming out of the players.
Well, and I think something that he said that I really enjoyed was that he said they're not really feeling any pressure from the other teams. And I think that is so good for them because not having that extra added pressure is going to allow them to maybe take more time and execute those rotations or those tactics that they're currently doing good. And that's why I keep saying this could be a very promising team in the future because right now they're looking pretty good.
Well, they're also 100 points above their next closest opponent. So they start off the day 93 points ahead, and now they're 100 points ahead. So increasing that lead over time as we get into our fourth match of the day. And things are going to be just as hot and just as steamy as we head over to Sanhok here into match 4. I honestly don't know which way this is going to go. I know I have my own personal prediction. I know we've seen Dream Eaters bounce back. We've seen them do really well on Miramar and Sanhok. There's always that potential for them to pull it out again. But as we get into prediction time, I think, should I start things off this time?
You usually do pretty good when you go first, so go for it. Who you got?
You're going to hate me. I'm going B4. I'm going B4. I saved my pick specifically for Sanhok. What's that? Look, 7. What's wrong? I mean, you got a chicken dinner today, so you're feeling pretty full. I'm a little hungry.
Okay. I thought you were going to go with a completely different team.
Who'd you think I was going to go with?
Okay. I don't know. I was looking at the wrong thing here on my head. I'll tell you who I'm going to be going for.
Glitter changed my pick and I didn't notice it?
No,
I think this might be no surprise to you. It's going to go ahead and be Tempo Storm. They've just been having an amazing day so far. And hopefully I don't jinx them, because if I do jinx them, you bet that I'm going to be receiving a message from their team manager saying, you jinxed us again. So Tempo Storm.
And saying, why didn't you wish her happy birthday? Probably in the message. Glitter, what's your pick?
So, I mean, I didn't pick them for Vikendi, and we all know how brawly Sanhok can be, so I am hoping that Loops can have another strong showing here on this map.
I think this is the first time today we've had such a split jury here coming into our predictions.
Yeah. What's up with today? Okay, that's interesting. This is actually going to be a very interesting with Loops because they do land very close to Queso. I want to see if they're going to go ahead and engage. And another one for Loops, kind of on the plus side, is that they're not going to have to worry once again about Cloud9. We saw them fight before with Cloud9 in Sanhok, and they actually, if I remember right, they almost lost that fight. It was just one player that decided to go ahead and back off. So it will be interesting to see what Loops is able to do here.
Well, 7 and Glitter, can you guys make like a tree and leave? Because we got to get the next match ready. I thought it would be fun. I thought they'd laugh, honestly. I was expecting them to go, ha ha ha, a little chuckle. To make it funny, guys, not make me feel really weird now for saying it. You guys at home who are watching, you can not only earn points yourself, you have a chance to win some exclusive rewards if you're within our top 100 viewers in points. So make sure you watch within the game, within the Esports Center. And you guys can still tweet to us at Esports PubGM with the hashtag PMWL, and you can ridicule me for my terrible joke and making them feel awkward. I feel bad about it, and I'm going to talk to them after we do head into our next match. But speaking of that, we have to bring in our commentators for that to happen, and it's probably Hot Jukes. Oh, thank you, man.
Oh, Jason, you kill me, man.
I was going to go the other way. I thought you two were going to make fun of me.
Oh, man, you're hilarious, bro. That was on point.
Hey, Hot Jukes, I like your shirt. Dave, I like your face. Not that I don't like your face, Jukes, but I need to give Dave something.
Thanks.
Okay,
I see how it is.
Thanks. Okay, so let's talk about the storylines we've been mentioning throughout the entirety of today, right? It's the three teams, UDR Killers, Frag Machines, and Headquarters. And I know Dave, he's been a proponent of Headquarters in the past. Going into the Super Weekend now, seeing the performances we've had so far, Dave, looking at this, do you think we will have that 100-point lead captured by one of these teams? Or do you think UDR Killers with their current performance are going to run away with it?
Yeah, I mean, UDR Killers, what they average around 6.8 per game. Frag Machines averaging around 7.7. So if they can just continue to maintain that in the next 12 games, I mean, I know we heard Pocus on the break, but Pocus should be a little worried in my opinion.
Well, I'm worried on that because if it's 6 and 7.7, they're gaining 1 point on them and they're behind by 100. I think they need to go play crazy, Dave. And that's what I'm going to ask you as a follow-up question.
They can do it. They can do it.
Or do you think they're going to play something crazy? Do you think that there's a time for them to say, okay, we just go for it because if we don't, we're not going to qualify?
I mean, it's 12 games. 12 games, they need more than 100 points, so they need at least a chicken dinner a day to even stay afloat. Maybe hot drop some teams, the weaker teams, maybe even hot drop UDR, honestly, or Team Umbra.
All right, that's also a talking point too, Jukes. If you are one of these teams, do you start to hot drop UDR Killers to take them out, to limit the points they have against you so you can close that gap?
I think it's totally possible. At the same time, though, considering where these guys are all sitting in the leaderboards, I don't think that they want to put themselves in any more risk than necessary. Like, I mean, I'd love to see the confidence saying that, hey, you know what, we're not scared of these teams. At the end of the day, I think that we still are yet to see these guys really prove that statement, you know? And I think that a good thing that these guys have going for them is that we're about to go into Sanhok. And I think Sanhok, I've said it 1,000 times, is one of those maps where I think anybody can win it with some major kills if you get the right position and the right setting. So, looking forward to see how it turns out here in match number 4.
Okay, well, let's quickly get some predictions in here. Mr. Mustache Dave himself, who do you got?
I'm going with Football List. I think they could do it.
Okay, and Mr. Hot Jukes, who do you got?
Tempo Storm. I'm going to go with Tempo. I like the way they put in work in the last match, and hopefully they can help me bounce back, because today's been a rough day for me for predictions, but Tempo, come on.
Been a rough day for everyone, but you know what? It's not going to be as rough as we get to hear your beautiful voices bring us match number 4.
Let's go. Here we go. It's a match number 4. Sanhok taking it to the jungle. Let's get it going right now. This is Snake City. The book has been written. And for those of you guys that don't know, Dave, why don't you tell them who is the author of the book of Sanhok?
Author, I think, let me check. I got the book right here. On the back of the book. Okay. Blue Zone.
Blue Zone. Oh. Man, wrote the book from start to finish. And I think that is going to be by far the MVP of this map right here. But man, you know what? It's just, you got to hope the teams that are all playing right now, they need to just have a good conversation with the Blue Zone and say, hey, come on. You know, we need your help on this one, because I think that's the only way to really succeed on a map like this.
They need more than a conversation. They need to wine and dine, you know.
There we go.
You know, definitely talk it up and get it on your side. And looking at the plane, we'll be starting up there, Camp Bravo, finishing down there just north of Tambang. And yeah, I mean, I know that Desk has been talking about this a lot. Cloud9, they're not here. So every single game they're not playing, they're losing money. Not yet. Loops is still in second place. Cloud9 still in first place. But with 12 more games to go, I mean, it's bound to happen.
Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time. I mean, just kind of like from my perspective, looking at it right now, this entire pretty much Super Weekend has changed upside down. With Cloud9 out, not only are you losing one of the most like dominant fragging teams, you're also going to give away a lot of open spots. And I think that right now we're looking at it. We know Cloud9 likes to go to Paradise Resort, and now Frag Machines is taking this location wide open for free. So I love that Frag Machines was really doing their homework. They realized that, hey, guess what? Paradise is wide open. Why don't we go ahead and take it? And I think that is going to be really huge for them. But man, to be honest with you, Dave, looking at the scoreboard now, in my opinion, and you know what? I hate to say it, but I would be shocked to see if Cloud9 is even in the top 5 after the Super Weekend.
Wow, you're gonna put them down after top 5.
I mean, what are you gonna do? There's still 15 matches left to be played. That is so many points that every single one of these teams are gonna be able to get right here. And if all these squads in reality just kind of hit their average amount of points, they should be able to achieve that.
I'm looking real quick at the league play breakdown. First place, 50K, second place 25, third place 12, and then fourth place 9. So that's, I mean, today Cloud9 are okay, but it doesn't matter. Like you said, there's 2 more days to go. They're currently sitting up there with 416 total points. Right behind them, Loops with 402, and Footballist 355. Like, yeah, they're definitely going to be slipping and sliding and losing that money to buy the new slip and slide. And hey, I don't know. You might just
be a tough summer.
It's gonna be a tough summer. Yeah,
yep.
It's
gonna
gonna be a
hot one. Yeah, right there.
You need to get your own dish soap and squirt down the tiles and call that the slip and slide.
And just to give an example, I mean $50,000 compared to how much money that is in not just other mobile tournaments, but just regular tournaments in general. That's insane, and that's just one portion of the prize pool for this tournament. So I mean, to lose out on that, I know it's got to be tough, but I can't honestly wait to see when they come back what we're gonna see from them. I know that they're gonna have all kinds of aggression and everything right now, but first we gotta get past this super weekend, and I think that this is a great opportunity for so many squads to kind of really make it happen here, and with this, with Cloud9 sitting out and you have so many opportunities from rotations, dry pathing, I'm really looking forward to see how these teams pretty much adapt to it. We're almost getting done here with day number 1, but there's still 2 days left to go.
Yeah, they are pissed. They are pissed. And, you made mention Frag Machines dropping in Paradise. Hopefully Frag Machine could kind of, just take the play out of the playbook from Cloud9 and just follow their rotations and maybe their pathing and what they normally do here on Sanhok. That could be interesting, and maybe that'll work out for them because they need it. They need as many points as possible. And, now one of the main stories, who's going to take that 50K? Who's going to take that first place? And I'm looking at Footballist. I mean, last week, the league play, they got 2 chicken dinners, 19 kills for each of those chicken dinners. Talking to the coach told me the team wants first place. So they got the determination, Hot Jukes. They're determined.
I'll tell you what, I think every single one of these teams wants first place. You're going to have to work hard for it, though, and I think that's the reason why, is that every single one of these squads are going to be putting in their just maximum effort here to be able to get it done. And at the same time, I think you're totally right. Footballists, they're down around, almost 50 points. From Loops. There's still a lot of PUBG Mobile left to be played here in the next 2 days, though, and it can go either way. I mean, we could still see teams that are currently ranked in 7th, 6th, possibly still take first place if they have a good enough day right here. So really looking forward to see how these teams now it's time for these teams to clutch it out. This is money time, baby. You got to get it done right now.
I mean, you say 50 points, but they can get a chicken dinner with like 40 points. So, I mean, they got it, dude. They got it. They can do it. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah, we got a lot of storylines. We got the fight for first. We got the fight for that top 16 spot. Because remember, you got to be top 16. That's the main goal. You got to be top 16 to move on into the finals next week.
And that's I think the if you're right now sitting on that in the leaderboard area, and I think that's going to be by far the main storyline right here. You're going to have to put in a ton of work, and I think it's going to be the inverse from what happened to Cloud9. With Cloud9, they had a big target on their back to make sure that I think that teams they didn't make it here into the Super Weekend. As far as for the bottom 16, though, these top squads, they don't really have any incentive to really gun after them. So if you're on the bottom 16 right now, you have to really kind of prove yourself, I think, and you have to play exceptionally well because, to be frank, I think that a lot of these top squads, when they go against one of these bottom 16 teams, they're just going to full send it, and here comes Nova onto headquarters.
Surprise right there. Cat will be getting the first blood. The first blood. I mean, we're 6 minutes into this game. The first blood. All these teams playing really passive here so far. We are only in circle number 1. Headquarters, though, I mean, we've been seeing them pop off here today, always in these early engagements.
Yeah, I think that is their biggest struggle. Them constantly kind of getting caught out, being separate, losing a couple players early on. I think it's that inconsistency is the reason why they are just not having so much success on the leaderboards compared to other teams. Now, when they do have that 4-man squad up and they are firing on all cylinders, they could definitely get it done. At the end of the day, I mean, they're here, right? Just to make it here to the World League West, you have to be one of the top teams on the planet. So if Headquarters can just really dial it in, make these adjustments, especially with a team like Cloud9 sitting out, they just have to do it right now. They just can't wait any longer.
12 games to go. 12 games to go. They need to like dial it in yesterday. And losing one member real early on, that's going to set them back. Looking on around here, Jam taking some shots over there on that Ronnie from Nova. And looks like Nova, they know exactly who they are up against, and they got the determination. They look a little hungry right now. We see them making the pull-up just a little closer. HCL will be spotting out Jam taking some shots.
Risky movement right there. And I think that the reason why is, like I mentioned earlier, you know, and I want to ask you this, Dave, real quick, before I even get into that. If, for example, Nova got that thirst onto a Loops member, do you think that Nova would be this thirsty onto this team?
No. You can't, especially this early on. I mean, there's still 16 teams. You're just going to be risking too much. You're going to be risking too much. And that kind of goes to show you the respect level that some of these teams have, you know, developed over the past couple of weeks for one another. And yeah, you know, headquarters, you're going to be down there. You're down there at the bottom. So if you give away this precious information, such as who you are, teams are going to be looking for you.
And I think that that is a factor that is a major one that we don't really talk about too often. At the same time, though, I think that that makes it 10 times more difficult for these squads to really have success. When you are, you know, when you've been struggling so far and a team realizes that, okay, you don't want it. The last thing you want to hear is when another team, when they get a knock on you, they say, it's just headquarters.
Oh,
you know? You do not want to hear that. You know, you want to be like, oh, it's headquarters. We need to go ahead and you know, make some adjustments quickly here. So hopefully, you know, headquarters, they can kind of get it together as a squad and really just start putting in work. Because like you said, I think it's it needed to get done yesterday. But if you want to make it into the top 16, there's just no time to waste.
And to be clear, it's not BM. You know, it's not BM. It's just the truth. Facts. You know, it's just facts. It's looking at the scoreboard, looking at the leaderboards. I mean, headquarters, they're all the way down there. So it's not like oh, headquarters, you know, this team, that team, yada yada. No, it's because of their results here so far that they might be getting bullied. And here we go, looking at this zone, we will get the next shift, and it looks pretty decent for pretty much everybody.
Yeah, pretty circle shift indeed. Now, I do have to mention, you know, now if headquarters was going against pretty much almost any other team in North America, they would be dominating right now. You know, just that.
Oh, true.
There's just the skill cap here at the PMWL West is so high. As look at this, D7 gets the revenge onto Cat.
What was that about? I mean, talk about letting your guard down. Cat just strolling across the street, D7 popping out saying hello. That's going to even it up right now. That's going to be a 3v3.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, just one little blunder, one little mistake, and you can just have one member down and out so quickly. And I think Nova finding this out the hard way. Not sure exactly what that rotation is. D7 hears them.
Oh, no.
Oh!
Molly. The Molly.
Gets the knock.
Oh, HZL going to be tossing that Molly. But D7 taking down three of them. Taking down 3, now it's just up to AZ from Nova. One member from headquarters is just destroying Nova.
ID7, he is just crushing it right now. Being able to get 3 kills is just huge for his squad, especially, I mean, Nova, they just kind of pushed in one by one, and he was just waiting for him. What a big play coming out from ID7. And AZ, he stuck out. He's not sure what to do. Does he come and help, or does he just try to run for placement points? What a crazy blunder from Nova. Oh, no, and look at this. He's getting caught out right now, and it's over.
Boom. Boom. Just like that. Headquarters coming into this game, 4 kills. Yes, they lost one early on. At the end of the day, they walk away happy. They got that happy meal.
I'll tell you what, if Nova was saying it's just headquarters, they're not saying that right now, you know, as they made a great play right there. ID7, and that just goes to show you that all these teams, they deserve to be here. They put in so much work. They're at play at such a high level. No matter who you are, you cannot slip up. You cannot, you know, let off the gas, because just like that, they can get turned around on you as we're switching over to Frag Machines at Team Umbra.
Ooh, I like how Hall's got that suppressed. Vector will be just pre-firing on into the smoke. Hamudi from Frag Machines is going to be bleeding on out. Crawlin Solomon also knocked in that exchange. Vindex looking to get the confirmed, looking to get the thirst, but cannot move very far because there's so many shots erupting right now. Everybody trying to get the third party on this.
Yeah, you can just definitely see the pressure starting to be applied to all these teams here. We're still in zone number 2, about halfway through this next circle here. ProLord throwing some nades up on top, trying to get a little bit more thirst on the Frag Machine, but Team Umbra's getting third-partied.
Yeah, don't be too thirsty. Don't be too thirsty. I mean, you already got the knock, right? They'll eventually bleed out. If nobody can spot them, they'll bleed out. You'll still get the point. You don't want to get knocked in the process here very early on.
I think that's one of the biggest struggles when it comes to Sanhok. We see it time and time again. It's like almost these teams have an internal clock on their head. The second you shoot a shot, that is just a big old sign saying, hey, here we are. And speaking of here we are, Vindex catching Freak right there on the rotation up. You just can't try to run towards your knocked teammate. That's a dead giveaway. And yeah, Team Umbra putting in work on this hill.
Like Outplay able to get on over here and attempt to get this revive, but we see the aggression coming out from Umbra, and yeah, Umbra just gonna be pre-firing on into that smoke. Looks like Outplay gonna be hitting that dirt right behind that bush, but Prez will be spotting out Outplay. Outplay is gonna be spotted. Outplay is gonna be taken down and out. Solomon with the barrel, trying to get the retaliation right now. Can they do it? No, they cannot. They took out one, but they didn't get the thirst.
Yeah, you can just see Frag Machines, they got caught out wide in the open, and there was a really interesting just kind of laydown play of a Team Umbra with the quick spots. Really good eyes to be able to get that knock and just turn that fight around. Well, the fight was in their favor in the beginning. At the same time, though, it could have easily turned around on them, but that flush right there sealed the deal, and I think that's a good solid 4 points for Team Umbra.
Yeah, I like how a lot of teams are sealing the deal very early on here. First set, cooking this grenade. They got Wildcard right in front of them. Wildcard.
Big nade from Sam.
Attempting to return the favor. Going to be cooking one of their own. And here comes the Mollies on the road. Sam will be right across the street. I see Team Queso in the distance. They might be able to third party. Acer going to be bandaging up right now. Dream Eaters looking to possibly get aggressive. Miku needs to heal on up as well. Everybody just peeking these corners, just waiting for that little pixel to show so they can unleash the beast.
And I love to see these kind of kit plays. You can see these teams being so good, just trying to throw all the utility they have to get an initial knock, and that's going to be the big advantage going into this fight. Matic, he's got that Molotov at the ready, just trying to find the right angle, and it's a really tough spot for him to be able to get it. So right now, I just think we're just seeing Wildcard and Dream Eaters in a big stalemate right now.
Yeah, first set, looking to catch some alternate angles right now in this building, but it looks like their position will be compromised. Here comes the pull-up, so all the members from Wildcard are going to be available for this engagement, and like you said,
I don't know if it's going to happen. They're in the zone. They're in the zone. They're still in the circle right now. I think that's huge, so I don't think these teams are really looking to kind of just full send here. You could definitely see the kit coming out. Now, if one of these squads gets a knock, you know for a fact they're going to come in hot. At the same time, though, with having this zone, this circle, I don't know if it's worth the risk. We see the kill feed going off, and that's it. Yeah. Football is getting taken out to Loops and Team Queso.
Wow, yeah, at boot camp. Okay, that's interesting. We should have a replay for that in a couple moments. But yeah, we're kind of at a stalemate right now.
I don't think
Crossroads right here. Everybody just, waiting for that misplay. First set might be able to get a knock from their position, but we saw Molly in their building earlier on, so you have to assume Wildcard are aware of Verset's position.
Look at this high-level play, though. I mean, these teams are sitting right next to each other. At the same time, both of them realize, hey, we're in the circle. Why do we want to risk dying right now? We don't want to lose a single member early on. Hey, why don't we just go ahead and hold this spot together, and then once the circle shifts, then we'll fight it out and see who wins it. Because look, this circle, it's coming to bring the pain right now. As B4 is getting caught out. They just hit the blue zone right now. We're going to have to make a rotation. This is only zone number 3. It's not going to hurt too much. But, man, once you start hitting that zone 5, that's not a blue zone you want to be in, for sure.
And you got Dream Eaters and Wildcard passing each other notes on their door said, hey, I'm going to get you. You better
you look that way, we'll look this way.
I'm going to get you. You move a muscle, I'm going to get you. B4 out here in the blue. Next zone does go on up. Looks like Maxon, the last remaining member alive, just running right now. Running. Going to be picking up that first aid. Much needed first aid. Probably won't be able to get the revive onto Levi. Yep, you're down. But, hey, there's a buggy, so that should help in your progress moving forward.
Yeah, the next zone did end up popping. Wildcard and Dream Eaters are still in this circle here. So I think they're definitely just opting to kind of wait it out, wait for some teams to go down, and then fight it out in the end. But right now we're looking at Team Unique, Frozen. He's got them Spidey senses tingling as Pittsburgh Knights is right across the way right now.
So is Jagger. Jagger's got the Spidey senses tingling, and if those spidey senses weren't tingling before, well, these grenades will be definitely erupting right in front of the Knights and alerting them of the push from Unique. Unique sending Frozen and Milky Way across that land bridge to get up close and personal. Frozen able to get behind this boulder. And here comes the Brigade coming on in hot right now. The Knights need to defend.
Team Unique coming in real hot right now. Knock, knock, who's there? Team Unique,
oh, Jagger
with the laydown, gets caught. Oh, they're just sending it on to Pittsburgh Knights right now.
Yeah, 2 members for the Knights. Going to be down, but Unique looking to crawl uphill. J7 still behind this rock. The last one that's actually up right now. Unique just searching all the nooks and crannies right now, making sure they don't get backstabbed. And, you know, best case scenario, J7 has some meds to heal on up and just go underneath the radar and get some points for the Knights.
This is looking like a different Team Unique, I got to admit, man. They are just full sent together as a squad. I love to see that kind of play style coming for them, especially when they're so far out of circle. Now, look at this again. Oops, Team Queso. They're sitting in the dead center of zone right here. And I think that we could have the same situation, just kind of like a waiting game. Axel opting to throw a grenade. Does he catch anything? So right now, you can just see the pressure coming down right now. More nades coming out. Loops opting to play it really carefully. And they just seem pretty calm and collected right now.
Yeah, they're calm. They're tucked away. So these grenades, we see them. You know, the attempts from Team Queso, they're going to be getting deflected. Looks like if Team Queso want to get a nice grenade on into there, they might need to expose themselves to the elements on the outskirts. And Loops currently getting ready, tossing out some smokes. They got a nice little spot right here in the zone, so they are in no rush to take any type of fight. And spotted. Unique, you said it moments ago, looking like a different team.
Crushing it. Yeah, they are just pushing together so tight right now, fragging out of their minds right there. Oh, Frozen with the jump, just gets caught by Tensa in the mid-air right there. And now it's time, it's Tempo's turn to put on the gatekeep onto Team Unique, but the zone does shift on over to them, so it looks like Team Unique is going to be able to make it in here, but now it's time for Wildcard, all those teams to start rotating into the circle.
Yeah, it's like all the teams keep passing each other the gatekeeper hat right now. Tempo Storm, they got that gatekeeper hat right now. They have Konya Powers down there to the south. They got Unique over there on the edge, and Carnage and J7, you know, from the Knights also in that same general area. So Tempo, they have a nice spot. They should be able to rack up some points. And this is right on the edge. Team Queso Loops still on the edge, still going to be safe for the time being. Now, will they want to take this fight? Well, that's up for debate.
Yeah, it's still in the zone right now, so the pressure is not on them. The pressure's on all the rest of these squads trying to get in the zone. Carnage, he's going to be bleeding out right now. 7 on top of this hill, just with the laydown. Team Unique, they're coming for him, though. So you got to be really, really careful right there. I think that might be a couple smokes coming from J7 to stop. Yep, that is going to be some smoke to kind of stop their sight lines. But, man, he's got to be really careful because if Team Unique pushes up like a squad, that's going to be a team to be reckoned with.
It will, but they also have to keep in mind Tempo will have sightlines on them from their compound. So J7 will be tossing out those defensive smokes, and hopefully they can continue to survive as Yala Esports will be taken out. So right there, J7 able to get some additional placement points. Now will be attempting to toss some grenades, and Unique, they're pinned. They see some enemies out there in the distance.
Look at this, already only 10 teams, 9 teams remaining now as B4 goes out right here. Zone number 6, this is where the blue zone really starts to hurt. You cannot stand in this one for just even more than a few seconds. Tempo Storm are on the edge of the circle. And like you said, it's like musical chairs, but musical gatekeeper. Wherever the zone goes, that's who's going to be gatekeeping now. And now look at this, Loops and Team Queso. They're out of the circle. They have to fight right now.
They're out. I saw that initial knock on the Mystic, and I'm surprised. I am surprised Loops did not decide to make that push as a 4-man unit to breach that compound and take out Team Queso. Looks like Marco was able to get that revive on a Mystic. Mystic needs to heal on up. Here comes that blue zone. Both squads are going to need to just make the mad dash, make the push. And Marco going for that pre-fire on into the smokes. Looks like Loops, they're going to be sending 2 out in the open to wrap around the compound and keeping 2 on in the building. Dadden will be going for that spray down. Federal right on top of the squad mates from Team Queso. Mollies are going to be on out. Oh, Team Queso forced to take some blue damage, and I love the musical chairs going on right now for Loops. Loops going to be holding down Team Queso on the outskirts. Here comes Team Queso moving on in with 3. Axel gonna be taking some damage. Dadden gonna be popping down Carijo, able to take out Axel, and now there's just 2 members up for Team Queso. There goes one. It's up to Marco. What can Marco do? Swapping on over. Marco spotted and backstab from behind, and Loop still alive after all that madness.
And Loops just opted to play that one really slow, just kind of gatekeeped and wait to see what happened right there. And they do end up the victors out of that battle, but there's the war coming with only 22 seconds left on the blue zone, and they're at the bottom of this hill. Team Umbra had some really good sight lines right there, opting to kind of head towards zone, though. There's still a lot of members up from Loops, though. Anything can happen.
Yeah, so if Loops can get that revive, get the reset, they're going to be the only team with 4 up. The only team. On Umbra, they got 2. On Dream Eaters, they got 1. On Tempo Storm, they got 2. So they'll definitely have the numbers advantage, but it is Sanhok, and it's a
They don't have the blue zone advantage, that's for sure, because here comes the blue, but they do have some smokes right here, so you can just definitely see the pressure come on. They're on the thick side of the circle. The zone's going to close a little bit faster on this end, so now it's up for Team Umbra and Dream Eaters to gatekeep. But oh, here comes Loops.
Dadden with that jump shot with that Uzi. Now it's up to Pro Lord behind that boulder, but don't count out Matic. Matic might be able to backstab him. Matic gonna be out here taking some blue damage, and it is going to be taking them down. Loops, 6 kills, still 4 up. Managed to keep all their members up in that entire push uphill, and now it's up to Spec and Ray and the duo. What can they do? All the way down there. Kowalski already locked in, loaded, ready to take out Spec. Will be right on the other side of Spec's rock. Oh, Spec not moving a muscle. Kowalski bandaging up.
Not moving an inch right now. I don't think they know. They have no idea where Spec is right now. So Loops, you can see the pre-fire coming out. Oh, he does get caught though. It's up to Rain now.
Spec, yeah. 1.
Good luck, Rain.
Or Kowalski already getting aggressive, and
it's all Loops,
like
baby.
That. Loops, yep, Loops. Such an important fight with Team Queso. After that, they are set up. They were able to keep 4 up. They were able to loot those crates, get some more smokes, and we saw how they used it to push up that hill and pretty much just get the GG after that.
I'll tell you what, man, if there's any team when it comes to having a full squad up and they're just pressing out of the circle, you couldn't put your money down better on any other team than Loops. This squad has just proven to be that team. When they have all 4 up, you can just always see something magical happen right here. And what a great execution and well-played game coming from Loops Esports.
Yeah, and I know we didn't catch the fight, but we saw him take an early fight in boot camp as well. So that kind of contributed to their kill count this game. Massive game for Loops, though. I mean, looking to take that first place spot from Cloud9.
And I think they might have just done it with some insane points on the leaderboard. Of course, can't wait to see what the desk has to say about this one right after this quick break from our sponsor.
I found nothing.
My teammates weren't around.
Have you ever seen a chicken dinner in just 15? Wow, it feels so good.
One more?
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, again, if there were any doubts for Loops and whether or not they'd be able to perform today, they've definitely shown they can with their second chicken dinner. I wonder if they're getting full, because you know what? I think they're getting full just watching them pick up a chicken after another chicken. And I think they've even gotten themselves first place now over Cloud9, if I'm not mistaken here, Seven.
Yeah, more than likely they're going to. And guess what? One of the fights that I was mentioning that I wanted to go ahead and see there was them fighting Team Queso. It did take a while for them to go ahead and fight. I think it was mostly the zone that kind of forced them to fight. It did seem like Team Queso was going to win it, but Loops was able to just come out on top of that. And I think that was huge, because once they won that fight, guess what? The other teams only had 2 players left, and two, and then a 4. So Loops just playing that perfectly.
All right, let's take a look at our rankings then. 70 points they got, 70 points other teams got, because there was a big fragger in here, Glitter, and we can see in second place.
Oh.
Yeah, massive game coming in from Team Umbra with 14 kills. That's just a huge game for them. Obviously, both, in points, but in overall play, very, very strong showing from Umbra. And then moving on down the list, you see Tempo Storm also having yet another strong showing. So today is just a very, very good day for them today. And I'm sure you're very happy about that as well, Seven. And then as we go farther on down the list, we see Team Queso still being consistent. Headquarters showing up in 8th place with 5 points overall. And then moving on to the second page, it kind of fell off a little bit here, Seven.
Yeah, UDR Killers, I know we just kind of did an interview with them. They were only able to get 5 points in, and we kind of see them from Pittsburgh Knights again, not having the best of days here, as they were also only able to get 5 points. Wildcard Gaming, it's kind of like a hit or miss with them so far today, only getting 4 points. And as we go down even more, Nova Esports, that was one team that we're expecting a lot along the lines of footballers, and today just doesn't happen to be their day. Nova Esports overall for today alone, before this match, they were 14 and 15th place just on points based on today alone.
I think it's been a rough day for quite a few teams who've actually been seen in there. I mean, we've had Queso kind of shine up and do some decent placings and some decent kills. We had Umbra kind of out of nowhere actually really show up as well, which is really nice to see. Again, we talked about Umbra as being a team who normally played for placement points, but it's good to see them actually get some kills here as we went into our 4th match. Let's take a little bit of a closer look, I should say, into Loops Esports and what they got themselves here in that last match in terms of statistics. Not that much damage. A ton of healing, to be fair, though, here, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just another, which is wild that this is even what I'm about to say, but this is another conservative and a smaller game for Loops. And the fact that this is considered not a strong performance for this team is just speaking volumes to what we've seen them do in the past and what we know they're capable of. But they have been consistent today. So, like you said, Seven, excited to see where they end up overall for those leaderboards against Cloud9.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe all of their 8 kills pretty much came on that last circle when they had to make that push towards the top after they destroyed Team Queso. So yeah, they have been very conservative. This is something that we're not used to seeing from Loops Esports. I wonder why. Maybe they're gonna go ahead and just switch it up in future games, but it is interesting seeing so little damage and in a way not as many kills as we're used to seeing from them.
I wonder if they've lost confidence. I mean, again, Cloud9's not playing here. That was one of their biggest contenders when it came to who could win the match. They have free reign of the entire, zone, and yet they're not really picking up the kills or damage that we're expecting out of them, but they're still winning games, right? So we can't really knock them too harshly. They were one of the few teams to get more kills than placement points when it came to like the first 2 super weekends, it felt like. But either way, let's take a look at our do moments and see some of the highlights from that last match. Maybe we can talk about a couple of them as we went further on into the actual game. And well, Nova, I said before, Seven, they had a tough one here.
Yeah, for me, it was actually awesome to see Cat win that engagement up close. But then guess what? Headquarters was able to go ahead and surprise, especially ID7. If I'm not mistaken, Glitter, I believe he ended up squad wiping the whole squad. We will be seeing that in a little bit. And then we see some shots here from Wildcard. And once again, ID7. This was just such a good play by him. He was patient. He made sure he got the angles. He waited for the right moments. And then not really sure what was going on there with the push, Glitter. It kind of ended up backfiring for Nova.
And we've seen Nova do that same push time and time again. They have rushed so many squads at this point, and a lot of the times they do it at the right time. It's typically coming in some sort of a third-party situation where they know the team is on the back foot, and technically that's what that situation was. They knew that they had taken out all of headquarters except ID7, and so why wouldn't you rush up in a potential 2v1, 3v1 even, because we saw another Nova player up farther in the back. I think that they thought that it was going to be a little bit easier than it was, but ID7 was having absolutely none of it and was not going to allow himself to go down without a fight.
Yep, and then as we're going to other engagements here between Team Queso and Futbolis, this was just such a surprise. We have been expecting a big game from Futbolis and it hasn't come yet. Not really sure what's going on with that team. And then with B4, going back to what B4 said, they always said that Sanhok was their favorite map. They just don't seem to perform well on it by only being able to get, I believe, was 1 kill and 3 points total there for B4, as we're now seeing Unique, even though they have been a little bit quiet, it feels like they are having one of the best days so far in regards to performances here in Super Weekend, and then now going to the other one. I cannot wait actually to see what kind of damage Tempo Storm was able to put out, because they were a lot more aggressive than the teams like Loops Esports, and I wouldn't be surprised also if we see towards the top there, it's going to be Team Umbra, because remember, they ended up getting 14 kills. This is maybe the most kills Team Umbra has gotten in a match for the whole tournament, Glitter.
Oh, easily. I think it's a team, like you said, that had typically been playing for those placement points, and then this was just a stellar standout performance for them. And now we're actually watching how some of those Tempo players did go down to PK, as they only had 2 up there in the final zone going up against Loops, I believe Umbra, and then maybe a solo from Dream Eaters as well, which ended up being a really, that's the push right there coming in from Loops up onto Umbra, who was above them. And that was just, once we saw, or at least once I saw that Loops had all 4 and the rest of the teams were kind of 2 here, 1 there, I was pretty confident in Loops' ability to be able to push up, even though they didn't have the zone and the blue was at their back. Once I saw that situation, I knew that they were going to be able to pull that out of the bag.
Yeah, we saw Rain getting pushed there by all 4, and it was just, we knew it was game over. It wasn't, there was nothing that he was going to be able to do because of the push that Loops Esports did. They just given so many different options to shoot at and not standing in a single file line like we've seen some teams do.
That's the aggression we expect out of Loops the entire time, and yet we only get to see it at the very end of the game. So I really do wonder what's going on within the team, but I also wonder what's going on with the damage from that last match. You're talking about Glitter, you're expecting Tempo to be extremely high, and you know what? I'm going to join you on this one, and we'll see here in just a second how high up they really were. And funny enough, it wasn't even them with the top damage. It was all about Umbra with their 2k damage.
Yeah, that's that is by far the most, especially with the 14 kills. That's really impressive to me. And then we see Loops there with 1200 damage, 8 kills. Tempo with 1300 damage, 7 kills. And going to what you were saying here, Jason, as we see some of the other performances, Team Queso being able to only get 4 kills, Pittsburgh Knights 0 kills, Wildcard 0 kills. In regards to Loops being more passive and maybe worrying about placement, remember how we were always talking about one of the advantages that Cloud9 had over Loops Esports was that their placement points. Cloud9 would always have really good placement points. I wonder if that's what's starting to affect Loops Esports here, if maybe they're just trying to improve a little bit more their placements, not be so aggressive at the start of the match, and then be aggressive towards the end when they realize, hey, now we at least have some placement points secure. Could this be the time to now push for the kills? So I wonder if they're starting to adjust their gameplay accordingly to what they've seen from Cloud9.
So are you saying they're doing that specifically for the Super Weekend to make sure they take that first place away from Cloud9, or are you saying that's what they're expecting, or maybe we're expecting them to do going into finals?
Going into finals, that's the main one. Because here, honestly, they're more than likely going to go ahead and pass Cloud9, regardless of what happens. It's Loops Esports, unless they just start throwing and getting only 1 point per match, then maybe. But I think they're just maybe starting to adjust their gameplay a little bit for the league finals, because they know they're actually going to have to go up against Cloud9, and they know Cloud9, whenever they are like everything's going their way, they can get those placement points, and it's something that's always been a little bit of a downfall there for Loops Esports. Okay, well, I believe we do have a clip you guys wanted to break down for us. I'm going to guess it was probably Headquarters up against Nova, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it definitely was. And as we're going to be seeing here, our boy ID7, I love that he waited for the right time, and Cat had no idea. And you can tell he had no idea by the way that he was just, everything just happened. You're going to be able to see him there destroy one player. And something that happens here that actually surprised me is that Nova Esports is just going to be rushing here 1 by 1 in a way, Glitter. You saw Cat just get destroyed by ID7, and then you only see HCL pushing up. And then after that, that's when you see Shifan now getting in the car and starting to push as well, Glitter.
Yeah, and this is the crash that I think we were all very surprised by, because as that happens, ID7 does take down HZL and then instantly takes down Gfan after he crashes into the side of ID7's hut. So at this point, we were just kind of watching it happen, and it was like you said, had they not gone in one at a time, because you can see how far away AZ is at that point, there was no way he was going to be able to come in and help his teammates. But at the same time, had they rushed together, had HZL not gone in first by himself, then Gfan not followed right away, if they'd gone and just waited 5 extra seconds for each other to catch up, that fight could have gone entirely differently. And because that's not the choice they made, ID7 is able to take down both of those players. And then all that's left for Nova is the confetti. That's what's left, is the confetti.
I'd be careful though. That confetti
What's left is them going back to the lobby. What'd you say?
You gotta be careful though. That confetti can go up in flames really quickly. But the thing is,
not here.
not here. On headquarters note though, they get the 4 kills there, but they only got 1 placement point. So they got 5 points in total. So the 4 kills is great, but it's not gonna be enough to catch up to UDR Killers. And well, right now as we take a look at our prediction points, it might not be enough for me to hold on to my first place, because you know what? Glitter is coming for me. 28 points with your Loops pick, but 7 you and Hotchooks with your 21 from Tempo Storm.
Hey, I said it. Temple Storm's just looking hot. There's no messing with that team. I wish I go ahead and pick them for the next one, but that's it's not possible because the Commissioner Center. We cannot do it. So
well, the funniest thing is,
congratulations, Glitter. That's the 2nd win so far. Hell yeah.
You see the IDK pick coming from Mustache Dave, because he said footballist on air, but he had Nova in the document, and Nova only got 1 point anyway, so it didn't really matter in the end, I guess, for him. But he's still pretty much on 0 points anyway, since he did the double or nothing. Even though he wussed out and didn't go for the reconditioned double or nothing. But either way, it's just the end of the league play, right? We still have the finals for us. Let's take a look at our overall rankings now between all the teams as we move into this. And you're going to see Loops Esports will take the 1st place position. But I will say this, though. Obviously, when we started off the day, you might have noticed Loops might have fallen a little bit further behind Cloud9 than expected. But that was because they were deducted points from games on the 26th when we were in the Super Weekend because of unsportsmanlike behavior for PUBG Mobile. So that's been adjusted, but they took first place back either way, and they got themselves, at least in its current track, its current iteration, 50K in their pockets, Glitter.
Yeah, and you need to just take this into consideration though. We're only on the 1st day of the Super Weekend, and it is official, Cloud9 is no longer in 1st place. So moving forward, like we've said a few times now, there's potential to keep knocking them down the list, and that's something to be worried about for them. We see Dream Eaters moving up a few spots before getting knocked down, Queso managing to get themselves up into the top 10, Konina Power and Umbra jumping up. I'm waiting to see when Alpha Legends actually, or if it happens, kind of drops below that top 16 mark, if it's possible, or how far down they can go.
No,
I think no.
There's no way they'll drop out of top 16.
They're not gonna drop below 16. I think they'll drop maybe to 16th place. If UDR Killers continues to perform the way they have, and they continue to just get better every day, and with Team Umbra, Yellow Esports, we've seen how kind of consistent they have been able to do this weekend. I think Alpha Legends could possibly drop to 16th place, but there's no way they're gonna go ahead and drop below that unless Frag Machines and Headquarters just goes absolutely nuts and pulls out a footballist.
Will they get over 203
league play day 1?
Yeah, if they pull a footballist, they definitely could. But speaking of footballists, I want to say here, if you guys didn't notice, Loops is in 1st place. What? Huh? What? Loops is in 1st place with 430 points, right? In 3rd place is Footballist with 357. Loops almost have 100 points more than them in our Super Weekend. So I think the threat of Loops not getting 1st place is going to be, not much of a threat, to be honest, with the way they've been playing, with how far of a lead they have.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and if they go ahead and continue to get chicken dinners, placement points behind that too, I think the storyline for me now is going to be how far down is Cloud9 going to go. Yeah. Right now, in my head, I have them predicted to be maybe in 5th place. I see maybe, quite possibly, teams like Pittsburgh Knights, obviously Footballers, and then Temple Storm, with how they've been able to perform. I think they're going to go ahead and pass them. And then after that, I'll be looking at other fights, like who's going to be fighting for 2nd place, because if Footballers continues to play like this, and Temple Storm continues to play the way they're doing, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a good fight there for that second place.
Well, we talked about Loops as well in the first week of Super Weekend, got 0 chicken dinners. Now they're on 5. They've definitely improved in their chicken dinner game, maybe able to close out the matches a little bit better and get themselves up to 5. And you guys at home can also get yourself some sweet things as well, as the Royal Pass Season 14 has come out. You guys haven't checked out and you don't know what's going to be in it, you're lucky. Again, but for one of the last times, you better go cop this and pick it up yourself. Let's see what the pass has for you. All right, as we move into now our final match of the day over on Erangel, let's take a look at the schedule. You can see we have had Loops indeed get themselves 2 chicken dinners. Canina Power, where have they been? They got the first chicken dinner of the day, albeit with 2 kills, but they've been non-existent since, it feels like to me, Glitter.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but we saw that when we noted how safe it was. They were playing down a player and they only had 2 kills, like you said. We haven't seen them have those explosive performances that we saw them have at the very start of PMWL West for opening weekend. And I don't think at this point that they're necessarily going to repeat them, only because they've switched their play style so dramatically. They've now gone for more placement points and they've played so much safer. I don't know if that's going to work for them in the finals, though.
Yeah, it might not work for them in the finals, but one thing we can at least look at here as we get over to Erangel is our map chance graphic. And what that means is kind of the top 3 teams and who've won it the most and how much damage they do, as well as how many kills they've gotten on it. And what a surprise, Loops Esports with first place, 27 matches and 3 chicken dinners. But footballs have come, actually even wildcard. Yeah, let's talk about wildcard first of all here. I know, Glitter, you're a big proponent of them. They actually have some pretty damn good damage here considering the teams they're up against.
Yeah, this is actually really impressive, and I'm loving that we can now kind of see these individual map damage stats and kill stat breakdown. I didn't realize how consistent they were on Erangel. I do typically tend to pick wildcard for the last Erangel match of the day if possible. The fact that they technically have more wins than Loops does on this map is really impressive, Seven.
Yeah, and for me, I think the reason why wildcard has performed so well in Erangel, it goes back to how good wildcard was being on the last match of every single time they play Erangel. Remember, that's when it was a clutch factor. At one point, I don't remember if it was a league play week 2, if I remember right, wildcard almost didn't even make it to the Super Weekend, and then on the final match, they stepped it up. They got a bunch of kills, they got second place, and ever since then, they just have been performing every single last match. But for Ballers, that's one team I'm definitely going to be looking at because they ended up getting 2 chicken dinners one time with both 19 kills a pop.
So as we head into predictions, what I'm hearing out of 7 is Footballist. Is that right?
Nah, see, I was going to go ahead and pick Wildcard, but then I saw Footballist, and I'm actually going to go with Footballist. They haven't had the best of days so far, but I got a feeling that they're going to go ahead and wake up. That's one team that wouldn't really surprise me, so Footballist is my pick. Hopefully, they go ahead and get 25 kills, please.
I thought you and Glitter were going to team up on me again on this one. Okay, well, Glitter, who do you have?
I mean, you said it yourself. I'm always a big fan of Wildcard, and it is the last match of the day, so that's who I'm going with.
I can see it now in Twitch chat. Wildcard saying, "Please, no, don't do that to us." That's Footballist does. It seems like every time. It's hilarious. My pick. Can you guys guess who it's going to be? I want to give you the chance to guess who I'm picking.
How many points do I get?
None.
You got to pick Headquarters.
How did you know? How did you know? What did you say, Glitter?
Tempo.
Oh, okay. Glitter, she can read my mind. I went Tempo Storm Headquarters.
Was it really?
Yeah, it was Tempo Storm.
Cheated.
What do you mean cheated?
I actually didn't cheat.
I didn't think you did. Don't worry. You don't have to prove yourself to 7. So we got a Footballist, we got a Wild Card, we got a Tempo Storm. I'm really curious to see what Hot Jukes and Much Less Dave are going to have as well. And we'll check in with you two after the final match has finished off to break things down.
Bye-bye, Jason.
Bye. Oh, 7's so nice. Glitterness says bye to me. 7 does, even gives me hearts. So as we obviously move into our final game of the day, you guys still have some chances to win some sweet, sweet in-game items with the lucky draw currently going on. If you're lucky enough, you can win a limited time outfit that is available here within our lucky draw. You guys can just watch within the game, within the Esports Center, you'll have your chance to win it. And you know what? I'm hearing a lot of you out there are getting lucky enough to pull that one through. Just like you can tweet to us at Esports PubGM with the hashtag PMWL and maybe talk about how sometimes glitter's mean to me. To be fair, I'm mean to her as well. And 7, he just likes to be liked by everyone. Just like these two are going to be coming in to join me here for the final game of the day. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Hi, guys.
What's happening?
You always look so happy, Hot Jukes. And Dave, you always look so surprised. You're
Oh, yeah. Just being able to even cast like this level of tournament and get to watch this, I'm just in love with it from start to finish. So I'm always hyped up. Let's go.
Dave, so as we get closer to predictions here, you did say footballist on air. You did choose Nova. I don't know if I can believe in a commissioner who can't tell me the truth and stick to his guns.
Dude, doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter at this point. You do what you want. You change up the scores on the fly. You change up my team on the fly.
I didn't change anything, and I can prove that.
True. One day you say what you say on air is what has to be on the dock, or what's on the dock has to be on the dock. Man, you make up whatever rules. So, you know, it doesn't even matter who I pick at this point, because even if I win, you're just going to change it anyways. That's the truth. That's the truth.
All right. You know, if you want to play it that way, Dave,
That's the truth.
Will absolutely prove that I did not change any of your predictions and make you look like a fool. But you know what?
You know, I can
I'm not
look
gonna do
at
that 'cause
the
I'm
edit,
such a nice guy.
so you know.
You can see
I'm not going to
history.
post screenshots or nothing, but it says
Let's
exactly.
move past it. Let's move past it, even though there's a history that shows who changed what. Hot Jukes, moving into our final game of the day. Loops. I want to talk about Loops in particular. They're in first place right now, but this Loops has definitely looked different than the Loops we've seen in the last few weeks.
It's like a chill loops, so just the kickback loops. You know, with Cloud9 not being here, it's money time for loops right here. So yeah, with a 100-point lead right now, I just think right now they are getting all their shopping lists ready to go.
Okay, well, shopping lists. You got to get some predictions on the shopping list. Mustache Dave, who do you have for the last game here?
First of all, it's National Avocado Day, so make sure you eat your avocados out there. Who do I have this game? I got wild card as well. Erangel, you know, the first map of the day wasn't too hot for him, but I think Circle 1 will definitely go up there to Severny, and they can just, like, you know, hang out, relax, and have a good time in a big time party that I'm going to.
Yeah, you might do that after that on the beach. Lucky man gets to sit there next to the beach and go chill out in the sun. Hot Jukes, you have a different kind of sun in Texas. Who's your prediction?
And it is hot down here. And hopefully, I'm hoping that B4 Esports has a hot game, you know, going into this last match of the evening. Come on, B4. I need them points. Let's go.
Okay, well, gentlemen, as we do have the next match ready to go here, why don't you just drop us straight into Erangel and cover everything that's going to be happening here on this crazy last match of day 1.
Here we go, match number 5, taking it over to Erangel, the map that every single one of these players just loves to play, because this is the one that they have the most experience on, and I think that every single team is more confident on this one than any other map. So here we go, Dave, finishing it out here today.
This is it. This is it. Game number 11. Or no, after this we'll have 10. So we got 2 more days left. So this is the 11th game of the Super Weekend. You know, keeping, you know, facts. You know, keeping my numbers in line and looking on into the game. Footballists will be the first squad to drop on out, and we'll be on over Corey. We got the Knights right after that. Bada bam, son. I'm looking for Loops overthrowing Cloud9 that last game. This is, I thought we were going to see this tomorrow, honestly, when Cloud9 started to kind of slip down the leaderboards, but it starts today. And we're already going to see them. That was 25K. They just lost 25K. In one game.
Man, it just
30 minutes.
To show you, like 30 minutes, just like that, how quick the tables can turn on you. And yeah, that's why I was so surprised yesterday when I came in yesterday. I mean, I was panicking. I was like, everyone's like, oh, don't worry, Cloud9's just gonna need a chicken dinner and they're gonna get it. But it's such an interesting fact when you have this level of play, the way the system's set up. When you have a rough day like that, it can go to show you that even the top team, pretty much in the West, can go down. So yeah, really interested to see how this one will play out. Look at this circle. Yeah, the southwest side here. Okay, all right. We're playing a water zone here in the last Erangel match of the evening. Let's go.
Hey, you love to see it. We see Umbra. They are going to be near water over there in Rozhok, so maybe they can find an aqua rail or even a boat and go for that classic tried and true strat that they have definitely made their own over here within the West League. Frag Machines all the way out there to the east. They are going to have one of the most challenging rotates this game. B4, this is a really good zone for them. They actually will be going for a little split. We see Pedro, Fair, Maxon, and crew down there in military base.
Yeah, one thing you gotta mention though too is like loops. You know, now that Cloud9 is of course sitting out, they have both Crates and South Georgia Bowl to themselves completely. So talk about being, looted up to the teeth going into this last match. And it's just such a, a lot of people that are just kind of tuning in right here may not realize how much of a difference that has to play as we go into the replay really quick here. Oh, Prolord tried to get into that UAS. Guess what? That is a prop. That is not a drivable UAS. Gets ran over by Spec and punched out. The BM, Dave. The BM.
The bait, the BM, the 1 point, the trap. 1 point going on over there to Spec. And wow, I mean, if that's, we always get the spicy games. The last game is always spicy. It's always chaotic.
Right.
And that's when the teams and the players start to, get those punches in on each other, those pan knockouts. We've seen it the other day. Hey, look at this.
Daryl.
Daryl, look for that crossbow. Looking for that crossbow. Looking good. That's my haircut right now, honestly. If I don't put it to the side, I look just like that guy.
That's right, from the Walking Dead event right there. Really cool skin. I don't think that's the first time I believe we've seen it here in the PMWL. So that's really interesting to see. Can't wait to see him hopefully make some serious plays going into this last match right now. Daryl! Come on, Daryl.
Got me some zombies. Looking over here. Didn't mean to take you off your track of your
it's like just Daryl. When you said that, I turned around, because I was like looking for one of my neighbors. I'm in South Texas here, so there's plenty of Daryls crawling around over here.
What's his catchphrase though? What's Daryl's? You know how they all got catchphrases? What's Daryl's catchphrase? Let us know in the chat.
Yeah, let us know, because all I know is that, man, when I just think that he's just got that sinister look after he puts in work with the crossbow.
I think he says, "Let's get them zombies." I think that's what he says every show.
I believe that is his motto there. I've seen it on a sticker, a bumper sticker or two for sure. But
yeah, let's get them zombies. The sticker.
Let's get them zombies here. Well, one thing Tempo's getting is a bunch of loot right here in Pachinki, all to the lonesome, hanging out. They don't have to worry about SWAT 69 right now. SWAT 69 is not here. Yeah, so good old Tempo Storm. Yeah, just hanging out and looting up. Free.
Don't gotta worry about the zombies this game. I've been trying to message the higher ups to include zombies in comp. You include zombies and the BRDM, red zones, grenade launchers. Like I'm trying to spice things up out here. Talk about spicing it up. Hopefully, Cat can not get thirsted and taken out real early on from the side of Nova. I mean, I made a Twitter post today saying how I loved Cat's addition to the squad, and I feel like definitely a strong player and definitely that playmaker. And yeah, to get taken out first last game, that hit me hard. That hit me hard, man.
And I got to talk to Carnage a little bit last night on the phone, and it's really interesting to kind of hear his thoughts process going into here, of course, after that insane match with Cloud9 at the end. Also, we chat a little bit about his, I'll tell you what,
Carnage Rage
has the best comms with Jagger, That's for sure. The best communication. For those of you guys that are just tuning in right now, go check out Carnage's Twitter and just see the inner working team dynamic right there. Because I'll tell you what, when Carnage, says, "Hey, Jagger, I need you to do something," he says it very clear, very concise, and I think I think Jagger understands very quickly what of course Carnage is trying to get across.
Quickly, I don't know about that. I don't know. It takes a couple. I mean, I set it as my alarm, so I wake up every morning to that clip. What? Hey, you're ready to go. Yeah, I'm ready to go to work right after that. So big thanks, big shout out. Make sure you go check out Carnage's Twitter if you aren't aware on exactly what we are talking about here.
Oh man, talk about just team synergy right there. You know what? It was interesting because when I had to talk to them about that, I know that there's some people that don't really care for that type of player dynamic or comms, especially in comp. At the end of the day, though, I mean, it's effective. It's effective. Guess what? If a player is not, there's so much pressure when you're playing in a tournament like this, so much money on the line, you got the whole world watching you, and sometimes you could get a little bit distracted, and when you're trying to do something, you can kind of space out, and sometimes it takes a teammate, you know, really just kind of, you know, raising up the volume a little bit to make sure that you're able to get your point across right there. So at the end of the day, hey, those comms worked and got it done.
I mean, I'm not going to mention how I spent the whole day in paint, you know, trying to reenact that moment, you know, but...
Oh, I saw that. That was great artwork.
Hey, thanks, man. Hey, second job. So, I mean, to add it to a point, though, all memes aside, I mean, the Knights currently 5th place. They're in 5th place. Out of everybody else, they got Wildcard, Dreamers, B4, Team K. All those teams are underneath them. So regardless if you agree or not with the team comms, it's working. It is working. They're in 5th place in the West.
Look at this. Well, it worked for Sandro. Man, putting in some work with that DP, not hitting the mark, though, as Team Queso is going to be able to get the rotate on. We did see Footballist getting into it with Loops, I believe, in the kill feed as well. We already have that first...
Dead.
Yeah, and you can just see right now, all these players are just trying to find a spot. But, UDR needs to be really careful with Team Umbra on this hill.
Yeah, Umbra, they're
my
hungry.
goodness.
Pokas, we heard them in the interview. They're looking to make some plays, make some waves happen here today. And gonna be popping on up there with that M4, attempting to take some shots on the Umbra. But you got 3 members of Umbra. They got a bunch of kills last game. Vindex gonna be tossing the smoke. This should allow them to kind of bridge the gap and get a little closer and take this fight to Pokas.
Well, I'll tell you what right now, Pokas said it. He said, I ain't scared. We ain't scared of these teams. We got the confidence going into this one. Here we go. They're pretty separate right now. They're going to be holding some really good angles onto Team Umbra as PRZ tries to get away, but Nano from a big angle right there. Pokas getting the spray on the Hollis, not able to connect. Yeah, not able to connect with that 4X, but the pressure's on now after that first knock.
I would have thought Umbra had this one in the bag, but that knock going to be allowing the much needed time, the precious time needed for UDR to make that push, make that approach. And look at that, Umbra, they got the revive, they got into that police car, and they straight on turned on the sirens and lights and sent it on into
They got away.
The Sunken City. They got away. Sandro looking mighty aggressive, did not being pinched earlier on, and here comes the blue zone. So they're actually going to be taking just a little bit of blue damage, and hey, they are pinned. They are pinned.
Yeah, they are definitely being held down really well right now, especially considering that they have the blue zone on top of them as well. Now, UDR missed, I think, some pretty big shots right there, unable to get the finish, and it's so crazy how that one little play will allow that door to open for your team. And so Team Umbra, they're just their backs against the wall right now, but they still have another opportunity to make a play here. Oh, you see the kill feed.
Yeah,
She-Fan blowing up
Team
Mystic.
Queso.
Wow, great play from Nova.
The question is, though, you know, UDR, how much time do they commit to this? Because they have to make a move. They're not in the next circle, and other teams are starting to make the approach. You got Frag Machines, you got Unique that might even, you know, claim the area that UDR needs to claim for themselves in this next zone, and looks like they're going to be pretty hungry. They want to get these 3 points. I just... At what point do you just call it quits? You know, you call it what it is.
I don't know, considering that it's Umbra. You know, they did get a knock, so they know for a fact it is Team Umbra. And considering where Team Umbra is on the leaderboards right now, they have a pretty big incentive, I think, to try to take them out early. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. They want Team Umbra to go out, get 1 point, and hopefully get it done. At the same time, though, you make a great point. The longer you stay outside a zone and you prioritize kills, you put your whole entire team in danger of getting caught out early on the rotate in right here. So I'm really interested to see how this plays out for both of these squads.
You're so thirsty. UDR, they're actually pushing outside of the next zone. They're going to be pushing into runes, and I appreciate that they read the rotate from Umbra. You know, they saw the bike play. They knew exactly where they were going to go. But yeah, the hunger, it is just too strong. Team K still 2 up so far, trying to reposition. Dream Eaters might be getting into a conflict here with Frag Machines. We see them in the kill feed. Solomon, Loka, so 2 down from each of these squads. Samudi behind this US. Don't be shooting your own US. You might need to use that. Toffee's getting in their buggy, looking to reposition, and Matic asking for help right now. They need the support so they can get this revive.
And it looks like they are going to be able to get it right now. Loka, he's taken down and out. Frag Machines are off on the rotate, running right into Pittsburgh Knights. And you can hear those shots come out. Freak hitting the U-turn right there. Said, I'm out of here. Guess what, team? There is people on this hill. Do not come this way. And Frag Machine drives right into Team Queso. But he runs him over.
Runs him over. Oh,
what a play.
My goodness. Getting knocked out.
And here comes Frag Machines.
U.S. Outplay pulling up for that support. Should be able to get the revive. And talk about a Christmas miracle right there. Oh, my goodness. Jukes.
Look up to the sky and say thank you after that play. What an insane injection right there. And you know what? I'm going to tell you what right now, Dave. If I am that man, you know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say that was a set play. 100%.
Dude,
you know, 100%. Calculated right there. What it is. I mean, that's what for the highlight reel. That's for sure.
In the calculator. That's what that is. The watch calculator. I mean, they got it. They got the numbers.
Hey, give that man the watch after that play right there. That was disgusting.
The calculator award right there. All right, we're going to see where this next zone goes. Looks like B4, Fair Pier.
Oh, my goodness.
Hard shift. Look what's in the middle of this zone. The bridge.
The bridge right now. Oh, man, I tell you what, all these teams are devastated after this circle. I believe this has got to be the worst circle I think you could have possibly seen right here. But if you're Yala, B4, Temple, all these teams that have been sitting in here, you got to be pretty happy right now because it's time to put on that gatekeep hat. Oh, look, we got to see the replay. We got to see the replay here. Okay, watching Spec, on the top right, putting in some, gets the 2-piece right there on a wall card.
There's 3.
There's the 3. And man, Tempo Storm. Will he get the 4v? He gets the 4v1.
Holy camole. I told you it was avocado day, but out here making their own guacamole. Wild card. What?
Holy guacamole right there. What a play from Spec right there. Crushing. Just taking out wild card in the 4v1, and that's wild card out in 16.
4v1? Dude, that's disgusting, all right? That's disgusting. I loved how they swapped. So
here comes a full set.
They got 3 kills with the DP, swapped to the M4. Let's go look on over. Nova, they were able to crash on into the first floor. Yalazana right on above them. This is the IGL.
Oh, the grenade!
We'll be calling in for that support. 1 grenade connecting onto HCL. Can we get another grenade?
Get it on the Cat?
And gonna be tossing that one on the Cat, right onto Cat. Oh, Cat jumping in that buggy. The grenade plus the shots from the M4 and the insta thirst right there. Zana from Yala. The IGL is putting in work, clocking in right now. Meanwhile, their squad mates across the road, they're going to be coming in for that support. AZ underhanding the grenade. Sheepman knocked immediately. AZ, the last one alive. Go for that spray down. You're done. You're done. Yala Esports taking down Nova Esports here in Game 5.
Yala Esports right here. What is this? Every last match is always got to just crank it up to 11 right here. We're just seeing plays coming out all over the place. Loops right now getting it onto football list. This zone is intense. This match is intense. Let's go.
Loops, Knights. Oh, that and Raven. Raven no longer. So yeah, next zone, we talked about the madness that is about to unfold. B4, they actually sent it across the bridge. They don't want to be involved with this mayhem. And we got Football's Lutz right there in that gas station area. Yala Esports still, setting up camp after that Nova engagement. I'm looking at this. Loops, Knights, because you know what? Umbra, they are on the approach. Umbra are looking to pull up into this general area, so it's gonna make some things spicy out here.
I'll tell you what, Loops, they're a team that's not normally content with just sitting next to another squad. When they smell blood, they want to go ahead and press the issue. I think that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Loops just trying to put it a little bit further onto Pittsburgh Knights. And Hollis, he was just sitting right there for a good while, ends up getting caught out.
Nice spot. I respect it. I respect it. Next zone does going up. It hard chips away from B4. And here comes the Knights. The Knights, they are on that second story. Looks like Carnage going to be vaulting on out. Carnage going to be going in that side shack with the AKM. And we got 3 members of Loops looking to take them out. Looking to take them out. That in with that Uzi. Carnage going for that spray down, but Carnage immediately taken out, spotted, and just like that, the Knights down and out here. 12th place position in game number 5.
Loops just doing what they do best, man. They have that 4 squad. They just push together so tight and are able to get it done. And with those shots and that kill feed, Hollis is going to know that is Loops right there. So you can definitely see him opt to just kind of take another position. We're switching on over to Dream Eaters, of course.
7 kills.
At the north side of the zone. 7 kills right so far. Dream Eaters doing really solid this match.
Solid gold, and they're looking to make it platinum out here. Miku going to be tossing out some grenades, trying to fish out the members from Unique down there below, and got that Scar in hand, ready to use it, looking to get the initial knock, and I wouldn't be surprised, 7 kills so far, if we see that insta push come out from Dream Eaters.
We saw
how many grenades they got?
Like they're just throwing every single one out right now. They do not want to leave it at all up to these players to, you know, get some shots onto them. So any kind of nade, any nade knock, we've just seen it so many times how it just turns the fight around for your entire squad right here. And Dream Eaters, they're out of the circle right now. Oh, but they're full standing in one vehicle.
Oh, the drive-by! The drive-by! First set is going to be spotted. Memphis,
vehicle.
Everybody in the dirt, in the grass, and the misplay coming on out right now from Dream Eaters, feeling themselves just a little too much. Miku just driving off into that sunset with that buggy. 3 kills to their name. I don't know, Jukes. I don't know.
Yeah, not today. There's no way you can try to drive, especially past a squad or even 1 or 2 members in open top UAS this late in the game. And Dream Eaters finding that out the hard way, losing 3 members really quick. And Miku just driving away in this buggy, trying to survive. But look how many teams he's about to drive into.
Yep, going to be driving
the water.
right into the water. And hopefully B4 did not spot that play out, because it is going to be a shooting range. It does look like B4 currently occupied with taking some shots onto Yalo with their 2-2 split. They're still going to be in the zone. So I guess if you are Miku from Dream Eaters, just, you know, be thankful that you're still alive.
Hold your breath. Hold your breath right now. Yeah, you're in that water, and you do not want to peek your head out for too long. And I think that that's exactly what he's doing right now, just trying to swim, survive, get as many points as he can for his squad. Dream Eaters had a really good, solid game earlier, trying to add some extra points to their total. And Team Unique, now they're getting gate kept. They're on the edge of circle. They're still inside here. Oh, Spec, great shots. Good support from the rest of that Team Unique squad.
The second game in a row. Tempo, they gate kept Unique last game in Sanhok as well. Tempo Storm, they had the compound, they were looking uphill. Unique were making their way downhill.
Sarah's in the buggy.
I mean, they gotta wipe their eyes and like deja vu all over again. McZera, like you mentioned, in the buggy, looking to use that to get a better view on what might be over there. And they're ready to go. They are just waiting to see where's Nexo goes. Oh, Miku might have been spotted right there from McZera, so hopefully they got a snorkel.
So close, so close. I think you're right. Team Unique is saying not again, as they got to deal with Tempo Storm once again. The circle does shift on over. It's dead center right here on this western bridge of Erangel. B4, it looks like they are going to be in zone right here. Levi catches Yala on the rotate. They do end up giving away that house up on top of the hill. Heading on over to the Wizard Tower here. Oh, this is going to be an intense match. An intense match as there's not very much cover in this zone. Lord catches out Maxon and gets the thirst.
Wow. Yep. Instant thirst. 5 kills so far onto Yala. And not only that, Lord recognizing the push out there to the north on Konina Power. So they're going to be right in their sight lines of that DP. That thing ready to just get unloaded. Pedro, really good spot. Really good spot. Hopefully they can remain there for the time being.
Oh, look at this.
Caught out. We see some shots being shot in the distance. Rob with that mini, and Unique, they got a shack. 4 to a shack. It's getting a little congested in here.
Team meeting right here in the last match right here. They are sitting in that shack, and they are not going anywhere right now. And you can see the smokes coming out. Now this will give rid of their sight lines right here. I'm really interested to see that smoke, because you can always put your team at risk of getting full scent on right there. So you got to be really, really careful. One bad smoke can mean the whole team down and out. Oh, and there goes Miku, caught out in the water from Dream Eaters. And Loops, they're on this rotation right now on top of the beach. They got to be really careful, though, as they're getting caught out by Yala.
Here comes the push from Loops, and I want to say the push, but there's only 2. And now there's only 1.
And now there's none.
1. They just got demolished, you know, trying to reposition right there. And I believe that's that. They're done. That was unusual from Loops.
It's a tough zone right here, that's for sure. This rotation is highly difficult, and Loops end up pushing on this Wizard Tower, but they got caught both by Yala Esports and B4 Esports, and I think right then and there, they knew that it was all over.
Looking at Unique still, I mean, they're going to walk out that shack.
Gonzo!
Day it is. Oh, Gonzo.
Again!
Just
a snake for Konina Power.
Yeah. I mean, always, every single game, Gonzo is like that last one up. And Gonzo actually going to be fighting Milky Way, you know, getting a taste for themselves. And it's like Tixie across the road. And here comes the mini red zone on top of Gonzo. Unique. They want to take out Gonzo. They did not appreciate that knock. Oh, that one grenade. Gonzo run away, hit the dirt. Still going to be alive, about 50% HP. Saw their life flash before their eyes right there.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Gonzo definitely got that adrenaline pumping after seeing that grenade. It was way too close for comfort. The next zone shifts onto Yala Esports and B4 Esports. They're in prime position to take this game. It's just gatekeep time right now. Tensa, spotting out Team Unique, but unable to hit the shots.
Okay, Spec with the AUG A3.
Buggies.
Able to get one knock, and they're not going to push that shack. They're not going to push it. They're going to use this opportunity
onto
to
Yala
rotate and get on into zone. And hey, they're pulling up right where Loops pulled up moments ago. And let's see if it works out better this time for Tempo, because we know exactly how it ended for Loops.
Yeah, and you can just definitely see that Zana's already knocked from Yala. That's going to open up the door for Tempo. Tempo still gatekeeping right now. Both Konita Power and Team Unique off separate from the rest of his squad. Oh, look at this. Both members in this Wizard Tower from Yala, they're knocked it out. So that's it. They're not getting picked back up. It's all up to a
They got smokes, though. They got smokes. They're smoking it up, so it looks like they might attempt
here comes Konita
the
Power,
revives, but Konita Power is going to be seeing this in the kill feed. Center Rob to investigate the situation. Rob able to pull up, get up close and personal. Two members on that second story from Yala. Now Rob going to be smoking this one up. Going to be happy for the time being with their position. Probably calling back to squad mates that it's good to go. It is ready. Let's go. And here comes Konita Power trying to make that pull up, and they are going to be able to make it on into that first floor and share it for the time being with Yala.
What an insane rotation right there from Konita Power. So risky, but it does pay off big time, as this is one of the best spots left in this map. B4 putting in some work in the kill feed. We're starting to see kills go all over the place right now. Zero gets knocked. It's all up to a Nas. Rob Dini knocked his own teammate.
Grenade. That's huge. And Anas, self-inflicted molly. Is Anas going to take themselves out?
What is going
the
on?
last person alive for the squad. Zero's like, what are you doing? Pulling back. Zero looking for that revive to at least have two up for Yala Esports. And both teams making some crucial mistakes right here.
What? That was so close right there. Almost thirsted his teammate. Pedro puts out a quick pop shot, saying, yeah, we're still here.
As throwing a grenade. Throwing a grenade, the ricochet.
That would have been insane.
Wow.
So close.
Rob, though, you know, making the push on out after that grenade. Going to be going for that pre-fire, but not connecting. They definitely know. They definitely know. Let's see. Second time.
The jump out.
Oh, Zero with the drop shot. AKF not able to connect on the outskirts right now. Trying to stand their ground, but Konita Power push on out with that wraparound, and they're going to secure this compound for themselves. We got 3 teams up. That's
Phenomenal play. Phenomenal play from Konita Power. Great nade. And the second that happened, gets off, gets the knock, and the quick comms from the rest of his squad. They just end up flushing that last member from Yala. So now it is all up. Yeah, 3 squads left. Tempo, they got the zone right here. They're in prime position, but Pedro OG putting in some big work on Tensa.
This rock, I mean, Pedro and
this
this
be the
rock.
send.
This could be it. Rain going to be attempting to get this revive, and it does look like it's coming on out. Spec will be in the Wizzy T holding down B4. B4 on the outskirts of this zone. They don't really have many options to push right now.
No, they don't. There's only one way that they can go, and that is right down this the side of this bank of this hill right here. And Tempo knows that Spec has a great angle here, and I don't see any smokes coming out from B4. Oh, this might open the door for B4. And Konita Power's pushing on a Tempo.
They're pushing. They got the smokes. Spec doesn't even know what's coming. Now, Spec is aware of the push from Konita Powers. Rob was chunked down pretty low in the process. Needs to heal on up. Spec also forced to heal on up. This could be the opportunity that B4 needed. I don't see him moving, though.
So huge. They're throwing smokes out right now. We're starting to see that smoke wall come in. They are trying to get some work. Rain with a huge nade onto Rob Dini.
Look at Rain. Trying to get up close and personal. Trying to provide the support right now for Spec in that second story. Gonzo still going to be crawling. Rob going to be crawling back to Gonzo behind this crate, looking for that revive. Smokes are going to be on out, and we might be able to see the reset right now. Pedro crawling, hitting the dirt, snaking it on out. They pull up with that buggy. Oh, in the tail end though, Spec taken out. 2 members right now for Konita Powers. It's up to Gonzo to get the double revives, but Spec has clear sightlines on. Axer will be taking out one, and Gonzo attempting to get their squad mate up right now. These smokes are everywhere. Spec is just spraying on into there, seeing if they can get lucky.
Kills. Oh, what a nade right there from Pedro. Does it connect? Here comes another one, though. Tensas might be in trouble. Levi gets knocked from Spec. Oh, Spec is just a wrecking crew.
Pedro's
they take out B4.
Gonzo tossing out that molly onto Spec. Spec is going to be burning
on fire.
Alive
He's big
right
time
now.
on
7
fire.
kills so far. Forced to hit that corner and heal on up. Gonzo and Rob, 2 for Konita Power.
Survive.
3 for Tempo Storm, the 3v2. Spec going to be vaulting on out that second story. Going to be pushing back up to get that alternate angle. Tensa going to be pushing on up to the first story. Rob, barrel in hand, trying to go for that spray down. Now it's up to Gonzo with that Bob Barker versus Og, and the Og from above. Tempo Storm getting a chicken dinner here. Tensa 6 kills, Spec 7 kills. Wow.
It's Spec with the huge angle right there. Just talk about being in the house and taking it to the house. I mean, when it was all up to him, and if he got knocked right there, it would have just been devastating for Tempo Storm. But Spec realized the position he was in with a great movement and great shots, just getting it done in this last match here of the evening.
I got to give MVP award, at least on the squad, Konita Power, so for Gonzo. I mean, Gonzo got so many revives that game to kind of reset and at least get the attempt to fight another battle, right? I mean, Gonzo always coming in clutch right there, but, you know, just biting off a little too much more than they could chew. I mean, Tempo, though, playing the coast, playing that beach so well, so passive, and I mean, they had it down, man. They had it down.
Yeah. We saw them spreading out, gatekeeping multiple teams together, and Tempo, at the end of the day, just getting it done. Something that we love to see. I mean, we could have asked for a better match to finish out today's games right here. That's going to be it, of course, for myself, Hot Jukes, here with Mustache Dave. Can't wait, of course, to see what the desk has to say about this entire match worth of games right after this quick break from our sponsor.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, we saw the clouds rolling in, but little did we expect the storm to blast away their opponents. Tempo Storm getting themselves a chicken dinner and quite a few kills on top of that. And honestly, there's quite a few different plays we can talk about over the course of the entire match, but one thing we wanted to mention was Spec inside the tower.
Yes.
This man just could not die.
Talk about being indestructible. He kept getting thrown grenades, Molotovs. It didn't matter even when he was on fire. At one point, I thought he was going to go down. He wasn't able to jump out of the tower, went back up on the tower. What a crazy play, man. And I'm actually really happy that Tempo Storm was able to go ahead and pull off that win, because this has been by far, not even close, one of the best performances in a day from Tempo Storm. And I think they just were able to take so much advantage of certain situations, be consistent with kills, be consistent with placing, and something we talked about at Tempo Storm has been super quiet when we talk about teams, but they stepped it up to another level, and this is going to be a scary team if they're go ahead and continue to be the way they're being right now.
Well, let's take a look at the rankings from that last map, and we can see how many points they did earn from it. 13 kills, 33 points. Konita Power, though, got to give them credit. You know, again, they started off things strong, getting the first game of the day, but then they got quiet there after that, Glitter.
Yeah, and this, this once again, this isn't like a crazy kill-wise performance, but they got another second place, and they still had 6 kills to boot, so this is going to be a huge boost for them in the points overall. B4 having a very strong performance with a 3rd place 7-kill finish as well. And Yala, I feel like we need to keep kind of touching on Yala a little bit. They have been so consistent all day today. This is just continuously solid gameplay from them, and this is what they really need here in our final Super Weekend to keep jumping up on those leaderboards. And then we see UDR Killers down there in 8th place, able to keep kind of ensuring that they are keeping that lead ahead of both Headquarters and Frag Machine 7.
Ain't nobody catching UDR Killers if they continue to play the way they've been, especially Headquarters, even though they are getting better points now. More than likely, it's just not going to go ahead and happen. Now, we see Nova Esports as one team that we've been wondering what's going to happen here today. They just didn't have the greatest of day. Hopefully, they can go ahead and switch it up for tomorrow. Team Queso, what a surprise there, especially after what we saw in Sanhok out of them being able to only get 1 point. Just very unlucky. And then my team, the team that I pick, Footballers, they let me down. I was hoping that they will finally go ahead and start that engine. No.
I you had B4 and Glitter had Yala.
Yes.
Talking about I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. True. Yeah. I had B4. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. I think that's true. We definitely won't be able to see it later on. Let's see the stats though out of Tempo Storm and what they did pull off. You can see the 2,300 damage, the only 500. I feel like the 538 healing, at least half of that was spec at the end of the game.
Yes.
It has to be.
Yeah, I think maybe all of it, honestly, from what we saw. That man just had to keep on. I'm so glad he had the heals for it. And I'm so glad that he was actually able to survive, because him being able to survive that kind of gave just such a big cover to his teammates that were fighting other people and kind of moving up too. And that he's the main reason why they got that win, to be honest.
Let's take a look at our top players, and I'm pretty sure Spec will be there, and I even want to dive a little bit further into him. Yeah, look at that 1,200 damage. What was so important out of him was with him in that tower, he was fending off Kunina Power and B4. And we had B4 come from the beach side and actually attack his 2 other teammates. I think Tenza was in there, and I want to say Rain. But then he just turns around, takes down 2 players, turns back around, back to Kunina Power. He was a man with his head on a swivel, really picking up the kills here, Glitter.
Yeah, some of the nades that were coming out of Spec were just impressive in those final few moments there at the end of the game. But also, we've seen Tensa up here a couple times today alone. So clearly, they're having a great individual consistent day as well. But it's nice to see Zana up here as well as Pedro.
Yeah, I feel like with Yala, they actually did really good on that compound that they were holding on that building. They just kept knocking people, especially with nades. They were so good.
Well, I mean, Loops came up to their compound. They said, no, you stop here. You're done after this one. As we take a look at our do moments from this, it's probably going to be in there when they just shut Loops completely down. But again, such a crazy final match. Honestly, I feel like we've had so many good final matches. Like, I think over the league play, those last 2 days we had amazing ones. Even here we had a fantastic one. Even some fisticuffs coming out.
Yeah, no, the last one, I'm kind of glad the casters pointed out. It did seem like he was trying to jump on that the UAZ. He just wasn't able to. And this was super lucky by Frag Machines when he got knocked out of the car, and then he kind of aligned the car in the right path so he would also be able to knock the other player. He got so lucky with that, because if he wouldn't have done that, if that wouldn't have happened, he would have ended up dying. And we're seeing why Spec was able to get so much damage. And this one, we'll be breaking down in a little bit. The Yala pretty much going up against Nova Esports. This was just a great play, and something that kind of we were talking about there, Glitter, just how good Yala was with grenades as well in that compound.
Yeah, they have really kind of picked it up today, but they were doing such a good job of kind of holding their ground against Nova when they were in that battle. But like you said, we'll touch on that a little bit later, then jumping on board with Loops there just for a second, seeing Kayowski able to get some knocks as well. And I feel like I was a little bit surprised with Loops going out, considering they were actually able to still pull down 8 kills for themselves here in this match. But definitely not the ending that I think I would have necessarily anticipated for them. We see Yala right there getting a few more kills to their name. I've just been so impressed with the way that they have improved from the beginning of PMWL West up until this point, 7.
Yep, and then from the next one that we're going to be I want to talk about is B4 being able to get 7 kills there. B4 was relatively quiet from what we've been able to see from them. And another team that I want to talk about that we were kind of saying with Konina Power, 6 kills is not what we're used to seeing. But I was looking back at their stats, and this might be the new Konina Power that we kind of expect from here on out, as they really haven't been able to pull that many kills even when they win. Remember, they won the first match in Erangel, and they were only able to go ahead and get 2 kills. And the most kills they have had today was this match right here. So could this be the new Konina Power? Maybe not so high up with the kills, but consistent placement, hopefully.
Maybe. I mean, consistency is the name of the game, as we've been talking about, and damage numbers is what I want to talk about now, because I'm pretty sure Spec alone had more damage than probably a lot of the teams out there. He sat around 1,200. We'll see where he matches up against everyone else. We put it up on the screen here, and well, as you can see, that is a lot here coming out of Tempo Storm. 2,300 compared to everyone else.
That is just... okay, so they had 2,300 for them for 13 kills alone. And then as you move down the rest of the list, you see Konina Power, like you said, 7. This is a very strong showing for them today, especially when they started off with only 2 kills in game 1 at 1,600 damage. Yala had almost 1,900 damage. They weren't even that far behind in overall damage compared to Tempo Storm, and still had 7 kills to their name. They are just consistently impressing me right now. And then as we move farther down the list, Loops was still able to do almost 1,700 damage with their 8 kills. So even though they did go out a little bit earlier than expected, they still are definitely being consistent for the day at least. And Dream Eaters, I did not realize that they had 7 kills with almost 1k damage.
Yeah, they've been kind of quiet today, honestly.
Yeah.
I know they ended up getting a win, but besides that, in a way, they've been kind of quiet in regards to just kills. So 7 kills for them. It's pretty good. And then just going back to the other ones that we kind of touched on base throughout the whole day with Futbolists not performing like how we expect them to, and Pittsburgh Knights, they just having an off day.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're allowed to have an off day. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, technically you're going to make it into finals, but it does come down to how much money you want to win here in the last Super Weekend. I think we have a clip you guys wanted to talk about coming in with Yala and a compound and grenades and kills and everything being thrown into this one. Probably even some confetti at the end.
Maybe we'll see. Don't jinx it, Jason. And we are going to be talking about Yala Esports versus Nova Esports, because this was one of those interesting fights. Now, something I want you to go ahead and keep an eye on is my boy Zana, because guess what? He's just gonna be grabbing them hot potatoes and then just throwing them all over the place, especially through Nova being able to do some damage there on AC. Is gonna make AC back up, and then right away he starts just pretty much getting another nade, and he's also gonna get a knock, and on top of that do some more damage on Shifan, which as soon as you see that, you're gonna see those two players just kind of back up, say, you know what, let's go ahead and rethink this this strategy here. And right away you see Sana going again for another grenade, and he's gonna do some damage on Cat and also get the knock there. I think him being able to get those 2 knocks was huge, and something that you're gonna be able to notice here, especially towards the top, is you're gonna see his team, as soon as he gets those 2 knocks, they are gonna go ahead and go for that push. They're gonna say, yeah, you know what, I think it's time we go ahead and go for it. So it's something that I love seeing from Sana, and it's not only this time, we saw them do it a couple times, and you're gonna be able to just see Yala take full advantage of that here, Glitter, as they're just gonna come over and clean up.
Yeah, and that was such a strong play from Zana specifically, to be able to even get Nova on that much of a back foot, to allow his teammates to kind of rush in and help him finish out that entire team fight. It was almost, it started off very Nova-esque as we saw them rush in. Cat did try to kind of stay back and see if he could get a different angle on whoever they were potentially rushing, but Yala just completely turns that around on Nova.
Well, even something similar happened with Konina Power attacking the same compound, where they get a knock on some man up towards the top of the roof, but a nade comes in to hold them back and to stop them. And you know what time it is, by the way, as we get towards the end of the show?
Oh, man.
It's our talent prediction time. We're going to see what our standings currently are here between all of us, and we're going to see some big points being picked up for everyone. I think everyone honestly had a pretty good day. I think, yeah, pretty decent day, I'd say.
This was definitely one of my best days. Congratulations once again to Jason for being able to maintain there his first place. And then, wait, what is this? Glitter getting just closer and closer to that 3rd place after getting another win.
She's
Glitter.
She's bringing home the points.
I'm coming for Jukes.
Jukes was able to be consistent today too. 10, 21, 17. Not bad at all. By the way, everybody currently watching, if you guys ever do predictions too, feel free to go ahead and tweet it at us, and also tweet it at PUBG Mobile Esports. We'll love to see what you guys are kind of choosing over there at home in regards to predictions for matches.
You know, I think if we work hard enough, Glitter and 7, we can maybe get Hot Jukes to predict Cloud9 tomorrow. And then from that, Glitter can easily overtake him. So I think if we really focus on this, it might work out. We saw our overall rankings for our talent predictions. Take a look at the overall rankings from how these matches have gone now across all of our super weekends. As we saw before, Loops do take that first place, but Glitter, look who's sneaking into number 3.
Yeah, Tempo's able to jump over Footballist right now, really taking advantage of the slow day for Footballist and the stellar day for Tempo Storm. So they are just currently working on securing themselves even more money after this entire super weekend is all said and done. B4 jumping back up a little bit in the ranks, still waiting on a chicken dinner from them though. They've consistently been here on our first page and still haven't gotten that chicken dinner. So when they do, I think that could potentially turn the tides for them. Konina Power actually managing to get themselves up into 10th overall, and this is huge for them, seeing as we'd mentioned at the top of the show, they were in 16th coming out of the very first super weekend, 7.
Yeah, and with Footballists, I think this might be one of their worst days by far. They were only able to go ahead and collect, I think it was 17 points, if I'm not mistaken, and Tempo Storm taking full advantage of that. Now, as we go here towards the second page, guess what? Team Queso is going to be losing one slot there, but they're still ahead of Alpha Legends, and I'm pretty sure we're going to start seeing them, especially tomorrow. A lot of these teams here, especially Nova Esports, Umbra, Yala Esports, wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and pass their Alpha Legends by tomorrow. And then UDR Killers, we mentioned it was we thought it was going to be a lot closer of a fight there in regards to 16 play, with Frag Machines being there and Headquarters being their first super weekend. But I'm not surprised, honestly. UDR Killers has been playing just so consistent. They've been improving every single time, and it goes to show. I think they're, as they mentioned, they want to go ahead and put up a great performance so they can hopefully end up on the top 3 and get those weekly prize money.
I mean, the thing is, they were only 93 points ahead of Frag Machines and Headquarters at the start of the day. Then they ended up 110 points ahead of Frag Machines and 120 points ahead of Headquarters. So not only have they taken that lead to run away with it, they've lengthened it even further, making that much more difficult for these two teams to catch them into 16th place. I do wonder now, thinking ahead, we talked about this before at the top of the show, 7. Now, if you're these two teams, what do you do tomorrow?
Tomorrow is just go crazy, man. Make a name for yourself. At this point, more than likely, you know you're not going to be able to make it to the league finals. But guess what? You are on the last super weekend. You can go ahead and do certain plays that will be leaderboard changing, maybe for some of the top teams. Maybe go ahead and test yourself out. Hot drop somebody that's currently up there. Make a name for yourself. Make a montage out of it. Share it on Twitter. That way PUBG Mobile Esports can reshare it. I think it's time for that for those teams.
Okay, we know it's also time for 7. It's time to end off the show. You guys go get some rest. Thank you very much for all your work today. And we'll check in with you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys. Glitter still doesn't tell me bye. I'm a little bit sad. But you guys watching at home as well. That does round things up here for PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0, Day 1 of our 3rd and final super weekend. Obviously, a big shout out to those two. Big shout out to our commentators. And of course, our production crew here in Katowice, Poland. So tomorrow, 11 a.m., we'll continue here our 3rd super weekend into our second day and get one day closer to finding our 16 teams for the finals.